Outside the assessment arena for the instructor interview, onlookers filled the area, 3 layers inside and 3 outside. Among them were powerhouses like the Mad Battle Group leader, all aspiring to apply for a teaching position at Tianyuan Academy. Yet, to laymen, ordinary people watching for fun, the scene was quite astonishing, especially for those who recognized the warrior Yi Qihang of the Thousand Water Blade. Is the examiner from Tianyuan City excessively powerful? The Thousand Water Blade couldn't even withstand 3 moves. The emergence of strong figures in Tianyuan City is constant, and I believe it wouldn't be difficult for them to bring in a 4th-order extreme expert with combat power even in the top 10 of the Dragon Gate ranking for the assessment. But isn't this supposed to be an instructor's assessment? By arranging such an examiner, Tianyuan City is obviously not letting us pass. They might as well not openly recruit. Right. Being an instructor can't just be about combat power, can it? It's about whether one can teach and if they have a special skill. Some high-level professionals muttered, expressing some dissatisfaction. What kind of threshold for instructor assessment is this? At this moment, an unremarkable middle-aged man in the crowd spoke up. Do you really think this screening assessment purely regards combat power? Isn't it? Someone challenged. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and said, the arena for this assessment is full of mysteries. It's normal for non-experts like you to not notice, but didn't you feel something was amiss about the battle just now? The middle-aged man's tone was so assured, even emanating a confidence that brooked no argument. Several strong figures listening couldn't help but ponder. The Mad Battle Group leader recalled the battle scene from just moments ago, a short battle lasting only 2 or 3 seconds. He said uncertainly, the power seemed too minimal, not like a 4th-order extreme experts battle? Initially, it was assumed that the gap was too great, and that Yi Qihang of the Thousand Water Blade had been defeated without being able to exert his full strength. But now, it seemed that might not be the case. After all, the Thousand Water Blade was a contender of fair standing in the Dragon Gate ranking, capable of bursting forth with power, even if mistakes were made. The move that defeated the Thousand Water Blade also didn't seem to carry an overwhelming force that was unstoppable. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and continued. This assessment arena is incredibly mysterious, suppressing both the energy and strength of the combatants, meaning, this basic assessment is actually testing the combatants' combat skills, experience, and artistry. Not purely about combat power. In fact, it was quite different. Because many invincible warriors were powerful due to their noble heritage, naturally possessing basic 3-dimensional attributes above their peers. It was rumored that Tianyuan City had many epic life forms, naturally far surpassing the others in every aspect. This was a gap in the life rank, unbridgeable, but what if the test was about combat skills? The Mad Battle Group leader and several other warriors regained their confidence. Having been in their professions for over a decade and fought countless battles, they were confident in their combat experience and skills. The Thousand Water Blade seems to come from a commanding background, unlike me. I have fought my way up step by step. In this aspect, my experience and skills are definitely more solid than his. After the Thousand Water Blade's complete defeat, the assessment point fell into an eerie silence. The surroundings remained noisy. Next to the recruitment point, cheers erupted from time to time, but here, no one stepped forward, with only the examiner standing there with a large blade. At that moment, the Mad Battle Group leader Lin Ang took a deep breath and strode forward. "Boss, let us test the waters first." His deputy leader stopped him. The Mad Battle Group leader shook his head, his gaze determined and confident. "If you don't even have the courage to face the challenge directly, then you're even less qualified to compete for a teaching position in such a top academy." Of course, he was not blindly confident, but he reckoned he still had a chance. Besides, he had already come all this way, fight. The moment he stepped onto the arena, mysterious forces shrouded him. The Mad Battle Group leader immediately felt his energy flow slowing down considerably, followed by a rapid decline of the energy he could draw upon, ultimately leaving him with less than 1% of his usual capacity. It was as if in a moment, he had fallen from a 4th-ranked commander to an elite level, or even professional level standard. Not only that, but the mysterious force seemed to transform into invisible shackles, firmly binding him. In the next instant, The Mad Battle Group leader felt his strength become incredibly weak, his spirit, which had already ignited the light of will, as faint as a candle in the wind. Such an experience was both novel and astonishing. It's not uncommon to see arenas that can weaken or even bind energy, but to also lower one's physique and spirit. It wasn't suppression, but reduction. That was quite unscientific, truly worthy of Tianyuan City. The Mad Battle Group leader felt as if he had truly returned to the time when he was at the professional level, weak, having to be cautious in everything he did. Such an experience was quite novel. The examiner said, "You have 30 seconds to prepare." The Mad Battle Group leader nodded and quickly familiarized himself with his transformed body. It seemed difficult, but it wasn't. For a warrior like him, whose basic skills had already reached the peak and even whose artistic conception had reached perfection realm, controlling his body was second nature. He didn't need 30 seconds, just 2 or 3 seconds to adapt to the sudden change in his body and perfectly exert his strength. If he couldn't adapt in 30 seconds, such a weak person wouldn't have the right to complain. "Soon, I'm ready, bring it on," the Mad Battle Group leader said. He was entirely focused at that moment, his gaze fixed intently on the examiner not far away. On the side, a nun who seemed to be the referee and protector spoke. "Now, the first round of the interview assessment officially begins. Those who can withstand 10 moves from examiner number 7 may proceed to the second round." Having said that, she stepped back 10 paces. The examiner opposite him weighed the heavy sword in his hand, dragging it as he walked step by step forward. Sparks hissed as the blade scraped against the solid arena floor. First move. The sword suddenly swung in a sweeping arc, starting slow and accelerating quickly, a circle of bright yellow light following the blade, rippling outward in a circular wave. Outer ring, inner ring. This move might seem simple and brutal, but in fact, it involves swinging 2 swords. If one's eyesight isn't sharp enough to catch both rather than just one, they might just lose on the first move. The Mad Battle Group leader's gaze sharpened immediately. That sword technique was too exquisite. It might have started as a skill, but the examiner had clearly brought it to the realm of returning to simplicity. He watched intently as he too delivered a strike. Skill, multiple slash. Like the examiner, he performed the move with such transcendental skill that the original technique was imperceptible. His blade moved erratically, fast then slow, and most importantly, he delivered 4 slashes in a very short period. His blade techniques were more numerous. Clang. Ripples spread outward as the Mad Battle Group leader staggered several steps back, his face showing a slight change. The power and momentum of the examiner's second strike were far stronger than the first. His 4 slashes had left him at a slight disadvantage. The Mad Battle Group leader had no time to contemplate. Second move. Along with a deep voice, a shadow loomed. Jump slash. The examiner, previously 10 steps away, had leapt forward, his heavy sword glowing with a pale red light. The Mad Battle Group leader dared not receive the blow head-on. He used a skill to leave a residual image behind. The residual image was shattered, while his body appeared 20 meters away. But as the jump slash descended, shattering the residual image, waves of sword energy surged forth. The move was not just a jump cut. The examiner had anticipated his evading direction. Block, dodge, block again. The Mad Battle Group leader's response became more and more rushed, and finally, on the 5th move, he could no longer withstand it and was sent flying from the platform, crashing heavily below, tumbling twice, a picture of utter disarray. But more than the disarray of his figure, his spirit suffered a greater wound. He had lost, and he was utterly convinced by his loss, for the examiner's techniques were exquisite, and his combat method extremely seasoned. Was this really someone from the military background? Hadn't Tianyuan City only been established for 2 years? How could the examiner seem like a master who had studied combat methods for decades? He was outclassed in every aspect, completely caught in the rhythm of his opponent, unable to break free. Too strong, even, this is under the limitation of the basic 3-dimensional constraint. The examiner didn't use any powerful moves from beginning to end. Stacked wave slash, jump slash, heavy chopping. All were basic skills, which he too could perform, but the outcome was vastly different when used. It was not that the Mad Battle Group leader was too weak, but that the 4th Order peak elites of Tianyuan City were too strong. Today's 4th Order peak elites of Tianyuan City, even though not as gifted as Dead Bone, Guo Lai, or even war geniuses like Rakshasa and Hong Yi, enjoyed superior cultivation conditions than before. The elites not only had access to a variety of superior and epic miracle buildings, but they could also spar with many peers at their level. Even more, they could receive guidance from legendary strongmen or even those in the law realm. Some elites at the 4th Order limit stage had also immersed themselves for a considerable time. Unable to break through, they naturally could only continue to refine and polish their own arts. Even if their talents were mediocre, they slowly cultivated an invincible stature. And the Examiner was one of the best among these elites. Mu Yuan was indeed openly recruiting for an instructor team for the academy from around the world, but his requirements were high. He wanted true top talents. Yet whether he could recruit them, he was also uncertain. Don't be impatient. Many things may not yield results even with effort, but it's certainly better than doing nothing. Outside the academy, the assessment point, several well-known strong fighters from various cities took the stage to challenge, and without exception, all of them were defeated. The one who lasted the longest was still the Mad Battle Group leader, who managed to hold out until the 5th move, barely making it past the halfway mark. Difficult, 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 we simply can't beat them. How exactly does the Lord of Tianyuan City train his subordinates? They're too strong. What shocked the fighters the most was that there was more than one powerful examiner. Just now, Examiner number 7 had taken a break, and they were replaced by Examiner number 9. Their expertise and combat methods differed, but what remained the same was their strength that led to despair. And there were at least 9 such examiners, yet, it was for this very reason that the allure of Tianyuan Academy in the eyes of the fighters kept rising. If the Lord of Tianyuan City excels at cultivating strong fighters, then training in Tianyuan Academy offers a greater chance to break through one's own limits. Once admitted, a legendary ascension was expected, and one could even vie for higher realms. But getting in was the problem. The area outside the stage fell silent again, with no new challengers stepping forward. After a while, a figure parted the crowd and stepped forward. It's him. The Mad Battle Group leader looked up and saw it was the middle-aged man who had spoken up to enlighten them not long ago. This middle-aged man looked unremarkable, and he didn't even seem like a professional. There wasn't the slightest hint of a bloodthirsty aura about him. However, the Mad Battle Group leader couldn't see through him. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to be on the Dragon Gate ranking. But some strong fighters without public records aren't listed on the Dragon Gate ranking. Being unlisted doesn't mean they aren't strong. The examiners of Tianyuan Academy were a case in point. The middle-aged man stood on the stage, and with a flash of light from his storage ring, a staff several feet long appeared in his hand. Please, he gestured with his palm. In the next moment, the tip of his staff tapped repeatedly, and 6 sparks suddenly appeared, whistling past in front of him and following erratic, unpredictable paths. The colliding tiny sparks burst forth like flames in a chemical reaction, sending rolling waves of fire sweeping outwards. Strong. The watching strong fighters sharpened their focus. Bound by the constraints of the battlefield, the aura and diffused energy of the middle-aged man was at the professional level peak, not much different from theirs. However, the explosive flame he had just conjured was at least at the elite level peak, or possibly even with the killing power of a war general entering the level. What kind of technique was this? They couldn't understand. The battle grew even more astonishing. The middle-aged man revealed an outrageous triple casting ability, while the examiner of Tianyuan Academy showed their true expertise as well. The roaring sounds were incessant. The spectacle of the battle between the two had risen several notches compared to the previous ones. After a while, the examiner stopped. 10 moves have passed. You have passed the assessment. He passed. The fight had ended so abruptly that the surrounding strong fighters were somewhat slow to react, as if a battle that had reached its climax had suddenly come to an abrupt halt. It was over. It felt uncomfortable. Wait. A fighter stared at the middle-aged man and suddenly seemed to recognize him. Isn't that Yu Yangyi, the Master Yu who broke through to the legendary realm 10 years ago? This legendary Grandmaster, after having his power constrained, only seemed to be on par with the Examiner? The legendary Grandmaster hadn't defeated the Examiner, but only lasted 10 moves? Hiss. What exactly are the standards for this instructor recruitment for Tianyuan Academy? But even a big shot like Master Yu follows the standard interview process. More fighters were still arriving, but without exception, they were all intimidated. Only a legendary strongman could compete and not be defeated. Where would they find the confidence to last 10 moves against an examiner? And this was just the first round of the assessment. There could be a second round, and who knows, perhaps a third or fourth round. The fighters lapsed into silence for a while. Suddenly, some turned their attention towards the distant recruitment area for new students. The Mad Battle Group leader also directed his gaze there. After a moment of throat movement, he finally spoke up, "Perhaps, we should take part in the recruitment exam for the students." Student assessment. The scene was filled with those who had the ambition and confidence to apply for the position of instructor, all of whom were fourth-order strongmen. A number of them even held the title of fourth-order limit strongmen from the Dragon Gate ranking. Some had experience as third and second-rank instructors at renowned academies. They were strong contenders. To have them compete with ordinary people, boys, and girls for student spots, was this reasonable? How was this different from doctoral candidates taking an entrance exam for middle school? If they couldn't win, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? After all, the student recruitment assessment couldn't possibly focus on combat power. The contenders were somewhat tempted but also hesitant, their reputations at stake. They were well-known figures. They were skeptical that if they registered next door today, by tomorrow they'd be featured in tabloids across various cities. They didn't want to gain fame in such a manner. But then, we're already here. Pride is important, but is it more important than the opportunity to break through? Brother Qian Shui, will you go or not? We might as well go together. Together, let's go. Going by oneself would indeed be somewhat embarrassing, but when everyone felt embarrassed, it was as if there was no embarrassment at all. Moreover, only a legend like Master Yu had a chance to pass the instructor selection, so it was reasonable for them to become students under the guidance of a legendary instructor, right? Many fourth-order strongmen couldn't even find a legendary teacher if they wanted to. The contenders convinced themselves with many reasons and then headed together towards another assessment point. Naturally, that place was more lively, with spectators surrounding it and 6 long lines queuing in front of the recruitment point. Those in line were mostly youthful-looking boys and girls, including local residents of Tianyuan City as well as people from Panchi City, the Agedness Great Domain, and the West Desolation Domain. Some boys and girls came accompanied by their parents, who had placed great hopes on them. However, it wasn't just youths. The line also included hardened veterans of mercenary groups and elderly people with graying hair. Age does not diminish ambition. Seeing this, the contenders felt even more justified in sneaking in to grab a student spot. After all, Tianyuan City had not set any age or realm restrictions for students. The absence of limits was a tacit approval. Nevertheless, the contenders still altered their appearance slightly to avoid recognition by acquaintances. However, can we actually pass this independent recruitment assessment? A contender said, "I've heard that Tianyuan Academy allocated some student spots to the Twilight Dominion, some to the other great domains, and the officials of those domains were responsible for recruitment and assessment. Hanyu City and Lushi City also received a few spots." Advanced cultivation academies in various places followed this model. With the massive investment provided by the Alliance, the academy naturally needed to give back and cultivate these students from all domains. Tianyuan Academy's independent recruitment has the most spots, but considering the difficulty of the instructor selection just now, I highly doubt that the entrance assessment will be very challenging as well. It may even be the most difficult. On the other hand, as Tianyuan City was accessible from everywhere nowadays, many people traveling to major cities in other domains might not find it as convenient as coming to Tianyuan City. It was foreseeable that the number of people coming to Tianyuan Academy to participate in the recruitment would increase. The news had not yet spread far and wide. Next please. Next please. Those who are interested in applying to Tianyuan Academy, Please collect an application form on the side, then line up in order. After multiple rounds of assessment, those who score above the admission threshold will be able to enter Tianyuan Academy for cultivation. Indeed, the entrance assessment didn't really look at combat power but instead based on age, temperament, talent, level of education, rank, skill, and other criteria. However, only those professionals who had reached a certain rank typically had a chance to pass the selection. For those below the rank of professional, even if they showed promise, the academy's staff would still recommend that they attend a primary academy to lay the groundwork. Tianyuan City Cultivation Academy had both junior and senior classes, but even for the junior class, it was aimed at talented individuals among professionals and elite level. Similarly, many of the youths coming here were the top graduates from primary and intermediate academies across the regions. They were the young professionals of the new era after the fusion of Langsing. Academy faction professionals. Perhaps their combat experience and skills did not match those of veteran players tempered through myriad outdoor battles, but these young people had a more solid foundation, mastering a variety of techniques beyond combat, making them more well-rounded talents. Group leader, compared to these boys and girls, we don't seem to have a particular advantage. Inside the Wild Battle Mercenary Group, a fourth-order strongman spoke softly. The Mad Battle Group leader also noticed this issue. For example, in criteria like rank and skill, the evaluation was based on the length of cultivation, not merely on high numbers. In terms of culture, these rough men were even less adequate. Their talent was indeed exceptional. If not, they would not have been able to stand out among the many players and reach the fourth-order peak. But among the youths here, there was no shortage of geniuses. Epic level genius? Isn't this the third epic genius we've seen today? That's nothing special. As old Tianyuan City people, let me tell you, what Tianyuan City doesn't lack is epic geniuses. Even for epic geniuses, there was no room for arrogance here. If other assessment scores were too low, the academy wouldn't hesitate to reject epic geniuses. In fact, several hours ago, an epic genius had already been harshly eliminated. While talents who would be considered treasures in other advanced cultivation academies are treated as merely ordinary students here, given equal treatment. Even epic geniuses find themselves so, let alone mad battle group leaders like themselves. The more they observed, the less they felt capable of enrolling. Cultivation academies originally recruited batches of younger, more vibrant geniuses anyway. They were old geezers after all. At that moment, one strongman suddenly seemed to notice something. His eyes widened in shock. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and it took a while before he could be sure. Look at this. He flipped through the recruitment brochure to the very end, pointing to it and saying, Tianyuan Academy not only has introductory and advanced classes but even legendary classes. The introductory class is aimed at supremely talented individuals, those who have not long stepped into the circle of cultivation but possess extraordinary gifts and can soon cross into the realm of first order. The advanced class is aimed at the vast majority of professional geniuses, teaching advanced skills, honing combat techniques, artistic conception, and imparting various special techniques. In addition to this, there are classes for special professions, such as the rune class, forging class, magic class, planting class, and so on. These are standard fare for advanced cultivation academies. The differences lie in the miracle buildings they possess, their cultivation dojos, the strength of their teaching staff, their preferred teaching focus, and hence, different curriculums. For example, Lake Haven Academy's water magic is second to none, and its enchantment class also ranks in the top 5 across all of Taizan. But, legendary class? The Mad Battle Group leader read the explanation above, word by word. Courses only designed for 4th Order Peak and 4th Order Limit, aiming to nurture 4th Order strongmen, granting them greater chances to break through into the legendary realm, or helping legendary seeds with already decent chances of breakthrough establish a firmer foundation and faster speed to cross into the legendary realm. To think such a course exists? The breakthrough into legend has always been solely reliant on oneself throughout the ages. In the current era, Taizan has a series of legendary breakthrough techniques, rituals, and locales, but these still play only an assisting role. Whether one can break through still depends on the strongman's own capability. Whether all three crucial factors are present, mental state, physical state, and whether they are tuned to their peak. And among the three factors, especially the creation of domains, is almost entirely up to fate. It can only be said that the stronger one is, the more opportunities they have to create a domain and kindle the light of will. But there is no systematic, comprehensive system on how exactly to create or kindle it. No one dares to claim that they can coach a fourth-order extreme expert to break through successfully. Is this for real? A strongman murmured. If it were any other academy, even renowned ones like Rocksolid Academy or Lakehaven Academy, they would doubt and hardly trust it. But this legendary class is offered by Tianyuan Academy. The Academy of the Lord of Tianyuan City. This city lord has cultivated countless individuals who have reached the legendary realm, a living testimony to his reputation. I believe, Mad Battle Group leader took a deep breath, who the Lord of Tianyuan City is. How could he mock us with such affairs? It's more likely that the Lord of Tianyuan City truly has immense selflessness. Perhaps he really intends to disclose his most secretive cultivation methods through this legendary class. Crossing the heavenly chasm to legend is immensely difficult. Just to grant us a sliver or a segment of chance would be worth any cost. Instead of doubting, we might as well consider whether we can get into this legendary class. The spots must surely be limited. The Mad Battle Group leader looked eager, never before feeling so close to legend. He strode toward the registration point for the legendary class. The rest of the strongmen also came back to their senses and hurriedly followed. Atop a high tower of Tianyuan Academy, Mu Yuan looked down at the bustling scene below, a smile like that of a proud father on his face. Though the core goal has yet to be reached, the academy is gradually getting on track. Tianyuan Academy was founded when he acquired the Arcane Library, an epic building. With the Arcane Library present, he was able to more easily cultivate strong practitioners who were proficient in the ways of magic, but to use such a miracle building merely for this purpose still seemed wasteful. After over a month of planning, process approvals, material transport, and the construction of the academy, Tianyuan Academy was officially established. The academy's establishment had garnered substantial support from the Alliance in terms of teaching resources, which naturally necessitated reciprocal contributions. Recruiting students from various places and realms, and cultivating all kinds of talent, that was the duty of every advanced cultivation academy. If they could provide some higher-level employment positions, then all the better. As for the legendary class, that was an initiative by Great Lord Mu Yuan himself. Establishing such a class didn't bring many direct benefits to his Tianyuan city, however. One generation plants the trees, another gets the shade. Tianyuan City was able to develop, and Irene and the others were able to bring back advanced techniques from other academies, all thanks to the Alliance. And now, his Tianyuan City could also be considered a great tree, nurturing young saplings. He did not find it particularly grandiose. It was simply what needed to be done. Legends were the backbone of each battlefield. Now, with the great calamities approaching, if Tai Zan could give birth to batch after batch of legendary strongmen, naturally, dealing with disasters would be much easier and would result in far fewer casualties. Tai Zan didn't have many legendary strongmen, but there were definitely no shortages of those at the fourth order limit. Lords like the old fishing man, who had been stuck at the fourth order limit for decades, were not uncommon. And these experts, in Mu Yuan's view, still possessed a not insignificant chance to make a breakthrough to legend. 3 elements, one of which is the light of will that can be ignited through life and death sharpening or nurtured through special cultivation treasure lands. As for domains, creating a domain is indeed very hard, but as long as one frequently experiences the domain of the legendary realm, exchanges moves with those stuck at the fourth order limit, and ventures to various treasure lands for quiet cultivation and captures the opportunity, awakening a domain is not impossible. He, Mr. Mu, after all, had personally cultivated nearly 200 legends as a great lord. No one understood better than him how to break through to legend. His Tianyuan city also had many elites currently stuck at the fourth order limit. Teaching one group was teaching, and teaching two was still teaching. Mu Yuan even placed no cap on the number of students for the legendary class. Of course, there were some requirements for admission. Those who had merely been pushed to the fourth order limit with resources alone would naturally be turned away. It won't take too long. 3 months, 2 months, or perhaps even less, and the first batch of legendary class students will be able to gradually graduate. Just think, that would be a scene to look forward to. Cultivation academies were different from Langxing's institutions of learning, with no fixed semesters or study durations. Once students passed the assessments for admission, they would begin their learning journey. Wang Ryu was an epic genius who enrolled today. He had just turned 8 this year. Typically, teenagers did not formally begin to cultivate and refine soul sand until after the age of 12. Early cultivation could harm the foundation and was detrimental to later development. But an epic life form was the exception. Upon entering the eternal world, Wang Ryu seemed blessed by the heavens and, 2 months prior, his body radiated divine light with a cycle of Ryu shining upon each other. This was an epic phenomenon. It marked him as an epic life form. Within just 2 months, the young Wang Ryu had already cultivated to the elite level high stage, and this was while he was suppressing his cultivation speed and continuously solidifying his foundation. "My son Ryu has the makings of ascension to godhood," Ryu's mother said proudly. But, she hesitated before adding, previously Kanglin Academy promised that if Ryu studied with them, he would enjoy the highest treatment and would even be personally taught by several of the deans. Our Ryu gave up the treatment from Kanglin Academy to become an ordinary student at Tianyuan Academy. Is this really worth it? In her view, it wasn't worth it. Tianyuan Academy didn't value her little Ryu enough. Wang Ryu's father shook his head. "What do you know? Tianyuan Academy is on a completely different level than other academies. The fact that our Ryu can enter Tianyuan Academy right as it's established for cultivation, this is the greatest opportunity." At the front of Tianyuan Academy, batch after batch of new students who had passed the recruitment selection proudly walked in. Wang Ryu was, after all, just an 8-year-old child, and his parents were granted permission to accompany him inside. Wang Ryu's parents were extraordinary individuals. His mother possessed the third-order warlord level and also worked as a techniques researcher in a major institution. Though his father was not a lord, he was a well-known legendary strongman, whose status surpassed many senior lords, and he held positions in numerous territories. This time, having turned down an invitation from Kanglin Academy and coming directly to Tianyuan City to study, was Father Wang's idea. Seeing that Tianyuan Academy didn't extend any special treatment to their Ryu, Father Wang felt it was normal, which showed that the academy didn't care much about 1 or 2 epic geniuses. The reason they didn't care was simply because they had the capability. At this moment, as recruitment had just begun, there were not many new students, and many instructors and mentors had not yet arrived, making the whole academy seem cold and deserted. However, although there weren't many people, various cultivation facilities had already been built. Father Wang said, "Today, let's take a tour around the campus to see what cultivation facilities are available here, because every major advanced academy's facilities are different." They started by visiting the dormitories. Tianyuan Academy's student dormitories each consisted of a single set with complete furniture, and included arrays that had calming, soothing, restorative, and focusing effects, constantly enveloping the dormitory building. Of course, even though these personal dormitories of over 100 square meters were decent, for those who grew up with a silver spoon like the rich second-generation or second-generation lords, this was just a commoner's accommodation, nothing impressive. Queen Wang, looking at the informational brochure, said, "The academy also has row villas, detached villas, and mountain view villas of different grades. They are not only more spacious and comfortable, but the accompanying cultivation facilities are also very advanced. However, these dormitories can't be rented with money. You can only use credits to exchange for living there. The highest grade Mountain View Tower can't even be purchased with credits. Only students who make it to the academy's proud scholars rankings can qualify to live there." They discovered that Tianyuan Academy was quite different from many other advanced cultivation academies. Very different. Here, studying was more free form. There were no fixed class schedules or mandated educational tasks. Students could freely choose which professor's classes to attend, which area to go to, and which miracle building to use for cultivation. They could even freely exchange various cultivation treasures. The prerequisite was credits, credits, and more credits. In Tianyuan Academy, credits are everything. If you want the freedom to use various cultivation treasure lands, credits are absolutely essential. And as for the cultivation treasure lands here, Father Wong and his group immediately went to the cultivation area. The cultivation area was the largest part of Tianyuan Academy, consisting of the Eastern Region, Western Region, High Mountain Region, and High Tower Region. The three quickly arrived at the nearest East cultivation area. This is the gravity room in the Miracle Building. Father Wong saw a row of buildings lined up. Rooms like this gravity room can be freely used by all students without spending any credits. And there were many gravity rooms here, they need not worry about a shortage. From this alone, one could see that Tianyuan Academy's faculty was not ordinary, and the support for Tianyuan Academy from above was also maxed out. Soon, he spotted an even more massive, majestic hemispherical building. This is the advanced gravity room. Let me see, using this room doesn't cost many credits. Besides, our Ryu doesn't need to use the advanced gravity room yet. As they continued deeper into the East cultivation area, the three saw more and more cultivation-related miracle buildings. Cultivation Quiet Room, Breakthrough Dojo, Academy, Combat Arena. All the rare-level miracle buildings here could be used freely by students. It was worth noting that even big cities and main cities might not have such a complete array of cultivation buildings, let alone ones that were free and didn't require queuing. Using superior-level miracle buildings cost just a point or two of credits, not expensive, and the types of superior-level buildings here were also comprehensive. This is the Ice Heart Lotus platform, great for enhancing one's mental power through meditation skills. This is the Blood Origin Refining Pool. It's quite painful to use but can quickly enhance one's physique, and completely without damaging the foundation. This building is quite rare. This place is the Yongxin Academy, where you can study skills and also has wonderful uses for cultivating one's character. This miracle building is called the Refining Heart Pavilion. As the name suggests, it can refine one's mental power. Warrior Arena, an excellent place for combat and sparring. Father Wong, after all, was a legendary presence, having visited many official cities and main cities, and having toured through some great lords' territories. He had personally experienced many advanced cultivation buildings, and could naturally recognize these at a glance. Such is the presence of a legendary, however, even as a legendary strongman like him experienced a slight surprise. The variety of cultivation buildings here was too complete. Even in the high mountain cultivation area of the campus, there existed epic-level cultivation buildings, and students also had opportunities to use these facilities. Indeed, it's no surprise this academy, earnestly built by the Lord of Tianyuan City, is so impressive. They continued deeper. The eastern region was vast, and Father Wong had thought that if he went further inside, he would see similar cultivation buildings to those before, but as he walked, he suddenly noticed that the surroundings had started to change. The leaves on both sides of the road were so green that they were translucent, swaying incessantly as if bathing in the breeze. The air here was also exceptionally fresh, and the space between heaven and earth was permeated with. It's the wind. Wind element was converging in that direction. Father Wong became interested, and they followed the signs along the path, which became increasingly secluded and tranquil. At the end of the road, a deep and quiet valley suddenly appeared before their eyes. A pale green enchantment covered the valley, and at the front of the enchantment, complex patterns were engraved, outlining the shape of a large door. This was the cultivation treasure land, Wind Valley. The young prodigy, Wang Ryu, blinked his eyes, feeling very comfortable in this place, but he didn't understand what a treasure land was. However, Father and Mother Wang did understand. It was a chance occurrence, a region where the essence of heaven and earth converged, full of all sorts of mysteries. But such a treasure land was exceedingly rare and hard to find. The Wind Valley before them was a place where a large amount of the wind element from heaven and earth gathered. Ordinary professionals could cultivate wind skills here with twice the results for half the effort, and sometimes they might even awaken new wind skills. Fourth order peak strongmen here had some chance of creating a domain related to the wind. Those who studied the wind element, whose domains were imbued with the power of wind from the legendary realm, could also contemplate heaven and earth here. At that time, their cultivation speed would be many times, perhaps even tens of times faster than in the outside world, making breakthroughs through the barriers much easier. This was equivalent to a place for enlightenment. From common cultivators to legendary strongmen, all could benefit from this cultivation treasure land. Such cultivation treasure lands can be used by students in exchange for some credits. Students who rank high, as well as instructors, even have a certain amount of free usage allowance. Father Wong looked on with envy. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't skilled in the power of the wind element, he would have considered quitting some of his work and applying for an instructor's position at Tianyuan Academy. But on the map, there seemed to be many places like this little valley, right? Wang Ryu expressed his confusion. 2 hours later, Father Wong and his party had almost fully explored the east cultivation area. They saw waterfalls hundreds of meters high cascaded down, churning up roaring torrents. This treasure land is called the Heavenly Dome Waterfall, which can temper the physique and polish the will. Towering rock walls were like the outer shell of a huge furnace, with the core scorching hot, resembling dozens of fire dragons intertwined, the fiery core encapsulated and confined within. This treasure land, referred to as the Flame Furnace, is a fire element cultivation treasure land. If one is confident in their physique, they can even enter the furnace to temper their true body with flames. The ancient tree was robust, its branches luxuriant and verdant, with delicate flowers blooming at a visible pace along the stretched branches, followed by a cascade of petals falling, withering, a cycle that repeated itself. This treasure land is known as the ancient tree of withering and flourishing, truly mysterious. The divine rhyme and mystery of nature, vitality, decline, life, death. All can be comprehended from it, it's just too mysterious. Father Wong muttered. For him, this treasure land was a bit too profound. It was not that the land wasn't strong, on the contrary, it was a cultivation treasure land that countless strongmen dreamed of. The more legendary one was, the more they desired such a mysterious place. Compared to them, he was not strong enough, even feeling he was not qualified to step into such a land. And this ancient tree of withering and flourishing treasure land was so openly made available by Tianyuan Academy for anyone to use. Even so, among the many cultivation treasure lands of the Academy, it seemed, it could only be considered above average, far from being the most precious cultivation site. Where does Tianyuan City get so many treasure lands from? The benefits and treatment of Tianyuan Academy are just too strong. What if I quit my job and try applying for a position at Tianyuan Academy? Wait, can I even pass the application assessment? Father Wong fell into deep thought. Just like Father Wong, the first batch of new students who had entered the academy were all stunned by the school's luxury. This place was truly a cultivation sanctuary. To fully enjoy this sanctuary, the students had only one thing to do: earn credits, earn credits. We students of the legendary class start with an initial credit limit of 100 points, which is not a small amount, but it's certainly not enough if we want to freely use the various cultivation treasure lands, said the Mad Battle Group leader. There are several ways to earn credits. The first is to complete the required and elective courses and pass the assessments to obtain fixed credits. The second, completing in-school tasks, can also earn credits, which is our area of expertise, though I have noticed that in-school tasks are not numerous. The third, joining various research groups, you can earn certain credits based on contribution. The fourth, achieving excellent results in cultivation treasure lands like the Heavenly Ascension Ladder and Heart Demon Illusion Road, can also earn you credits. The fifth, one doesn't realize until they look, but there are so many ways to accumulate credits. Within this school, credits were the only currency, but conversely, once they were enrolled, they no longer needed to pay any price to enjoy all the benefits within the school. And the benefits were incredibly generous. How much did we pay for our tuition upon entry? Before, I thought the legendary class's tuition was reasonably expensive, but now, I feel like our tuition is too cheap. This is a gift from the Lord of Tianyuan City to us. Whether we can break through to the legendary realm or not, we must not forget the city lord's kindness. Of course, with these excellent cultivation treasure lands, we must put forth our utmost effort. No, we must achieve a breakthrough into the legendary realm to live up to the city lord's cultivation. Before the establishment of Tianyuan Academy, there wasn't much buzz about it. After all, during this period, people were focused on where disasters were happening, or the major calamities in various battle zones, or the ascension of famous strongmen to saints. Ascenders were the focus of the world, and in comparison, the establishment of an academy in Taizan was a minor event not worth mentioning. The two weren't even on the same level, however, even though the establishment of Tianyuan Academy was a minor matter, the news spread quickly like a hurricane. There were two reasons for this. First, the Lord of Tianyuan City was already a highly watched figure. Secondly, Tianyuan Academy was simply too luxurious. The number of cultivation treasure lands and the welfare benefits, to say the least, were unmatched in all of Taizan, and there were few in the entire eternal world that could compare. After all, other strong, wealthy lords proficient in nurturing and teaching could not find anyone as generous as the Lord of Tianyuan City. Tianyuan Academy's recruitment was only open to people of Taizan, but the recruitment of instructors and mentors was open to the whole world. And it was well known that most of the time, instructors could enjoy benefits far exceeding those of students. Naturally, many strong figures from all over Taizan and even beyond were attracted to apply for positions in Tianyuan City. The greater their expectations before arriving, the greater their disappointment upon failure. This assessment is just too hard. 4 rounds of assessments, never mind all 4. There aren't even a few people who can make it through the first round. Now I understand why the instructors' benefits are so high in Tianyuan City. After all, there are only a few who can get the job. Compared to the exaggeratedly high benefits, they indeed were not qualified. But they still felt that Tianyuan City didn't actually plan to recruit external instructors from the start, and the recruitment was just a front. Only a few who passed the assessments got hired for the most basic instructor positions. What about the higher level ones? They were just for show. Outside the academy, in contrast to the student recruitment area, which was getting busier and busy forming long lines, the instructor assessment site was becoming increasingly deserted. Even the onlookers were dwindling. After all, with no battles and no incidents, what was there to watch? Disperse, disperse, I doubt anyone else will come to apply for an instructor position, someone said. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A figure strode through the air and descended upon the site. Tianyuan Academy offered various classes and recruited students from all over Taizan, planning to cultivate legendary figures one by one. This was a contribution to Taizan. Externally, they openly recruited instructors and various specialized mentors, and this was more for Mu Yuan's own purposes. It wasn't that Tianyuan Academy lacked teaching mentors. They might not lack instructors, but when it came to high-level talents in specialized technical fields, there weren't many in Tianyuan City. People like Master Chef and Master Li, these top talents, each had their own heavy responsibilities. At most they could take on some part-time teaching duties at the academy, but their main focus wouldn't shift here. However, when Tianyuan Academy was established, it had received support from the Alliance, which included a group of core teaching forces. Of course, the salaries of the mentor team had to be paid by the academy itself. This was still rare support. High-level talents have always been scarce, needed everywhere. Without the support of the Alliance, it would have been impossible for the major city lords to establish a fully fledged advanced cultivation academy. Mu Yuan chose to recruit the rarer talents in certain specialized fields for himself. In addition, Tianyuan City had also cooperated with top territories such as Han Yu City, Luxi City, Qingxin City, and so on, inviting some of their high-level talents to serve at Tianyuan Academy for a period. Even towards those well-known but not particularly important master figures within the Taizan Alliance, Lord Shepherd had personally sent out invitations. He didn't need instructors, and he didn't greatly need or had already secured cooperation with high-level technical mentors. From the very beginning, he didn't expect to recruit any high-level talents from within the Taishuan realm. The strong and masters within the Taishuan realm, after all, each had their own affiliations, Either they were the rulers of their own territories and wouldn't likely come to serve at Tianyuan Academy, or they would at most occasionally take part-time jobs, giving a few public lectures. But the world outside of Taizan is vast, very vast. Mu Yuan murmured. Outside of Taizan, there were established native powers such as the Holy Griffin Empire, Star Luo Holy Palace, and the Federation of All Nations. There were also the emerging 6 great nations like the Yongxing Empire and the Shen Mu dynasty. Mu Yuan's target wasn't the strong from these great nation-level forces or even from the great powers or medium forces. Instead, it was the wild, solitary, unaffiliated strongmen. When I was still a greenhand, the forums would occasionally explode with rumors that some lord had recruited a powerful wild hero, who from then on soared to the skies, overtook competitors at the turn, reaching the pinnacle of life. Such recruitable wild heroes, in terms of number in the wild, were neither many nor few. However, for legendary lords at that station, thinking of recruiting a wild hero to overtake at the turn had become an extremely difficult affair. Not for any particular reason, but wild strongmen who could cultivate to the legendary realm on their own strength had all experienced countless trials and tribulations. Moreover, they already possessed the ability to freely survive in the wild and didn't need to seek the shelter of a territory. Naturally, it is incredibly hard to recruit such strongmen to pledge loyalty to oneself. Just like with Xie Yi. Xie Yi had wandered the eternal world for many years, forming his own small team. After he settled temporarily at Ironstone Mountain, numerous powerful lords came upon hearing the news, each offering a generous price. Xie Yi remained indifferent. Was it that the prices offered by these lords weren't high enough? Perhaps that was a minor factor, but a bigger reason was that such legendary strongmen had long grown accustomed to freely roaming the wilderness, or due to certain experiences in life, had long since become disenchanted with settling in any territory. They were nearly impossible to pledge loyalty to any lord. Originally, Mu Yuan had made no special effort to recruit Xie Yi. Back then, it was already difficult enough to recruit Xie Yi, who was merely at the early stages of the legendary realm. And now, Lord Shepard's target was at least those at the Divine Soul realm, and top talents with certain specializations. Of course, such strongmen wouldn't pledge loyalty to any lord. But if it was about temporarily taking up an instructor or mentor position at a cultivation academy, that's a different story. The former is about loyalty and following. It means aligning with a faction, choosing a future, and being ready to go through fire and water for it. The latter, however, was merely a simple contract, an employment relationship. Top wild strongmen wouldn't pledge loyalty to any lord, but they might work for a lord for a year or half, in exchange for some cultivation resources. This was Lord Shepard's target. With these strongmen available, should the need arise, he would have one great super trump card that could be fully utilized. This would be his trump card against the Red Moon Calamity, the general assault on Dragonsleep Valley. Between the major old countries and the 7 new countries in the Eternal World, were there such unaffiliated, wild strongmen? Of course there were. These strongmen would sometimes be active in certain countries, regions, or they might live incognito in some city of a nation, only revealing themselves and their identity when disaster struck and they were forced to act. Looking across the entire Eternal World, such strongmen were not few in number. However, whether they could be attracted by Tianyuan Academy, or how long it would take to attract them, Mu Yuan was not certain. In terms of visibility, Tianyuan Academy was not prominent worldwide. It was theoretically very difficult, almost impossible, or would require a long time to attract the world's strongmen with just a small academy. His reliance was on. Mu Yuan looked up at the sky. Above Tianyuan City, there were 2 strands of national fortune visible only to him, like 2 golden divine dragons soaring, protecting the tens of thousands of citizens of Tianyuan City. Several days ago, on the outskirts of the territories of the Taizan Alliance, inside an ordinary neutral major city. Here, the population was dense, scattered with numerous refugees in tattered clothes. This was the lower city area. The abundance of refugees was also because of the destruction of nearby towns and cities, where survivors slowly gathered here. Among the refugees, a slender figure moved about. He wore a simple gray robe and pulled up the hood, blending inconspicuously among the poorly dressed refugees. Yet, if an observant person were to focus, they could notice that, even with the crowded streets, pedestrians would involuntarily part ways around the man in the gray robe, always leaving a distance of at least 1 to 2 meters for him to pass. This peculiar sight did not attract anyone's attention, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Has the environment in ancient mountain city really gotten this bad? Even the lower city wasn't like this 10 years ago, was it? Is another great catastrophe about to happen? It's troublesome. I was just facing difficulties in my cultivation and hoping to find an opportunity by doing some odd jobs for a power. The man in the gray robe furrowed his brows. Taking up odd jobs in exchange for a place to cultivate and opportunities might sound presumptuous, but he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. In fact, over the past few decades, he had engaged multiple times in exchanging services for cultivation treasures. Many forces were eager for him to stay, offering massive rewards, but he did not wish to become too deeply involved with any specific power. Thus, he would often only stay for half a year to a year before leaving again unattached. Finding a suitable place for such odd jobs used to be simple. Originally, but now, it seemed not the right time. The man in the gray robe thought to himself. He unleashed his divine thought, and the winds of heaven and earth around him gently wafted, serving as his eyes and ears, constantly gathering various bits of information from the streets, pubs, and teahouses to make up for his 10 years of seclusion. Jupo City is inviting like-minded individuals to build defenses? Forget it? Tulip Alliance sincerely invites strong individuals to join. This one requires at least a 10-year-long contract. Tianyuan Academy is hiring instructors with generous benefits. What power is this Tianyuan Academy? He had naturally heard of Jupo City and the Tulip Alliance before, both well-known major powers beyond the Great Countries. Especially the Tulip Alliance, which boasted several beings from the Law Realm, a top-tier force under the Great Countries. Tianyuan Academy? That was unheard of. Originally inclined to disregard it, the man in the gray robe oddly felt compelled to inquire further about this academy since it didn't require much effort. After a while, Tianyuan Academy is a top-tier cultivation academy founded independently by Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City ranks among the Tai-Zan Alliance's 13 phantom gods, super powerful and top-tier. It is rumored to have 4 Law Realm beings presiding over this first-class territorial power. The Lord of Tianyuan City is hailed as one who excels in cultivating his subordinates, uncovering outstanding talents, and creating miracles. Also, Tianyuan Academy possesses cultivation benefits that are considered top-tier across the eternal world. The man in the gray robe had certainly heard of the Tai-Zan Alliance. One of the newly emerging 7 great countries, however, Tianyuan City had apparently risen to power only in the past decade. Could Tianyuan Academy truly offer the best cultivation conditions in the eternal world? He felt that was somewhat unrealistic. Yet, considering his current location, not far from the Tai-Zan Alliance. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to take a look. After all, it was just a visit. The man in the gray robe transformed into a wisp of light breeze and disappeared within seconds in this ancient and vast city. Outside Tianyuan Academy, the enrollment point was still bustling, with recruitment in full swing. The instructor's assessment point was quiet, yet not completely devoid of attention. Spies from various places and powers, journalists from different media outlets, were all constantly watching. After all, no matter how bustling the recruitment point, it would only produce 1 or 2, at most 3, epic geniuses. This was not big news. Epic geniuses were merely legendary seeds. But on the side where the instructor interviews were held, once someone passed the assessment, they almost became a legendary figure. That was newsworthy. If a big shot managed to pass through the 4 rigorous trials set up by Tianyuan Academy, that would make headlines, major headlines. Over the days, reporters had already figured out the rules of the instructor interviews. There were 4 trials in total. Those who passed the first 2 trials could join Tianyuan Academy but could only serve as basic instructors, mentors. Moving forward, those who could break through the 3rd and 4th trials would see significantly different benefits and treatments. However, as of now, the few who had received offers had only managed to pass the second trial. None had passed the third or fourth trial. Even the big shots mentioned earlier had not yet figured out the method for the third trial before they were eliminated. Let's be honest, the openly offered benefits by Tianyuan Academy are indeed tempting, but the difficulty of these assessments is outrageously high. I heard that the real big shots Tianyuan Academy wants to recruit have already been privately invited. This public recruitment might just be a formality. But if it's just a formality, Tianyuan City wouldn't need to invest such large manpower and resources in these 4 trials. Just the cost of the Dragon Gate ranking experts stationed at the first trial alone is a considerable expense. It was true. The appearance fee for Dragon Gate ranking experts was not low. Even if it were the Lord's own people, discounting the appearance fee again and again, the total would still be substantial. Besides, the venue was also shrouded in mystery, clearly a significant investment. At that moment, an old reporter, rubbing his balding pate and adjusting his silver-reflecting glasses, said with wise eyes, "Clearly, Tianyuan Academy intends to recruit those top figures from outside our Taizan. Those without affiliations to any great power. Lord of Tianyuan City is indeed ambitious. No wonder he reached the peak at such a young age." But the old reporter was not optimistic. No matter how attractive the benefits offered by Tianyuan Academy were, after all, it was just a cultivation academy. Notice, even most of the legends within the Taishuan realm hadn't come to apply. Although part of the reason might be, these legends were afraid they couldn't pass the trials. These first 2 trials were not guaranteed passes for legends. On the contrary, they particularly tested the challengers' techniques and skills. Considering that legends were well-established figures, failing even the basic assessments would be quite embarrassing. At that moment, a figure in a gray robe descended from the sky. A legend of the legendary realm, a legendary figure. Another legendary figure has appeared? To be fair, the public recruitment by Tianyuan Academy hasn't even reached 10 days, yet several legendary figures have already arrived. In truth, many big shots have come. Indeed, other top academies' legendary instructors were personally invited by offering them a large sum. Looking at it this way, Tianyuan City is really impressive. But who is this legendary realm figure? The person in the gray robe had already removed his hood, revealing an ordinary face but with distinctive silver gray hair. Silver gray hair, somewhat recognizable, yet the reporters could not identify him. They were top-tier reporters, and they had firmly memorized every known legend in Taizan. Let's see if this legend can pass the first 2 trials. The person in the gray robe glanced around and quickly stepped onto the platform to start his evaluation. 3 seconds later, he passed the first trial. 10 seconds later, he passed the second trial. He then continued like a force unstoppable, breezing through the third trial. The assessment venue set up by Tianyuan Academy is very interesting, quite exquisite. Tianyuan Academy has talented people, absolutely a magic master. At the same time, the watching reporters were somewhat stunned. Was there a problem with Tianyuan Academy's assessment formation? No, not at all. The old reporter suddenly recalled something. I know, this gray-robed person is none other than the world-class strongman, a solitary strongman, Grey Wind, known decades ago. Is a world-class strongman really traveling thousands of miles to Tianyuan Academy? Outside the arena, accompanied by the words of an old reporter, others also finally recognized this world-class strongman. It wasn't the journalists' fault for their lack of professionalism. After all, Grey Wind was a world-class strongman active decades ago, and he hadn't used any signature skills in the previous challenges, making him hard to identify. But once his presence was confirmed, the corresponding information immediately surfaced in the reporters' minds. Grey Wind rose to fame 46 years ago when the big guy was invited to help a medium-sized country resist a great calamity and single-handedly defeated a Duke-level strongman in the Tide, earning his title. 36 years ago, Grey Wind was invited by the Mishan Academy of the Chi-Cheng Federation to serve as a professor at this top-tier institution. His profound mastery of wind magic won the admiration of Mishan Academy. 12 years ago, Lord Grey Wind made significant advancements in his skills. during the Red Moon disaster, he fought against two and utterly annihilated two Flesh Dukes, further increasing his fame, receiving countless overtures from lords, forces, and countries, all of which he refused. Unexpectedly, such a renowned top-notch strongman globally had come to Tianyuan Academy. No wonder he had breezed through the previous assessment stages. Being among the elite world-class strongmen, Grey Wind certainly had the credentials, too qualified to be a top professor at the academy. In fact, they felt that with his reputation and status, he didn't need to go through these assessment stages himself but could simply discuss a collaboration with Tianyuan Academy. However, Grey Wind never liked those indirect discussions. Otherwise, he wouldn't often seclude himself alone in the mountains and forests. Compared to negotiating, proceeding according to the rules was more to his liking. Moreover, he had not yet decided to take up a position at Tianyuan Academy. This was a two-way choice. The academy could use various means to filter and select interviewees, while he could judge whether the academy met his standards in his own way. Passing the assessment stages was one of them. Whether the arrangement of the stage was rational and exquisite could reflect the academy's level to some extent. And Tianyuan Academy's stages. The first stage's defenders are all legendary seeds, and there seemed to be quite a few. Even though he won easily. But who is Grey Wind? He's someone who has lived over 100 years. Naturally, defeating these youngsters with the same force was a piece of cake. But if it had been during his time at the Fourth Order limit, he would have only been slightly stronger than these defenders. He admired these youngsters. Compared to the defenders, the ingenious arrangement of the stage was even more astonishing to him. How on earth did they manage to lock down the body like shackles? He was utterly perplexed. Of course, he couldn't figure it out. This was developed by Isloa after referencing the physical shackles ability and even extracting several vials of Uda's blood to research this special formation. To put it highly, this even contained a hint of legendary mystery. Of course, the setup at this assessment location was just a basic formation. The power of the shackles was not that strong. Strong individuals could actually break free by sheer force, but doing so would mean failing the assessment. The second and third stages each had their own mysteries. Now, guided by the staff, Grey Wind arrived at the fourth stage, the final assessment. Space folding technology? His gaze slightly hardened. The area in front of him was large, roughly equivalent to a soccer field. But with his keen vision, the actual interior space was at least 1,000, 10,000 times larger than the exterior. Space folding technology was not rare, but folding it 1,000, 10,000 times and solidifying it steadily in this place was astonishing. He suddenly had an illusion. Surely he couldn't fail this beginner's assessment? Impossible. Grey Wind stepped inside. The next moment, a ding notification sounded in his ear. Prompt. The assessment for this stage is Academic Sea Trial. In this stage, you can anchor a certain academic field. During this time, you will face an academic onslaught and real-world maneuvers in that field. Prompt. If you withstand for 100 seconds, you will be considered to have passed. Prompt. You have 30 seconds to prepare. Just as the notification ended, a beam of white light fell. Prompt. You have received the protection seal. Regardless of how severe your injuries are in this stage, you will not die, and at the end of the challenge, you can recover to peak condition. Note. The use of epic treasure is prohibited. A series of notifications slightly stupefied Grey Wind. He was certainly a hero. Having lived for over 100 years, casually performing heroic deeds and saving cities and countries easily met the invisible requirements of the hero trial. However, he was certain that this was not some miracle building, but a man-made venue. Of course, these were not real heavenly prompt sounds. However, many legendary great forces involve profound authority, in a way no different from rules, albeit with limited scope, applying only to local rules. The mentioned protection seal originated from Lapis's power. But it wasn't her personally casting it. Rather, Isloa had borrowed a strand of her protection power seed and integrated it into this venue. This assessment site was also integrated with a variety of legendary powers, and could nearly be said to be one of Tianyuan City's scientific research achievements. After all, Epic-level miracle buildings are especially rare. Given that, why not build a similar building yourself, the kind you desire? Of course, not just any site can be constructed, but for those related to combat and trials, he believed it was possible. Miu Yuan was also curious about what the scene would look like when outsiders took the challenge. He cast his gaze. At the fourth trial site, a hazy light shrouded everything, preventing outsiders from seeing clearly within. One by one, observers simply began to silently keep time, while inside, the 30-second preparation time had already ended. Suddenly, waves of vast information rushed into Grey Wind's mind like a tidal wave. Actual questions, insights, spell mastery. These were all various types of questions that Miu Yuan had selected from the Taizan data archive. In this phase of the assessment, the faster and more questions the challenger unraveled, the weaker the external impacts they had to suffer. Conversely, they had to face the fierce assaults of Thunderbolt's destructive force. Tianyuan Academy indeed wanted to recruit knowledgeable strongmen, particularly those with profound spell mastery. Grey Wind was just that. With multitasking, he quickly unraveled one spell model after another, while with a big sweep of his hand, a grey wind swirled around him, forming a thick barrier. But the next moment, buzz! One after another sophisticated magic array diagrams emerged from the surrounding cosmos, converging like heavenly weapons to gather vast elements of heaven and earth and starlight. Are these magic array diagrams? These direct, reality-based attacks still tested the challenger's academic level. Which was the main offensive front? Which magic array diagrams could form a combo move? All these could be deduced by observation. The prerequisite was, one's knowledge reserve had to be sufficient. Azure Winds surged forward. Such a technique. In the first 10 seconds, Grey Wind was mostly astonished at the miraculous methods of Tianyuan Academy. By the 20th second, his expression had grown solemn. By the 40th second, the pressure on him doubled. By the 60th second, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his simple grey robe was slashed to ribbons. Me, Grey Wind, a renowned world-class strongman, could it be that I won't pass the recruitment trial of this academy? 130 seconds after Grey Wind set foot in the trial arena. By now, many onlookers had gathered, with numerous strongmen from nearby having heard that a top-level boss was taking the challenge, all rushing over after the news. They silently kept time. While keeping time, reporters also began to rush their drafts. Today's headline would undoubtedly be, World-class strongman breezes through 4 trials, secures top professor position at Tianyuan Academy. Some swift and prepared experienced reporters had even written out their articles already. At that moment, the light and shadow of the distant assessment site changed. The hazy light covering it disbanded, and a figure with grey hair was transported out. Grey Wind, the big shot, has come out. But it's the boss. He's easily passed the 4th trial, which many legendary strongmen could not even touch. Wait, did I just see the boss disheveled and soaked in blood, looking very haggard? It was just a flash of white light and then back to normal. Was it just my imagination? Nonsense, that's definitely an illusion. People were talking, and the hands that Grey Wind hid in his sleeves were still trembling. Having passed the 4th trial, he had long been thoroughly convinced by Tianyuan Academy. To be precise, it wasn't that he had passed the 4 trials, but that these 4 trials had conquered him. Nevertheless, as an established strongman, Grey Wind still had some pride. He said, I want to confirm the benefits and have a tour of your academy's cultivation sites, if I may. Of course. The one speaking was Irene. She was the vice principal of Tianyuan Academy, as well as its actual manager. Grey Wind could tell that Vice Principal Irene was merely at the legendary Earth realm, but he dared not underestimate her and quickly followed the Vice Principal into the campus. One after another, miracle buildings and strange precious lands came into view. Grey Wind swallowed hard. He considered himself to be very talented, but why had he been stuck at the world level for decades? It was mainly due to a lack of cultivation resources. He was, after all, a lone wolf. This time, his seclusion had led to a breakthrough, but he was lacking a precious land and opportunity. Otherwise, he might have been able to seize that thread of chance to enter the principal realm. For this reason, he thought of working temporarily. He was very eager for that thread of opportunity, that feeling of almost but not quite grasping it. Those who understood, understood. And this Tianyuan Academy. There are a total of 8 wind element precious lands, second only to the number of shadow system precious lands. It even seems that, as long as you make contributions to the Academy, there's also a chance to obtain higher tier wind element opportunities. Grey Wind was envious. He was too envious. When he had been a professor at Mishan Academy, he never had such good treatment, because the cultivation environment at Mishan Academy was far inferior to that of Tianyuan Academy. Wait a minute, Tianyuan Academy was different from Mishan Academy. Mishan Academy mainly focused on spell research, with the biggest projects being the deductions for the path to ascension. And Tianyuan Academy? It seems that the original intention for establishing this school in Tianyuan City was simply to educate students. Most of what they were training were first-order and second-order Super Greenhand students. Is the cultivation environment for students now so privileged? Is it that I can't keep up with the times, or is Tianyuan Academy just outrageously exceptional? Grey Wind was already beginning to doubt his life. After touring the academy, Irene asked, "Would you be interested in joining our Tianyuan Academy? The term is 2 years." Grey Wind initially wanted to play coy, but then he suddenly sobered up. The welfare and treatment at Tianyuan Academy, its strength level, its evaluation system. It was evident that even for a world-class strongman like him, they only had a moderate interest. Tianyuan Academy didn't consider him irreplaceable. If he were to hesitate and miss out on this hard-won job opportunity, he would have to shut himself away in shame. "I'm so eager to progress, to contribute to the academy." Irene was not surprised. A moment later, in the academy, inside a meeting room marked with a judgment sign, a person brought the contract and handed it to Grey Wind. Grey Wind scrutinized it carefully. The benefits, treatment, just as the vice principal had said. His job wasn't difficult either, it was merely teaching students and conducting techniques research, which he was very familiar with. At most, there were a few compulsory magic array diagram projects. Well, but there was one more thing. In the event of a major enemy assault on the academy, instructors and staff had the duty to assist in countering the enemy. He was just here to work, not to die for the academy or to fight to the death on behalf of the Lord here, but, as part of the academy, it was only right to take action when enemies attacked. Moreover, the contract only required assistance in countering. He, Grey Wind, had that bit of integrity. Even if a catastrophe should truly occur, he would do his best to assist before the survival of the strongman here. Yes, just not leading the charge. Soon, Grey Wind signed his name and dropped a dot of blood to seal the contract. Right there, buzz. In front of him, a hammer seemed to emerge and then quickly fade away. The contract was sealed, and those who breached it would suffer the punishment of judgment. The judgment contract of Lapis. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. The contractual documents available on the market had limited binding power, especially for legendary strongmen, let alone world-class ones. Unless he could get an epic-level contract document. But even if epic-level, in his view, it still did not compare to the real judgment power shaped by Lapis using the judgment staff's legendary power. Legendary power was indeed such a convenient thing. As the division generals became progressively proficient and developed it, it was indeed the case. The ancient mage tower need not be revealed. We just need Grey Wind to get involved in a few key spell projects. Then, if need arises, Grey Wind would be skilled enough to take up the role, and just a few more strongmen like him, or even those a cut or two below, would be enough to activate the ancient mage tower. World-class strongman joins Tianyuan Academy, creating a legendary tale. Shocking, in order to join Tianyuan Academy, a world-class strongman did this. Just how high are the benefits for the professors at Tianyuan Academy to attract world-class strongmen from different realms? Our Tai Zan is also getting better, as the competitiveness of the academy rivals that of the Qi Cheng Federation. Official newspapers, tabloids, and various headlines all carried the same message. In fact, during this period, newspapers within the Taishuan realm frequently featured reports about Tianyuan Academy. Tianyuan Academy truly held high standards and had already become the top cultivation academy in all of Taizan. It was also the first to create the special, legendary class. However, today's reports about Tianyuan Academy carried even more weight. World-class strongman. Let's be honest, if any of our domestic world-class strongmen joins Tianyuan Academy, it wouldn't be strange. Indeed, there were internal invitations. But this is a lone world-class strongman from outside, who at the news of Tianyuan Academy's reputation crossed mountains and domains to apply for a position. What does this tell us? It tells us that Tianyuan Academy is awesome. Our Greater Taizan is awesome. Although the professional speaking couldn't pass the entrance exam to study at Tianyuan Academy, this didn't prevent him from sharing in the glory. He was a Taishuan person. This was their Taizan's academy, and that was enough. Could neighboring Shenyao boast such a remarkable academy? No. Even overseas, major newspapers published articles about Tianyuan Academy. But there were also skeptics. Fake, right? A legendary strongman living in Jupo City, Ga Jiyu, completely disbelieved it. He sneered, Tianyuan Academy was established not long ago. How could there possibly be a world-class strongman rushing to apply for a job there? Haven't I? A legend myself. Absolutely no desire to go. An academy is still just an academy. How could the lord of Tianyuan City possibly share his treasures and treasure lands with outsiders? Just like in their Jupo City, the most central cultivation sites and lands were only accessible to the city lord, deputy city lords, and their direct lineage. Fortunately, since Ga Jiyu was in good standing with a deputy city lord, he occasionally got to sip some soup. He felt comfortable living in Jupo City and had absolutely no desire to go to Tianyuan Academy, even though they were close to the Taizan Alliance, and he had heard about the establishment of Tianyuan Academy quite early on. Ga Gu's friend, another legendary figure who settled in Jupo City, hesitated slightly, but world-class strongmen like Grey Wind, with their insights and judgment, are unlikely to make a wrong choice. Ga Jiyu stated, "It's simple, the lord of Tianyuan City had invited Grey Wind long ago. They had already settled the terms, and now this is just a show for us to see." It was a publicity stunt, Ga Jiyu was very certain. His friend believed him too. But in just a few days, more news about Tianyuan Academy arrived. Continuously, strongmen from the regions surrounding Taizan approached Tianyuan Academy seeking employment. 3 of them were Divine Soul Realm experts. After all, only the strong could traverse domains to Tianyuan City in a matter of days. Ga Jiyu sensed something was amiss. 2 days later, more significant news arrived. World-class strongman, Juluo Dharma King, joins Tianyuan Academy and stated that the spell atmosphere in the academy was intensely rich, and there were experts with divine mastery of techniques presiding. He openly invited any strongman interested in developing their techniques to seize this opportunity. These were the words Juluo Dharma King shouted openly upon joining, witnessed by many, including spies from various countries and powers. The region of Tianyuan City was already filled with foreigners. And Juluo Dharma King's proclamation solidified Tianyuan Academy's reputation for having a rich magical atmosphere. After all, Juluo Dharma King was a magic fanatic who had traveled to many places to debate techniques with various magic system experts, even rendering a law realm expert speechless. Juluo Dharma King's profound expertise in techniques and his straightforward nature were well known across nations. Such praise from such a person bore significant weight. Meanwhile, as more instructors and students officially entered Tianyuan Academy, the inside views and cultivation environment of the academy also gradually spread. Hundreds of miracle buildings, dozens of opportunity-rich lands, and possessing epic buildings like the Arcane Library and Advanced Mage Tower, hosting the world's top-tier research environment in techniques. These facilities were accessible to students of Tianyuan Academy. Instructors and tutors at the academy could use most of the cultivation lands for free, owning significant portions of free time. What incredible benefits! Even Ga Jiyu, the legendary of Jupo City, was tempted. The promotions of Tianyuan Academy turned out to be true, not only without any exaggeration but actually understated. So, should I go? Definitely must go. Gagu's eyes shone with ambition, but by the time he set off for Tianyuan City, dreadful news arrived. Tianyuan Academy had stopped recruiting ordinary level instructors and tutors. Even for advanced and special levels, only a few positions remained. He was too late. It seemed he had missed a great opportunity in his life, an opportunity to leap across classes. I'm so dumb, seriously. As Tianyuan Academy gradually stopped recruiting strongmen, the turbulence slowly settled. But still, countless eyes from the outside watched. Someone said, I admire the achievements of the Lord of Tianyuan City, but is it worth it for the city lord to spend so much to recruit strongmen, build treasure lands and cultivation fields to create an academy? After all, the students that Tianyuan Academy educates are just professionals. If these treasure lands could be provided to us legends, our combat power would be able to advance further. We could play a much bigger role in the upcoming Red Moon disaster and save more of our kin. Some of Tianyuan Academy's resources were even supported by our alliance in the past. Some legends whispered behind the scenes. Such voices existed only among a minority but would occasionally come up. Sophia was pretty annoyed. Boss, just give me 3 days and I'll dig out all these guys. In fact, I've already found a few. Kaiji, a legend from Iron Mountain City, failed our assessment a few days ago, couldn't even get through the first challenge. A great loss of face. Fei Go, who often boasts of being a master of magic, but by the time he finally deigned to apply here, we were no longer hiring. Actually, Fei Go's mastery of magic is also limited. Sophia pinned photo after photo on the wall, just short of crossing them out. Mu Yuan asked, so we'll find them. Then what? Sophia hesitated. Mu Yuan tapped her head, we're civilized people. We don't have to resort to violence, after all, a civilized society isn't just about fighting. The welfare benefits at Tianyuan Academy were too generous, which inevitably made some people jealous. But that's all it was, jealousy. Occasionally when a jealous legend chewed his tongue behind the scenes, Mu Yuan couldn't control it and didn't care either. And if some legend spread false rumors in secret? Well, such legends obviously hadn't been through enough battles. No need for him to bother. In fact, it wasn't long before Mu Yuan heard that a certain legend had been caught. With a great battle imminent, these captured legends would naturally serve as offenders, stationed in the most dangerous areas of the battle zone for defense. The outside world was tumultuous. Tianyuan Academy had been in the spotlight for a while, and other territories and powers also frequently released sensational news. However, inside Tianyuan Academy, it was unusually calm. Students, unaware of outside events, put all their energy into cultivation. Especially the students of the legendary class. They didn't know about the outside tumult, and didn't realize that some legends didn't think highly of them. But they knew this was an enormous opportunity to be in this class. To not fully seize it, to not exhaust all their strength, would be to let themselves down and the Lord of Tianyuan City who provided this opportunity. Cultivate. In the vast domain of the legendary realm, dozens of students from the legendary class were like boats rocking in a storm, their bodies trembling. The Mad Battle Group leader was pale but joyful in his heart. This feeling, this was it. In this domain, it was the 10th they had experienced. Yes, not the 10th time, but the 10th domain. The Academy had arranged various different domains for them to experience personally. They could always find one that suited them, in the arena. Clang, the Mad Battle Group leader was sent flying, his blood scattering. He looked at the Lord of Death Remains, immovable like a mountain, and stood up shouting, again. He knew how rare it was to spar with top contenders of the Dragon Gate ranking. In the Sword Evil Treasure Land, the Mad Battle Group leader staggered forward, struggling. Streams of red, evil aura infused into his body. Swaying, he clenched his teeth and endured. He was already a strong man who had lit the light of will. He didn't lack willpower, he wasn't lazy, all he needed was an opportunity. And now, the opportunity was right under his feet. In the Battle Tower. This was the top cultivation location developed by the Academy, reminiscent of the ancient Trial Tower. In front, illusions materialized, transforming into ferocious monsters that charged at him roaring. The Mad Battle Group leader charged fearlessly into them. After a while, he died. He was resurrected somewhere inside the tower. The marks on his body flickered and then slowly dissipated. I've used up my chances in the tower. I need to earn more credits. I feel like I'm about to seize the opportunity. The first batch of several dozen fourth-order extreme experts in the legendary class were originally capable and ruthless individuals. The gap between them and the real powerhouses might just be talent or perhaps just opportunity. Many among them had accumulated ample experience and tried various forms of enlightenment, just a step away from creating their own domains. Mu Yuan provided them with that final step. On the 20th day since the legendary class began. Buzz! A vortex of heaven and earth converged, as the first legendary class student broke through the heavenly chasm and stepping into the legendary realm, henceforth transcended the ordinary. People from the Tianyuan Academy's legendary class have leapfrogged the Dragon Gate? Yes, but this doesn't prove anything. After all, there were already Dragon Gate ranking strongmen in the legendary class, though only in the middle or lower ranks. Suddenly grasping the opportunity to make a breakthrough seems rational, right? On the 22nd day, a second legendary class student breached the heavenly chasm. Just two examples. Legendary breakthroughs depend a lot on fate. Some achieve it overnight, others might linger just on the verge for years. On the 23rd, 24th, and 25th days, more students broke through the legendary chasm, almost as though they had agreed to do so during this period. It's just Some wanted to say it was an anomaly but couldn't finish the sentence. Whether it's because Tianyuan Academy possesses a systematic method for legendary breakthroughs or due to the numerous treasures within the academy providing such opportunities, it's irrelevant. What matters is that joining the legendary class can indeed lead to breakthroughs. Once legendary, a carp transforms into a dragon. Such is the difference between heaven and earth. Tianyuan Academy. So magnificent. How can one enroll in the legendary class? Urgent. Suddenly, all over Taizan, there was a surge of excitement. Regarding this, Mu Yuan said it was expected. Of course, the legendary class cannot ensure a 100% breakthrough within the semester. Actually, he estimated not even 50% would achieve it. After all, these students aren't his own epic elites, their lineage and grace somehow fall short. Yet the students of the legendary class, being top-tier talents just below the epic level, are immensely hardworking too. Their ability to achieve a breakthrough is not solely his contribution. It's their effort, the belief that hard work pays off, and their past accumulations weren't in vain. Today, their efforts resonated. Lord Shepard was more concerned with the progress of the projects from several professors. Isloa projected the video. In the footage, a world-class strongman, Grey Wind, stood in a magic research lab, his hands moving as though he were a conductor. In front of him, one magic model after another was being constructed, gradually connecting to form a higher-order whole. Finally, at a certain moment, it worked. The super-level magic model is finally fully constructed. This was not just a requirement of the Academy's project. Grey Wind also felt a great sense of achievement. More than that, through the research and construction process, his repeated failures and the insights gained from each, he felt his own magical proficiency had also improved. He even felt he was now a whole step closer to the law realm. Perfect. Mu Yuan was no novice in magic techniques either, having long completed similar construction processes of super-level magic models. He understood well that once a Soul Realm master is capable of constructing such a model, they would possess the ability to control the auxiliary magic nodes within the ancient Mage Tower. The necessary changes and controls for the magic node model were already embedded within this massive project. Even these magic research labs were carved out from within the ancient Mage Tower. The ancient Mage Tower now stood within the Academy premises. Only, neither the students nor the professors realized that this was the heart of the Magic Research Institute. Does this mean the ancient Mage Tower can now activate its second level of great power? Mu Yuan asked. Isloa rejoiced. Of course, I've already secretly tried it out, really looking forward to the day when the Mage Tower's full power bursts forth. Mu Yuan. No, he was not looking forward to it at all. A month had passed since the establishment of Tianyuan Academy. The second level of the Great Force in the ancient Mage Tower could potentially be activated, yet Mu Yuan was still seizing every moment to cultivate the direct lineage powerhouses of his territory. If he could have found a dozen mages with profound knowledge and spells within the Tianyuan territory itself, he wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. Alas, now. Lord Shepherd opened the panel. La Realm. Lapis, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Mu Yuan, Isloa. Soul Realm. Uta, Lulu, Tree Demon Granny, Sophia, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, 17, Jun. Heaven and Earth Realm. Sario, despite having the miraculous sight, 4 Extremes Ascension Altar. Tianyuan City currently had only a few Tianyuan powerhouses who had completed the Heaven and Earth Realm and stepped into the Soul Realm. Merely 8 division generals. Although, if other lords were to know of this number, they'd only exclaim, luxurious, the Soul Realm of your Tianyuan City. Can that even be an ordinary Soul Realm? For his core division generals, Mu Yuan naturally pursued them to first reach the limit of the Heaven and Earth Realm and then step into the Soul Realm with the posture of wielding a perfect domain. The difference between a perfect domain and an imperfect one is too vast. But for the non-core division generals, his demands were not so high, yet the highest realm that the young generals have reached is merely the 2,000 to 3,000 meter level, still quite far from the peak of the Heaven and Earth Realm. And the Red Moon catastrophe is about to descend. Mu Yuan murmured. This very morning, the Astronomical Society issued a disaster warning. Unable to determine the specific time, but the skies were already darkened as if they would collapse. Mu Yuan looked up. The sky rift that spanned the skies of the 10 Directions Island domain was still blood-red, eerie, and shocking. This rift seemed small, and only thin streams of red mist gushed forth from within it. However, with a flicker of his figure, Lord Shepherd had already appeared at the observation deck on top of the Staff of Divine Right. His gaze traveled far, penetrating layers of fog, red mist, mountains and rivers, then traversed the edge of the island domain where space reversed, reaching the cleaved land of rifts. He was looking towards the red mist land. The red mist was not blowing southward, but at this moment, it churned continuously like rising winds, rolling and surging like terrifying waves. It's coming. Everything that could be prepared has been taken to the limit, and what's left is nothing but a battle. Miracle power. 530,000. This was the remaining amount, scarcely any. Before the battle, Mu Yuan had already maximized any potential enhancements. At this moment, Skeleton Cemetery, deep within. Black fog drifted, the wasteland littered with white bones. Sario's massive form stood proudly here. Though still considered a juvenile by dragon standards, its body had already grown to over 300 meters in length, more than twice the size of many flesh giant dragons known for their immense stature. For a dragon, size often signified strength. Roar. Sario roared towards the sky. The dense power of death, with it as the center, continued to spread outwards. Legendary power. Dragon of Death. Description. Sario is the embodiment of death. Wherever it passes, it will continuously disperse the power of death, passive, cancelable, no consumption. Ability 1. Bathe in the power of death. Sario's basic 3-dimensional attributes, will, soul, and the power of heaven and earth will receive immense enhancements, and it will also possess strong resistance to injury. Ability 2. Sowing death. The Dragon of Death inherently wields the powerful death conceptual power. Along with slaughter, it sows death, and the death giant dragon Sario will continue to grow stronger, including basic 3-dimensional attributes, will, and soul, as well as realm. Ability 3. As the death giant dragon disperses death, it also fears not death itself. Sario can absorb the power of death and return from the fall. Current number of revivals. 9/9. This limit can be increased. It had been some time since Sario evolved to legendary status. There haven't been any significant battles during this period, so the ability, sowing death, could not be demonstrated. Sario was especially eager for the war to come sooner. It couldn't wait, Lord Shepherd assessed. Sario, in its legendary form, Doesn't have fancy tricks up its sleeve, but it possesses pure strength in its stats. This numerical strength was different from Uta's. Uta excelled in bursts of power, while Sario thrived in sustained combat, becoming more valiant as the battle progresses. Sario is particularly suited for the battlefield, and its legendary power can be combined with dead bones to produce marvelous effects. Elsewhere, below the prison, the 9-layered Netherworld. Rebirth Netherworld. Chains forged from concepts fastened numerous massive, fierce crimson dragons, threading them into place. Among them were dragons 80 meters long, even 200 meters long. Moreover, there was one of an odd size. It was the Duke of Hunting. They were all sealed here. These spoils of war were some modest gains for Tianyuan City over the past 2 months. Even the Duke of Hunting, a world-class strongman, once imprisoned within the 9-layered Netherworld, was cut off from all possibilities of contact with the outside world. Even if he attempted to end his life here, he wouldn't be able to resurrect and would truly perish. This is the great force of the 9-layered Netherworld. Of course, unless Rakshasa permitted it, even the Duke of Hunting couldn't take his own life. These flesh giant dragons, and the monsters that were imprisoned, were like sin-generating points, continuously providing power to Rakshasa. And at the same time, in this layer of the 9-layered Netherworld, in front of the 20-some imprisoned crimson dragons, a figure emerged from the flames. She was clad in armor that flowed like molten lava, a pair of antlers extending from her forehead, and in her upright golden pupils burned fierce flames. Shay, her golden eyes swept around, absorbing the fragmented souls of the crimson dragons. Legendary power. Dragon's grief. Description. The giant dragon reigns supreme over all creatures, while Shay hunts giant dragons. Her existence is the natural predator of the giant dragons. Ability 1. Dragon's Lament Power. Every attack from Shay can cause undefendable real damage to the souls of giant dragons and Dragon Series life forms. At the same time, Dragon's Lament Power will shatter the giant dragons' bodies, transforming them into a source of power for her own enhancement. This enhancement has a short-term limit but no long-term cap. Ability 2. Dragon Vision. Shay unfolds her golden dragon's eye, enabling her to perceive any life form as a Dragon Series life, allowing abilities such as Dragon's Lament Power and Dragon Feast and the like to exert partial effects. Ability 3. Dragon's Grief. A dragon slayer can use the sorrow of wounded or fallen giant dragons as a source of power, restoring a certain amount of their own injuries and energy. Ability 4. Dragon's Armor. Shay gathers all dragon souls and dragon force, shaping a divine armor with vast great power. In this state, Shay's own strength receives a tremendous boost, while also perfectly unleashing the abilities of various dragon souls and special giant dragon powers. Shay's legendary power was standard fare, but her own ability was already very special, similar to characters like Uta and Duo Lai, capable of break the limit enhancements without end. And now, she has acquired yet another such break the limit enhancement ability. Dragon's Lament Power also possessed the potential to allow Shay to break through her current realm's limits and keep enhancing without ceasing. Sario's legendary power too. There's no such thing as a weak legendary power. As time passes, legendary lives continuously accumulate experience, and can become quite terrifyingly powerful. Take the two from the Holy Realm, for instance. They're both stuck at a major bottleneck, making no progress. Holy Realm A has been in seclusion for 100 years, unable to break through. Holy Realm B is the same, however, Holy Realm B being a legendary life, even if he cultivates to the limit of his current realm, can still use his own legendary power to continuously enhance his basic three-dimensional attributes and various abilities, enhancing them indefinitely. After a century, Holy Realm B's realm remains the same, but his combat power has seen a significant increase. That's the disparity. In earlier years, Shay couldn't even gather a single dragon soul, but now, she has at least feasted on, and accumulated, dozens of giant dragon souls. When all these giant dragon souls are gathered and transformed into dragon's armor, that power is bound to be exceptionally terrifying. Shay had also entered the ranks of the burst. Mu Yuan thought and then turned his gaze to another place. There, a bright moon was hung high in the sky. Magnificent and sacred. A pack of giant wolves cloaked in the halo of moon silver were running back and forth under the moonlight, resembling huskies racing endlessly. This was Lian Yu. She had been transformed into a crescent moon giant wolf for over an hour now. Legendary power. Moon God. Description. In ancient times, the moon god perished, but now, someone new has taken up the mantle of the moon. Ability 1. In the moon's name. While Lian Yu bathes in moonlight, all moon-related skills she possesses consume -90% less energy. At the same time, the duration of all moon-related skills can be extended to unlimited, and cooldowns are reduced to 0, as long as the body can withstand it. Ability 2. Moonlight Immortal. Moon God Immortal. When bathed in moonlight, Lian Yu can return from the light of the moon even if she perishes. Ability 3. Moon's Unlimited. As Lian Yu, stepping on the moon, her basic three-dimensional attributes, soul power, and will receive permanent enhancement. There's an upper limit to the enhancement within a certain period of time, but her basic qualities can be continuously and infinitely boosted under the moonlight. At that moment, Lian Yu was howling as she roamed the moon. She was testing her limits. As she continued to tread the moonbeams falling from the high sky were becoming increasingly bright and clear. Her aura kept rising, and the lunar halo emanating from the moon-silver giant wolf's body even started to shake the space, pressing down on the whole area, causing it to buzz and tremble. Lian Yu's combat power was always extremely high, but she used to be a burst-type powerhouse. Now, however, she can endlessly utilize her powerful moves. That's incredibly overpowered. At the same time, Lian Yu also possessed the Moon Undying trait. Now she can join Sario to form an undying duo. Elsewhere, deep within the half-secret realm Royal Gunners Association, a massive silver-white factory had stood here since who knows when. The factory covered a vast area, and the tall buildings in the distance appeared minuscule in comparison to the colossal factory. Factory interior. Click, click, the assembly line operated continuously, with one equipment component after another being produced and then directly assembled nearby, forming some sort of special mechanical creation. Machine guns, cannons, armored vehicles, aircrafts, aerial warships. These weapons and equipment were being produced non-stop. However, if someone were to step into this giant factory, they would be surprised to find that there were no employees within the entire vast complex. To be precise, there were no living employees. All the operations here were entirely automated by machinery. Mechanical arms moved flexibly, machine workers rolled forward with a rumbling sound. The scorching furnaces roared as they inhaled and expelled. There was, however, one living person here. Shay. He was sitting right at the center of the factory, on the only bare patch of land, at the convergence of all the assembly lines. A miniature city almost invisible to the eye swirled around him. Legendary power. Infinite mechanical city. Description. Mechanical pioneers Shay has opened a living mechanical city with his great power. Ability 1. Invisible mechanical city has the characteristics of a living entity, capable of running on its own, expanding itself, and extracting energy from the void and from heaven and earth, which it then transforms into basic materials to manufacture various types of mechanical creations. Ability 2. The mechanical life forms and mechanical weapons under Shay's domination will receive an immense boost of mechanical force. At the same time, the more mechanical life forms and weapons of the same type are combined, the stronger the amplification of power they receive. Ability 3. Within the infinite mechanical city, Shay can use mechanical force to replicate and produce high-order mechanical creations, including epic constructs like the quantum satellite cannon. They cannot be removed from the infinite mechanical city. This was the legendary power of Shay. As to whether the infinite mechanical city was powerful or not, Mu Yuan wasn't sure, and Shay hadn't had the chance to try out and verify the power of the infinite mechanical city yet. But at the very least, having the infinite mechanical city, the manufacturing industry of Tianyuan City was instantly elevated by 1. No, at least 2 levels. Besides opening up the infinite mechanical city, She also built several large factories within Tianyuan City. These factories were continuously producing all sorts of war weapons. One batch was kept for Tianyuan City's own use, another batch was sold to various parties. Without exaggeration, the war weapons manufactured by She alone could take Tianyuan City's artillery power up a notch. Just for this point, She was truly deserving of the title of chief manufacturer. 4 legendary statuses in the Heaven and Earth realm, 8 legendary statuses in the Soul realm, and 5 Great Law realms and 2 Killer Ace cards. Among the 5 Great Law realms, Isloa continued to familiarize herself and develop the ancient Mage Tower. Duo Lai, in the boundless void, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the shattered earth and the annihilation wind in one gulp. Within the half-secret realm Heavenly Spirit Rebirth Pool. The sky vast, angels soar. More than 200 angels lined up in formation, flying, circling, casting holy light. A gargantuan holy light array gradually converged. Lapis was at the center, the angels forming her wings. She was taking flight. Lapis was practicing the path of the Angel King and was receiving feedback from the path. On the other hand, Ding. Reminder. Your hero Dead Bone has taken a step on the path of the Emperor of the Undead. The undead lives under the command of Dead Bone have been enhanced. Death Domain, Bone Mountains. The mountain range stretched endlessly, enveloped in black mist, and the ground covered in bones where undead with soul flames burning in their eyes wandered. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of miles. Even without mentioning the core hidden within the dimensional space, Wraith Sacred Mountain. The bone-covered mountain ranges and the lands reached vast domains. This area was even larger than the land of Tianyuan City. Calling it a nation was not an exaggeration. After all, the demands of the undead beings of the entire country of Corpse regarding living conditions were extremely low, practically non-existent. The black mist swirling around was enough to satisfy all the needs of the undead for living and cultivation. The vast country of Corpse attracted many prying eyes, and lured by the living beings' aura, consecutive waves of monster tides surged toward them. But without a doubt, these monster tides were all buried by the undead at the outer rim under their blades. Under the power of Wangling Zai Shi, new undead beings were continuously transformed from the monster corpses, merging into the vast tide of the undead army. From the monster carcasses, streams of deathly black mist also appeared. Most of these black mists mingled into the rich, thick black mist surrounding the environment, but a small portion entered the bodies of the undead who had just slain the monsters. Visibly, the soul flame within this undead expanded, and its presence significantly enhanced. Accompanied by slaughter and warfare, the number of the undead was growing like a snowball, and simultaneously, batches of elite undead were rapidly advancing in strength through killing. This was the full force of Wangling Zai Shi. Wangling Zai Shi needed to develop its power. When Dead Bone initially stepped into legendary status, this force wasn't very powerful, but now, it had gradually begun to reveal its formidable nature. At this moment, at the core of the country of Corpse, on Wraith Sacred Mountain, terrifyingly powerful undead beings from all directions gathered. An undead, over 20 meters tall, composed of countless stitched rotten flesh and a fierce giant mouth on its abdomen, knelt on one knee towards a figure not far away. This was the loathsome general. He spoke in a thundering voice, "My lord, Silent Hill to the north has surrendered, and these are the tributes sent by Lady Yua of Silent Hill." Shadows spread, gradually outlining the massive shape of a dragon shadow. A giant dragon, its body pitch black with only faintly visible gleaming dragon scales, emerged slowly from the shadows as if rising from underwater. This was the Shadow Dragon General. He reported, "My lord, Grey River, Deadwood Village, and Dead Land Cave in the west have all been incorporated. Our army is continuing westward." A figure clad in decay walked down from the dark clouds, holding a black staff that emanated bizarre green halos from its tip. This was the Corpse Witch General. Corpse Witch General said, "My lord, Black Prison Castle in the northeast is being uncooperative and has refused our army's incorporation. The master of Black Prison's wing, possesses Principal Realm capabilities, but I am confident I can take him." Even though the Corpse Witch General himself had not stepped into the Principal Realm, he remained confident, because they were under the great force of their king. Dead Bone did not respond, but looked towards the last reporting general. A figure clad in dark blue armor, emitting cold ethereal flames but lacking a head, the Death Knight, stood there. The headless knight spoke, "My lord, our army has discovered 2 important strongholds in Dragonsleep Valley and noticed signs of troops stationed in Dragonsleep Valley." The Death Domain was already adjoining the Red Mist Land. Precisely speaking, half of the Death Domain had been eroded into Red Mist Land. However, some deathly power prevented the Red Mist Land from spreading deeper into the Death Domain. After all, it was the Great Domain, vast in area. The country of Corpse was very far from Red Mist Land and Dragonsleep Valley. But the Death Domain was deathly silent. Even the undead beings weren't much active within it, and there weren't many forces between the country of Corpse and Red Mist Land. From this perspective, the country of Corpse seemed near to Red Mist Land. Dead Bone pondered. If it were earlier, with his own Wraith Sacred Mountain so close to Red Mist Land, he would certainly feel very insecure. Although he still felt somewhat insecure now, wishing he could enhance his lair's defenses to the maximum and beyond, but Dead Bone also deeply understood that if the country of Corpse was to grow rapidly, and he truly wanted to walk the path of the Emperor of the Undead, he must engage in war. Only through war could the power of Wang Ling Zai Shi truly be exerted. Otherwise, just like these past few months, the Undead Legion hadn't destroyed many legendary monsters, and among the loathsome, Shadow Dragon, Corpse Witch, and the 4 Night Kings under Dead Bone, none could step into the Principal Realm, even though the path was clear. Currently in Dead Bone's camp, the only Principal Realm was still only the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord, which had been transformed by chance. However, even so, his undead army, in terms of collective strength compared to earlier, was 100 times stronger. He needed a war, needed to use the deaths of Principal Realm monsters to pursue his path. Meanwhile, with the development of the country of Corpse accumulating over this long period, Dead Bone also had the confidence to face war directly. He looked towards the horizon. Beyond the edge of his vision, red mist surged and gradually grew fierce. All army expansions cease. From now on, prepare for full-scale war. What follows will be the first true war initiated by our Wraith Sacred Mountain. The 4 heavenly kings responded in unison, "Ooh." From a distance, the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord roared, "Roar, roar, roar." At Wraith Sacred Mountain, along the 444 tributaries of the Bone Mountains, at thousands of undead gathering points, countless undead all looked up at the sky and let out deafening roars. Black fog surged toward the heavens. The mark of death was imprinted upon the azure sky. Outside the country of Corpse, amidst the desolate wilderness, within the withered forest, in front of the shattered rocks, one after another, high-level undead with flickering soul flames in their eye sockets gazed in that direction. Is the country of Corpse about to cause trouble again? They couldn't be coming for Black Prison Castle, could they? I must report this to the Great King immediately. The rise of the country of Corpse is indeed too rapid. Where in the world did these guys spring from? The legendary undead of Black Prison Castle sensed something foreboding and swiftly transformed into a gust of cold wind, rushing towards the distance. Undead spies with similar thoughts were not few in number. In the Death Domain, where the land was vast and the population sparse, with only a handful of forces, often one could travel tens of thousands of miles without seeing a single intelligent undead settlement. When Dead Bone first came to open up the Death Domain back in the day, it was common not to see another soul for half a month. But now, when the undead army expanded its range from tens of thousands of miles to island domain level, medium domain level, large domain level, it was entirely different. Now, with the rapid rise of the country of Corpse, the undead army was sweeping through and annihilating monsters, annexing one force after another. Not all, but at least half of the native forces in the Death Domain had noticed this formidable dragon crossing the river. This dragon's approach was too aggressive. Perhaps it was an undead force that had been accumulating in a certain island domain, finally coming out of the mountains now, wanting to unify the Jianghu. Even though they were all undead, the undead experts had no intentions of being annexed. They were all dominators of their own regions. The ones setting spies to observe were not just these undead forces. There were even spies from non-undead, even humans. Because the great nations, each great nation-level force had scattered spies across the eternal world to ensure that no matter what happened in the world, they could be the first to know. At the very least, they couldn't afford to be oblivious while some great domain was already engaged in fierce battle, or a rare treasure had emerged. And the great nations had the capability to place their eyes and ears all over the world. Divine Radiance spy, a great disaster is imminent, and even the death domain has begun to boil with activity. Taishuan spy, it seems a powerful undead force has emerged out of nowhere. Amidst this imminent catastrophe, it's probably a good thing, right? Eternal Star spy, the undead race was already waning, and now a new emergent undead force has risen. Perhaps this is also an expression of the world's will to combat the great catastrophe? But whether it was any particular force or any specific group of spies, all believed this undead force had been developing and growing in secret on a small island domain until now, preparing to make an official appearance amid the opportunity presented by war. The only exception was a Death Knight mounted on a netherworld stallion stood atop a distant mountain summit, silently observing. He wasn't sure exactly how long it had been since the establishment of the country of Corpse, but he was certain it hadn't been long. He had almost personally witnessed this one undead force growing at an unimaginable speed, and in the blink of an eye, sparking a terribly vast undead tide. He knew the inside story, yet he was still shocked. The legend wielding the great force of necrotic plague breath. The legend with the stature of a true king, is it really that powerful, that terrifying? He began to understand why his master had said that possessing such a great force was akin to having the stature of a true king. Compared to the combat power of that legendary individual, the speed at which this undead tide had risen was truly terrifying, frightening. With such a true king, the undead indeed had a chance to rise. However, the deceased knight was still a bit puzzled. Did the records of our clan mention a rise of any true king being so rapid, so exaggerated? Around the same time, in the Red Mist Land, Dragon Sleep Valley. These times were not easy for Dragon Sleep Valley. They had lost at least 1/3 of their vast territory. In the battle at the core of the corrupt giant tree, only a few individuals from Dragon Sleep Valley's Law Realm had fallen, and they could still be revived. This loss was not detrimental to their core strength. However, the massive plans and layouts that had been disrupted and the vast loss of corrupt forces were indeed bone-crushing for Dragon Sleep Valley. Without sufficient corrupt force, not to talk about expanding, it was difficult to even maintain their basic territories. The Twilight King was angry. His rage could only be appeased with blood and flesh. The great hunt is coming. The sound thundered. One Law Realm giant dragon after another lay prostrate here, listening to the king's voice. Even further ahead, towering giant shadows loomed, occasionally visible within the red mist, spreading a fearsome aura. A pair of dim yellow eyes, like twin setting suns, emerged from the mist. Further back lay the blood-colored mountains, stretching to eternity. The body of the Twilight King, not yet fully awakened, was embedded in these mountains. Or perhaps, this expanse of blood-colored mountains was his true form. The Great Hunt Day was an opportunity for supreme overlords like those from Dragon Sleep Valley. They could expand their territories, please the supreme existence, devour more flesh and blood of living beings, and turn swaths of land into their personal hunting grounds. Today was the day when Dragon Sleep Valley marked out its front lines, the day of the hunt. But beyond that, the Tai Zan Alliance, Tianyuan City, shall be destroyed. Although he was the Twilight King who reigned over Dragon Sleep Valley, he still set his sights on such a minor human city, Tianyuan City. Dragon Sleep Valley sent troops in all directions, advancing through the 10 Directions Island domain from 4 routes. The main route, circling the Shattered Isles route. Circling the Nameless Island domain route, circling the Death domain route. This was to better blanket the area with the red mist tide, to facilitate the arrival of a true great existence. Even for a top overlord like Dragon Sleep Valley, the small human city could not be underestimated. They mobilized a great deal of strength, truly an overkill. However, once Tianyuan City is destroyed, we can drive straight into the heartland of the Tai Zan Alliance. The Saint Realm monster, the Disaster Fear Dominator, commanded, among these 4 routes, we can pour more troops into the main route and the Death Domain route. When the 4 tides converge, and the might of the Red Mist reaches its peak, tiny Tianyuan City can simply be wiped out with a wave of the hand. Of course, it's highly likely that Tianyuan City will be annihilated even before the convergence of the 4 tides. But this human city is somewhat peculiar and seems to be favored by the will of the world. To avoid further losses, Dragon Sleep Valley chooses to play it safe. With the power of Dragon Sleep to deal with such a small human city, Tianyuan City should take pride. Then, with pride, vanish from existence. Han Yu City. The 22nd legend. We now have 20 legendary people. My ability to train troops is actually not bad. The Lord of Han Yu City muttered, then looked at the neatly arrayed elite forces of Han Yu City. It's time to strike. This time, the other powerhouses of Han Yu City will also shine. Lushi City. Sword Lord Lushi was still in seclusion. His eyes opened and then closed, with the vast conceptual power circulating around him. He needed to be faster, stronger. Northern Court Duchy, Baiting Main City. Lord Baiting sat high upon his throne, gazing downward. Legendary generals were arrayed in rows, their presence impressive. Each Law Realm general stood at the forefront of the formation, their colorful cloaks fluttering. Our Northern Court Duchy has lain dormant for too long. This time, let the world and those monsters remember once again the fear of being dominated by the name, Baiting. Territory after territory either continuously strengthened their defenses, stockpiled war materials, or readied their elite forces, prepared to strike at any moment. The vast state machinery of each great nation-level force also gradually began to operate. Prepare for war. Prepare for war. Prepare for war. Shilling City, one of the frontier strongholds of the Alliance, saw steel trains running back and forth, unloading carriage after carriage of materials. There were also groups of mercenaries and lord teams coming from the hinterlands, descending from the trains. Suddenly, exclamations rose. A lord who had just stepped off the train looked up. In the sky, a crimson full moon had risen at some point, fiery red as blood, hanging high in the azure sky. The red moon had appeared. Shilling City, the piercing, urgent alarm had already sounded. City Lord Kui Long swiftly climbed the observation tower, gazing into the distant vastness. The sky had already darkened, and that alluring, eerie blood moon hung high in the sky, while the red mist drifting outside the territory had also thickened imperceptibly. Indeed, this red mist is much denser than during the last disaster moon period. Although he wasn't surprised, he still had a solemn expression on his face. The denser the red mist, the more ferocious the disaster. At this moment, the disaster moon had just arrived, and the great tide had not yet risen, but in the wilderness, regardless of whether the places were illuminated by the red moon or not, wild monsters had undergone drastic transformations. Somewhere underground. Ow! Roar! An earth rock dragon suddenly roared loudly. Its eyes, originally a fiery red, now pulsated with strands of blood, spreading from the center much like freshly bloomed flower buds. These crimson threads spread out from the earth rock dragon's giant dragon's eye, continuing to entwine itself upon the dragon's head, which was gray-brown and seemed hewn from stone. Eerie, chilling, peeved. Several swollen sacs on the earth rock dragon's head suddenly burst one after another, trailing pus that oozed out, beneath which more and more dim, yellow eyeballs emerged. Soaked in the pus, the eyeballs rolled around vigorously. The flesh of the earth rock dragon also began to wriggle, and more large sacs swelled up, as if something new was about to be nurtured within. What is this? Adventurers tasked with subduing the earth rock dragon retreated in shock and fright. Their small team was quite elite, otherwise they wouldn't dare to challenge a boss-level monster like the earth rock dragon. However, they had never seen such a scene before, the team captain included. But he suddenly thought of recent notifications and warnings from the Shilling City Association, reminding him. He glanced towards the overhead cliffs and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that the red fog disaster moon has descended." Disaster moon? We have experienced the disaster of the red moon before, but this time it's different. The team captain said, "Be careful, it's coming." The mutated Earth rock dragon charged forward, stirring up waves of earth. The team's defender prepared to block with his shield. Suddenly, those pus-soaked eyeballs on the Earth rock dragon burst forth with bursts of eerie, dim yellow light. The defender's gaze went blank, and in the next moment, his entire body was sent flying by the Earth rock dragon's powerful blow. The shield, not having been energized by skills, caved in entirely, shattering, and so did the chest bone of the elite professional. His blood spurted through the air until his body heavily hit the ground. The Earth rock dragon had not only become much more terrifying but had also developed special abilities that it never should have possessed. Such mutations were not incredibly common, but they had appeared in many monsters. This small team was not the only one with such encounters. One exploration team after another rapidly withdrew, retreating back to Shilling City and other frontline key citadels. Many teams, upon returning to safety, had at least one or two members critically injured and on the brink of death, carried back by their comrades. The disaster moon had just arrived, the real catastrophe was yet to unfold, and already many dangers had occurred. This was the prelude to the great disaster of the disaster moon, unheard of in the past. The slightest carelessness could easily doom even a large territory. Ordinary professionals, amidst such a calamity, were as insignificant as duckweed. Tai Zan Alliance, the core circle. This place was a haven usually free from monster sightings, surrounded by numerous official grand cities, with countless towns and villages scattered like stars across the landscape. Railroad networks, highway networks crisscrossed the area. If it weren't for the trees here being tall, not lacking giants of 100 or 200 meters, if it weren't for the majestic mountains, towering peaks everywhere to be seen, if it weren't for the random encounter with the little goblin, little slime in the wilderness, this core circle would resemble the Langsing profound country from before the apocalypse, with no major differences. Skyscrapers stood tall, traffic bustled. Most former Blue Star people settled here had gradually forgotten the apocalyptic scenes of the Langsing era. They were no longer haunted by nightmares at night. They had slowly emerged from the bloodshed of the apocalypse, starting new lives. A new life had already begun. But, the red moon. Disaster. Disaster is upon us again, once more. The enormous red moon adorned the sky. No matter where one was or in what direction, one need only look up to see that moon, red as if about to drip blood. Just like when Langsing shattered and plunged into chaos. The Alliance had already prepared for this. Communities had been tasked with calming the frightened masses. Meanwhile, exploration teams set out from the cities and ventured outward. This was the Alliance's heartland with less danger. But it was also the region with the densest population and the most industry. A disaster here could have unthinkable consequences. Both independent and group lords were collaborating with the official lords at this time to scour the surroundings, looking for all potential dangers. The departing exploration teams were fully equipped and even carried the Alliance's latest generation of compact pollution detection equipment developed in-house. News quickly filtered back. New monsters have been spawned, birthed from the red mist. We've already detected elite-level monsters. The monsters weren't strong. After all, this was the Alliance's heartland. The corruption of filth had been largely weakened after passing through one miracle territory after another, through layers of defenses. Here the red mist was nowhere near as dense as the Alliance's outer periphery. But even so, even if they were only elite-level monsters, once these creatures burst into densely populated areas, they could still cause massive casualties. After all, elite-level monsters were terrifying beings that could shrug off conventional firearms, easily crush a sedan, and break through walls. Finding elite-level monsters was just the beginning of the Red Moon disaster. Quickly, the 16th Exploration Team from Hongshang City discovered a land of filth, where third-order and fourth-order monsters are suspected to exist, requesting support. I repeat, requesting support. The 3rd Elite Strike Team from Bahi City has purified 2 roots of corruption and killed 6 3rd Order Warlord-level monsters as well as 1 4th Order Leader-level monster. Urgent! Urgent! The 4th Exploration Team from Dongmu Town has discovered a vast expanse of Land of Filth, which is still expanding at a visible rate. The command center judges that a newly born nest of filth is likely inside and must be eradicated early. I repeat. Suspected nest of filth found. Eradicate. Once a nest of filth begins to expand and grows to its full potential, it will engulf countless territories and cities. By then, even a combination of several legendary lords leading a massive army might not be able to eradicate it. Even if they could, the losses would be immeasurable. However, this nest of filth was only a few hours old when it was discovered. The filthy region had not yet expanded, and the monsters bred within the nest were merely a dozen or so 4th Order leaders. This terrifying nest of filth was quickly eradicated and purified. Across all great domains, similar newborn nests of filth were discovered, and lords quickly organized teams to eradicate these lairs. This was possible thanks to the ample preparation of the Alliance, which nipped such disasters in the bud. However, inside the headquarters of Taishuan Yin Yang Command Center, the Lord of Luo Fu Mountain looked grave. The Red Moon has just emerged, the real disaster hasn't even started, yet the environment has already deteriorated this much. This calamity may be the greatest disaster since the establishment of the Taizan Alliance. It's just the beginning, and we must not take it lightly. Frontline, Cold Valley Mountain Battle Zone. The Lord of Han Yu City stood on the walls of the core fortress, her 3,000 silken strands waving in the wind. Her gaze pierced through the thick fog and mountains, crossed over great rivers, and reached as far as thousands of miles to the borderland. Behind the borderland, although the red mist floated, the green mountains and clear waters still thrived with life. Ahead of the borderland, the land was dry and desolate, the blackened ground crisscrossed with reddish-brown crystal-like cracks. Above the ground was the viscous red mist, thick as if about to bleed. This mist billowed, churned and boiled like a fanged, clawed, misty monster. Even though the Lord of Han Yu City was at the pinnacle of her power, able to cast her gaze beyond her domain, she still couldn't see through this churning red mist. This was the terror of the Red Mist Land. Even beings of the Law Realm who step into the Red Mist Land would lose most of their perception. At that moment, boom, as if a dam had burst, the boiling red mist suddenly gushed outward like an avalanche, like a torrential wave. The red mist tide roared past, sweeping over mountains, rivers, and lands in the blink of an eye. Instantly, countless plants withered, robust ancient trees were left with bare branches. These branches, glowing with a strange red light, started to wriggle as if made of living flesh. The clear rivers turned black in the blink of an eye, with hints of blood red faintly visible as if some enormous creature had been gutted, its bright red blood oozing beneath the currents. The ground decayed in an instant, almost turning into the scenery of the Red Mist Land. This tide continued to spread, rolling endlessly like a tsunami from the horizon, surging until it reached the front of the Cold Valley Mountain Battle Zone. Like a giant wave crashing against rocks, the sky full of red mist burst apart. While the red mist did not completely dissipate, it couldn't solidify into a tide anymore but broke into wisps and clusters, drifting in this world. The encroachment of the filthy red mist on this area also stopped in front of the Cold Valley Mountain Battle Zone. And this is the purpose of the existence of the battle zone. Within the red mist, the roars of monsters grew from distant to near, and shadows of giant figures appeared faintly. Countless attacks flew out of the red mist. The war had begun. Kill! Roar! In the death domain, the surging red mist tide rolled and broke in front of the swirling black mist in the sky. The black mist dominated the sky. The red mist halted. Even before the monsters could rush out from the red mist, the impatient undead, wrapped in the black mist and howling, surged into the red mist. Roaring, fighting. Shadows intertwined. It was a war of the fearsome against the fearless and the undead. After a while, the red mist dissipated, and beneath the drifting red vapors, not a single living monster could be seen. only the clacking undead wandering and the newly resurrected dead emerging from monster corpses. A massive tide thus perished, and this was merely the sustenance of the undead. At this moment, Death Domain, the frontier. Even more terrifying, the red mist solidified, appearing like clusters of red clouds. Above the red clouds were monsters like a tidal wave. Even legendary realm monsters were numerous as clouds and rain, inconspicuous among them. Jackalope legend, Snakeman legend, Halfman legend, Earth Cave People legend. Each monster overlord legendary strongman had been summoned under the lead of top beings from Dragonsleep Valley, furiously moving southward with the wind of the red mist. The tide spread, effortlessly swallowing each undead power it passed through. Even if there were legendary realm, soul realm sitting in power, in front of such a massive wave, they too were fragile. The undead hence perished, sinking into the filthy red mist. Somewhere. Law realm power, Black Prison Castle. The Black Prison Castle Master, an undead expert with 3 pairs of black wings spread behind him, looked concernedly into the distance. The army led by Dragonsleep Valley is approaching, heading the troop. There are at least Ice Burial Duke, Firewing Duke, several Law Realm Dukes. Our Death Domain has always been barren, the top monster overlords should look down on it. Black Prison Castle Master was puzzled. But undead and monsters did not coexist peacefully. The only plan now is to cooperate with the country of corpse. Wait! He seemed to see the rolling black mist, like a black dragon heading toward the red mist wave. The country of corpse had no intention of defending. They were mad. On the surge of the red mist, the resurrected Ice Burial Duke, with deep eyes, looked into the distance. Charge! Charge! Crush these disgusting undead! Ice Burial Duke really detested the undead. Seeing the undead and these drifting black mists would remind him of unpleasant matters. The red mist tide was forceful. Rushing all the way, not only did its momentum not weaken, it got even stronger. The tide engulfed all the monsters along the way, also raising a stronger clamor. Beneath the red moon, the sky was full of the red mist tide. The waves raised by the big tide soared over 10,000 meters, rolling like a wall of red mist, continuously pushing forward, swallowing everything in its path. The undead fled, only to be caught up by the wall of red mist and swallowed into it. Legendary undead were horrified, desperately trying to control the power of heaven and earth, but the distance was still rapidly closing. Even law realm beings only dared to watch from afar, not daring to confront its edge. Suddenly, boom, like a meteorite hitting the earth, the solidified wall of red mist cracked, shattered, and then burst open with a roar. The red mist was still thick, rolling as if to regather. The black mist in the sky, the chilly wind, suddenly surged forth. The black mist turned into a storm, the chilly wind howling continuously, intertwining into the tide of red mist. Red and black mists constantly intermingled, rustle. The black mist rolled, wave after wave surged forward. Within the mist were countless types of undead, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, as if they merged with the black mist, rolling forward just like the monsters in the red mist. In the forefront of the mist tide, an abomination that looked like a mountain of flesh shook the rotten meat hook in its hand. Those who offend the territory of the country of corpse, though far, will be punished. Ice Burial Duke. Since when did a country of corpse exist in the Death Domain? But the black mist swirling around this abomination, its aura he was very familiar with. It was that undead in the Shattered Isles, who had slain one of his bodies. Finally, I found you. The Ice Burial Duke had long wished to redeem his past disgrace. In the battle that day, he had always been in the ascendancy. If he hadn't been careless in the end and fallen into the entanglement of the mysterious undead's tide of death, unable to extricate himself, how could he have suffered such a hasty defeat? He yearned for revenge, to restore the prestige of his Ice Burial name. The simplest method was to fight a battle of revenge. Today, I, the Grand Duke, have found the opportunity. Upon reflection, the majority of the remaining undead lived within the Death Domain. And now, with the red mist tide sweeping across the land, no matter what kind of undead power it was, none could hide. It was only natural for the mysterious undead to be forced out. His moment for revenge had finally arrived. In the Ice Burial Duke's golden crimson pupils, a fierce fire blazed. He didn't underestimate the mysterious undead. The tide of death was extremely powerful. Once he was deeply trapped in it, it was difficult to break free. Of course, now that he, the Ice Burial, was prepared, it was impossible to fall into the same trap again. However, since the mysterious undead commanded the tide of death, although he had the power to defeat the foe, annihilating it was much more difficult. But this time, it's not just I, a High Duke, who will be taking the field. Let me, the Grand Duke, first defeat the mysterious undead on the battlefield, then summon other dukes to exterminate it, and even find its place of resurrection so we can leave it with no escape, neither heaven nor earth. The Ice Burial Duke's gaze swept across the surroundings, over the endless black fog and the endless undead under it. Still no sign of the mysterious undead. Only an uninformed abomination undead. There was no need for the Ice Burial Duke to give an order. Immediately, a powerful monster volunteered to fight. Grand Duke, let me slay this ridiculous undead. An Ash Wolfman emerged, holding a 20-meter-long saw-toothed greatsword. The Ash Wolfman was the leader of a second-rate overlord power from Dragon Sleep Valley within the Soul Realm. He was not much inferior to the renowned Duke of Hunting. The 20-meter-long saw-toothed greatsword fell from the sky, stirring up a tumultuous tide of energy, causing the space around it to crack. But the next moment, the strike, capable of cleaving mountains, abruptly halted. The loathsome general's fat-covered arm firmly grasped the blade. Just 2 moves, boom. The Ash Wolfman leader's chest caved in, and his body flew backward. A shadow flashed, and the Ash Wolfman, flying backward, was pulled back in front of him. One punch. The Ash Wolfman's body exploded violently, splintered into pieces. The entire process was but a blink of an eye. The formidable Ash Wolfman leader didn't survive 3 moves against the loathsome general. But at that moment, as the Ash Wolfman perished, the monster tide and the undead tide clashed in earnest. Unlike humans fighting against the monster tide, human warfare adheres to rules, formations, often relying on a fully prepared defensive line against the fearless monster horde. Either it's the human warriors relying on the defenses to decimate the monster tide, or the wave of monsters breaks through the line, and the human legions are submerged in the tide of monsters. The monster wave is fearless and courageous, and regardless of how many are lost, they are not afraid. Unfortunately for them, the undead are the same, and even more fearless than monsters. Even if only a head is left of their maimed bodies, it would still leap up to bite. These undead numbers are vast, but the vast majority are just little skeletons, skeleton soldiers, and other low-rank undead. A legendary monster pondered in secrecy. Within the monster tide, it was usually the lower-rank monsters that predominated: goblin, jackal man, walking corpse, and so on. But this time, the gathering was different. This tide aimed for the 10 Directions Island domain, and most of the monsters were drawn from the Red Mist land, all of them elite. Third-order warlord-level monsters and below were scarce within this tide. And the undead? Back in the day, when we, the undead, fought the great monster battle, we could even summon an even larger tide of undead. However, an undead expert stood in the distance, silently contemplating. Through the soul summoning technique and undead resurrection, abilities that revived the undead, most were lower-rank undead. A few might be high order, but of lower level. And monsters. Many monsters are born in the nests already at 3rd order, 4th order. A 3rd order monster could easily crush countless skeleton soldiers. The latter couldn't even break through their defense. Roar! A 3rd order obsidian golem pounced down, and with its massive arms swiping forward, all the skeleton soldiers and little skeletons in front of it would be swept away and shattered in the next moment. Boom! Dust exploded. Little skeletons, like building blocks, were swept away, but their thin bodies, seemingly fragile enough to shatter upon touch, remained intact even under such a tremendous impact. The wind-whistling bodies of the little skeletons, intertwined with strands of black fog, managed to perform a nimble flip in midair, followed by a fierce step on the void. Buzz! The black fog burst out, and the little skeletons shot out like cannonballs, their rust-covered cleavers striking the obsidian golems just raised, robust, twisted, and dimly glowing huge arms. The black arm was sent flying high. Not only did the dented, rusty-looking cleaver remain intact, but it also sliced through the arm as if it were a hot knife through butter. The other surrounding little skeletons were equally ferocious. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. This powerful third-order obsidian golem was completely dismembered and perished in the blink of an eye. Is this really a little skeleton? Are these even little skeletons? From a distance, all the undead watching couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Who doesn't know Little Skeleton? Who doesn't have a group of little skeletons? These little guys are fantastic for manual labor in the mines, completely environmentally friendly laborers, yet their usefulness stops there. Using little skeletons for battle, they would shatter into pieces before even reaching the battlefield. It's not that strong figures cannot emerge from little skeletons. There are quite a few, seeing that the group of little skeletons is so vast. However, the powerful ones born among the little skeletons often arise through serendipity, promoting and evolving into skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and skeleton generals, thus gaining the basic qualifications to become stronger. Pure little skeletons. The undead experts only felt as though they had fallen into an illusion. Due to their vast familiarity, they dared not believe it. The little skeletons they raised at home, no matter how much they were whipped, couldn't possibly become this strong. But in their view now, all these little skeletons were so fierce, able to spar back and forth with third-order warlord-level monsters, and that rusty, notched knife possessed unstoppable sharpness. No monsters could withstand a single strike from it. If little skeletons could do this, skeleton soldiers and other such undead were even more ferocious. A skeleton soldier clad in ragged armor charged into the monster tide, dashing left and right, resembling a war general cutting through and out of vast armies. Dark mist swirled around it as it suddenly transformed into a black shadow rushing forward, drawing a striking black streak. Dark shadow charge. Boom! Jackal warriors, burning goblins, and other monsters were violently knocked flying while the skeleton soldier, running on black smoke in midair, immediately caught up with a goblin shaman that had been knocked away. Its war blade swept across. Swish! The goblin shaman's staff broke, and its head flew off. A feebly soul body, its form like a flickering candle in the wind, liable to extinguish at any moment, appeared instantaneously amidst the monster tide through what seemed like teleportation. Black mist similarly wreathed around it. It suddenly opened its mouth, emitting a scream capable of piercing metal and stone and tearing through the mists. Intangible. No, now so substantial that the naked eye could see it. The howling ripples expanded outward circle by circle, reaching hundreds of meters. The monsters swept by the death ripples suddenly paused in their running motions. Some, under inertia, rolled and fell to the ground, while others' flesh rapidly decayed, letting out painful wails. Zombies, dark shadow spiders, leaves, ghouls. These mid and lower rank undead all burst forth with unimaginable, extremely terrifying power. All these undead are third order? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. The watching undead experts instantly denied it. If it were just an anomaly, a certain little skeleton or ghoul breaking through limits to elevate to third-order warlord level, there might be a tiny possibility. However now, skeletons, ghouls, zombies, all these lower-rank undead were exceptionally powerful. Powerful to an unreasonable extent. If this tide of undead entirely consisted of skeleton generals, vampires, evil spirits, and necromancers of mid and high-rank undead, they might accept it. The only possibility now was that the black mist swirling around the undead contained great power. The thicker the scent of death, the more the dead bones and undead's combat power will be augmented, endlessly flowing with strength. Conversely, non-undead beings will be suppressed, even decaying and exhausting their life. This was the ability of the second stage of necrotic plague breath. This great power's first stage laid the foundation for the grand tide of undead, allowing undead beings to continuously emerge and develop wisdom, giving birth to elite undead. The second stage, however, exploded the combat power of the Grand Tide of Undead, growing stronger with each kill, more valiant with each battle. At this moment, under the influence of red mist, the ability of black mist suppressing non-undead life was still hard to activate. But with the amplification of the death aura, even the most ordinary little skeleton possessed third-order strength. Moreover, even the strike from a little skeleton carried a trace of Wither Kingbone's force. The knife was unstoppable. A lethal slice meant instant death. Black mist. Exhaust this black mist of these undead. Ice Burial Duke, high above on the red mist clouds, couldn't help but be shocked. The undead beings were too powerful. No wonder, in the past, factions like Tianqi Eternal Life and Birth Nest unanimously decided to first eliminate the undead clan. The undead must not remain, this other undead expert capable of producing numerous undead beings even less so. Ice Burial Duke also discerned at a glance the fatal weakness of the undead tide, black mist. This black mist was not eternal. The strength exhibition of skeletons and ghouls would consume the black mist. He, possessing countless monsters, did not fear consumption. Rumble, and yet more monsters continually poured in from afar, joining this massive battle. Crack, several little skeletons drowned in the monster tide. Their frail skeletons finally couldn't withstand the barrage of attacks from countless monsters, cracking and shattering, the not-so-bright or vigorous soul flame within their skulls extinguishing with a flicker. ZZZZT. Boom, a massive column of lightning precisely struck a howling soul body. The howling abruptly ceased. The soul body of the specter, originally insubstantial like a bubble's reflection, shattered, leaving behind only a few remnants of crystal dust that sprinkled to the ground. The two tides clashed, and the undead naturally kept perishing. Expenditure, yet while the monster tide was being depleted, it was constantly replenished. Under the red fog disaster moon, new monsters were born every moment on the vast land. The undead tide, however, was just this singular stream. But the Ice Burial Duke always had an illusion. As the battle continued and as warriors from both sides died, the dark fog swirling between heaven and earth seemed thicker and more intense. Was it an illusion? He even had another illusion. That as some undead slew their enemies, their own momentum seemed to grow stronger, and they even popped through level barriers? He was not sure. After all, these undead were very insignificant in his eyes, covered in dark fog, making it difficult to clearly discern the strength of their aura. But what the Ice Burial Duke could confirm was, whoosh! A wisp of dark fog drifted. On the ground, shattered remains crackled and gathered, the completely pulverized parts regrowing. In the blink of an eye, a little skeleton climbed up, its soul flame reigniting within its skull. Also revived were countless little skeletons, ghouls, specters, zombies. Your monster wave keeps gathering, but my undead are endless. Such a war would only increase the number of undead. The monster tide is merely fodder. The loathsome general longed for such a war to continue, hence he did not make a move. But he did not act. The Ice Burial Duke could no longer simply sit back and watch. He targeted the clearly commanding loathsome general. Wings that blotted out the sky stretched open, in just an instant. With no sonic boom, no shockwave, as if teleporting, the Ice Burial Duke descended in front of the undead tide. He did not step into the tide but extended his claw. Boom! The ground collapsed thunderously, annihilating tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of undead in an instant. A considerable number of monsters also perished from the impact. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, only a massive claw, sculpted from ice crystals and covering an area of 10,000 meters, remained pressing down on the land. The world fell silent. Roars, screams, the clashing of swords and other sounds were all frozen at that moment. Such was the power of the Ice Burial Duke. Freeze everything, bury everything. Especially a mere, non-law realm undead. Below the law realm, all are mere ants. The Ice Burial Duke suddenly felt suspicious. Beneath the massive ice crystal claw, the mountainous loathsome general was already frozen. This was a conceptual freezing. Freezing the body, energy, soul. Even the light of Will, capable of creating incredible miracles, was frozen within. The gap was clear. After all, the loathsome general was not some legendary life. He did not even have an epic 3-star position. But, crack, in the eyes of the loathsome general, black mist burned like flames. Crack, on the body of the loathsome general, black mist furiously streamed out between the gaps in his flesh. Crack, all over the body of the loathsome general, refined black flames blazed fiercely, and the aura of death pierced the skies. The conceptually solid ice crystal claw explosively shattered. The ice burial duke's pupils constricted. Boom. A hook spanned hundreds of thousands of meters, tearing through the ice burial duke's scale armor, piercing into his body, emanating endless chill. And within the suddenly constricted pupils of the duke, the loathsome general, wrapped in black flames, was already upon him. Crack, crack, crack. The loathsome general flung out his hook chain, then, using the force of the hook chain, he pulled himself forward, flying toward the mountainous ice burial duke. The entire process sounds complicated, but in reality, it happened in an instant. No matter the speed of the hook chain flying out, or the speed of the loathsome general flying toward his target, both exceeded common logic. The resistance of the air and the energy tides seemed non-existent, as if the lengthy space had folded and shortened. By the time the loathsome general flew near the massive head of the ice burial duke, behind him, the shattering ice crystal claws, chunks of irregular ice crystals began to fly outward. The loathsome general extended his remaining arm, dark fog entangled. Like black bandages, it wound around his huge fist, extending over his wrist. Death. Punch. Boom. The power of the death concept spread, fanning out in all directions. Around him, powerful creatures of the legendary realm, as if a giant black death character had been engraved on their foreheads, lost the light in their pupils at the next moment, their souls extinguished. One after another, these legendary monsters that soared through the skies with the power of heaven and earth plummeted like dumplings. This was merely the aftermath of the death punch. The ice burial duke, directly facing the punch, felt a strong premonition of death at this moment. He was going to die. Truly going to die. Unable to dodge the punch, no matter what life-saving measures he had were meaningless, he was about to fall. Boom! The massive body of the ice burial duke shattered. Like an iceberg breaking apart. No, not like, but indeed an iceberg was being crushed, and the ice burial duke reappeared 100 miles away. Fear still lingered in his pupils. I, the Grand Duke, almost got careless. But this death concept. This is not the original power of this loathsome creature. Who is it? That mysterious undead? He felt it wasn't. He had sparred with that mysterious law realm undead hundreds of times. He admitted the undead wasn't weak, but its death concept power didn't compare to what he faced now, let alone being transferred to another. But this death concept did feel familiar. I, the Grand Duke, understand now. That mysterious undead and this loathsome one must originate from the same force, underlings of some unparalleled expert. The country of corpse. Some hidden power within the undead clan? The ice burial duke looked at the loathsome general again, his expression extremely serious. He would treat this loathsome one as an opponent of the same caliber. Divine speed. Decline. Freeze. Many majestic conceptual powers were applied to technique after technique, continuously invoked by the ice burial duke. The loathsome general wielded a hook chain in one hand, while from his own gaping belly he drew a blood-dripping cleaver. Bathed in the glory of death, he kept slashing. Slash. 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 From the beginning to the end, the loathsome general only wielded the death concept. His techniques were not sophisticated but brutal and direct. His death concept was unable to smash the ice burial duke's concepts. Various strange and mysterious attacks fell. Sometimes the loathsome general's legs were frozen, then shattered the next moment. At times, his flesh inexplicably rotted and sagged away. Or occasionally, he was sliced by a piercingly sharp blade of frost, with his insides tumbling out. But no matter how disheveled, at the next moment, when the black fog of death descended, the loathsome general was restored anew. What more if he could resurrect on the spot from annihilation, let alone mere injury? Even if 100 loathsome generals of such strength were to fall, Dead Bone would still be able to revive them all swiftly with undead resurrection and death aura. This is the most fearsome aspect of the Great Tide of Death. Never dying. Moreover, the Ice Burial Duke's heart grew increasingly fearful. This loathsome undead was improving, his skills were improving, his strength was improving, even his realm was advancing. He couldn't let this continue. The Grand Duke, am not afraid. I'm just worried there might be other undead experts among the undead tide. This country of corpse is clearly no minor force. He immediately sent out a signal. Several other monster tides were attacking other undead forces, some were just staying not far away. Law Realm dukes who dominated these tides looked on with a mixture of smirks and smiles as if watching a play. However, now that Old Ice Burial had requested aid, and they still had important matters to attend to, they truly couldn't afford to waste time here. Otherwise, if the Disaster Fear Dominator were to blame them, none of them would fare well. Beings of the Law Realm began to emanate vast, surging, and sky-blocking might of law. Red flames filled the skies, purple lightning illuminated the heavens. A blood sea surged. The might of the Law Realm was fully unleashed, reaching hundreds, thousands of miles away, with those hundreds of thousands of miles away being able to sense those immense terrors. Beings like the Firewing Duke walked on air, advancing to surround the area. But in the next moment, bang, whoosh, howl. Another group of undead experts appeared. The Shadow Dragon General emerged from the shadows. The Corpse Witch General stood upon a dark green cloud. The Headless Knight General rode his netherworld steed, pointing his long halberd forward. At the same time, a mighty undead tide was approaching from afar. The bad news, this country of corpse indeed had not just one top-tier expert. The good news, he, the Ice Burial Duke, wouldn't be ridiculed as much now, for the other dukes, like him, were tightly bound by these seemingly inconspicuous undead of lower realms. Everyone was embarrassing themselves together, it wasn't his fault. Beyond the heavens, in the midst of the Bone Mountains, Dead Bone stood on a peak, clad in dense white bones, silently observing. He had no intention of intervening, at least not yet. Whether it was nurturing his undead tide or refining the 4 heavenly kings, war was necessary. It was a ritual. A battlefield that constantly birthed death, turning like a meat grinder, was the perfect ceremony for leaders to enhance themselves or even ascend. He followed his own path as well. Dead Bone cast his gaze further into the distance. Death Punch. Death Hook. Death Burst. Black chains heavily sealed heaven and earth. Rich death concept power, even a slight touch would result in widespread death on contact. Even though he came from the Tianqi Eternal Life faction and theoretically could rebuild his body entirely from flesh, constantly regenerating, he still had to shed and rot billions of tons of flesh to remove even a trace of the death power. The power of death was truly terrifying. The Ice Burial Duke glanced into the distance. Seeing Firewing and several others stalemated against the undead expert, he felt reassured yet increasingly uneasy. The battle had progressed to a point where the undead abomination before him was getting stronger, to an extent that even he felt fearful. If this continued, he was afraid something might go wrong. I can't go on like this, I must rely on my own strength. The Ice Burial Duke took a deep breath. After his resurrection, he had lost the body of the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord that once housed him, and his overall combat power had slightly declined. But to seek vengeance and hunt more powerful beings on the Grand Hunt Day, he had infused superlative power into this body. Boom boom, inside what seemed to be the undead body of the Ice Burial Duke, a huge, fiery, scorching heart began to throb vigorously. The heart's beats grew more violent. The booming sounds of the heartbeats resonated through heaven and earth, as if a giant hammer was continually striking the land. Flesh sprouted. Flesh, like a shroud, quickly laced over the Ice Burial Duke's body, completely enveloping it. The mountain-like colossal body of the Ice Burial Duke shrank layer by layer, yet the aura emanating from him, the conceptual threads swirling around him, grew tenfold, 100-fold. More flesh sprouts spread from the Ice Burial Duke. Fleshy seeds hit the ground, instantly growing into vast, eerie flesh trees. The flesh trees spread, clawing aggressively. Whether undead or monster, all were swiftly entangled by the flesh trees, transformed into their nourishment, and this energy was rapidly transmitted back into the Ice Burial Duke's body. A scarlet pillar of light soared into the sky, resonating faintly with the red giant moon suspended in the heavens. Shush! Red Shadow roared, breaking through the mystic black fog. The loathsome general's mountainous body was repeatedly blown away, crashing into the ground, creating scars 1,000 meters long. Yet, he was still alive. Perhaps he had just died, but now he was alive again, standing here perfectly intact. Death is the ultimate destiny. In the face of death, all power is meaningless. The loathsome general's mouth split open, extending to his ears. He stared into the distance, at the powerful, unparalleled Ice Burial Duke. He had to admit, there was a vast gap between himself and the High Hunting Duke. Even wielding the power of death, fearless of death, he could only endure being beaten. Ultimately, it was the realm of principle, but still. The saying went, death is supreme. Somewhere along the way, the deathly black miasma filling this world had become dozens of times more concentrated than before. Some of the miasma was permanent, lingering amidst the undead tide as long as it wasn't consumed. Some was temporary, gradually dissipating under natural laws, returning to the cycle of heaven and earth. But for the current loathsome general, whether the black miasma was permanent or temporary, it was all an aid. Step. He climbed out of the deep pit, stepping forward. A surge of black fog rushed forth, forming a huge vortex of fog, with him at its center. Step. The loathsome general stepped into the void, taking a second step. His spirit, body, will, and the death power resonated with the boundless undead tide of this world. A solid, saturated with dense intent of death, army spirit, resonated and manifested. Step. The loathsome general took his third step. He bathed in the glory of death, with dense black fog forming an enormous, terrifying shadow over his body. Holding a grappling hook, spreading the shadow of death. The concept of death was like a splendid path, spreading from beneath the shadow all the way to its end, onto the body of the Ice Burial Duke. This was destiny. Death was inevitable. The giant dragon, whose body was enveloped in flesh, saw its crimson pupils contract, and in the next moment, the flesh on its body moved even more violently, swelling in an unimaginable way. Tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, the heart of the flesh core pounded to its extreme, as the Ice Burial Duke blinked and transformed into a larger life form than his original self. Flesh interwoven with frost, decline coexisting with life. But death would end everything. Dead bone cast his gaze. The already vast fog of death once again boiled over, seemingly bearing the great force of death's authority on this land. Boom! The towering shadow holding the hook, more enormous than the disaster beast, collided with the flesh titan with a thunderous crash. Flesh splattered, decayed by death. The shadow buzzed, exploding with rings of black radiance. The loathsome general's entire strength ignited, and his god soul burned rapidly like a candle, shortening inch by inch, yet bursting forth with billions of radiant glows in the form of burning. Ultimate darkness, ultimate dazzling radiance, D. The hook tore through the flesh creature, and the giant wound turned gray as pieces of flesh fell like withering leaves. Yet countless new flesh sprouts spread, aiming to envelop and consume the giant black crow. At this point, no one dared to retreat, no one could. Various conceptual powers washed over this heaven and earth, distorting space, unbalancing elements, with the ground sometimes covered in a carpet of flesh, other times bony and skeletal. Time and space seemed twisted within. Bang! At some unknown time, much of the black fog had already dissipated, the giant shadow no longer possessing its initial might. But the enormous fleshly life form had been torn open, the continuously growing sprouts losing their color, and the large opened cavity resembled a blooming gray flower. Wrapped in surging black flames, the loathsome general plunged inside. The cold of death hit them face on. The Ice Burial Duke glanced at his decaying body and quickly folded his wings, fleeing into the distance. As he just took flight, the hook came flying through the air. The now smaller ice burial duke fell hard in a backward flight. Die 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 die. The loathsome general's eyes blazing, punch after hook fell, and the massive maw on his abdomen gnawed onto the body of the ice burial duke. Tearing out flesh, shattering bones, giant wings broke, blood rained down, and the dragon wailed in agony. It was unknown how much time had passed. The loathsome general finally stopped his frenzy. And before him, only a fragmented gray corpse remained. The world around fell silent. The black fog no longer boiled. Wisps and clusters of dense black fog emerged from the corpse of the now deceased duke. 1 into the heaven and earth, 2 into the emperor, 3 into the grand tide, 4 into the loathsomes. It was as if the ritual was complete, as if he had accumulated enough on his own. Naturally reaching completion, the loathsome general suddenly roared to the sky. The god soul that had burnt inch by inch, declined earlier, now burst again into divine light, having recovered to perfection, resonating with heaven and earth. The mysterious and profound principal patterns of heaven and earth faintly appeared within his vision. A door opened. The aura of the loathsome general surged once more, this time not merely in volume but also in sublime quality. Bathed in the glory of death, roaring, slaughtering, the loathsome general stepped into the principal realm. And this was also part of the necrotic plague breath's great force. The distance from soul realm to law realm is a heavenly chasm. Moreover, it's a greater chasm than the usual one from mundane to the legendary earth realm, harder to breach. Even those proclaimed as world-class strongmen with the demeanor of law realm might not be able to step into the law realm. World-class strongmen might still be stuck at this chasm for decades, never reaching the mysteries of the law until they accidentally perish one day. But the loathsome general accomplished it. His process was not simple. It involved his own efforts and mortal risks. If entering the law realm were just about recklessly risking life, then the streets would be rife with beings of the law realm. Bathed in death and thus ascended, such was the complete great power of Wang Ling Zai Shi. Not just the loathsome general alone. In the war, countless elite undead, who had personally sown death and received its feedback and then ascended, emerged. They were inconspicuous. Only some legendary realm monsters fighting the undead vaguely noticed that some of the previously fallen undead not only revived but also returned stronger. The pressure they faced was multiplying. They sensed an ominous foreboding. Then, they witnessed the fall of the ice burial duke. Did the duke fall again? Wait, why is there an again? A flesh giant dragon from the legendary realm, who attended the War of the Shattered Isles and narrowly escaped, found this scene eerily familiar. Further away, the Fire-Winged Duke and the Duke Jinglei, both beings of the law realm, were profoundly alarmed. The old ice burial again. That moment of shock almost brought them to the brink of death. They broke into a cold sweat. They also vaguely realized that the mountainous abomination which had slain the ice burial duke seemed to have become even more terrifying, more horrifying. At this point, before the fall of the ice burial duke, when things had already been grim. Somewhere in front of the mighty undead force known as Black Prison Castle. Black Prison Castle, built along the Nether River and backed by towering, cloud-piercing dark mountains, was easy to defend but hard to attack. Even a legendary realm strongman would need to be extremely cautious to cross the mist-shrouded Nether River. However, today, thunderous roars. There came a monster tide filling the entire horizon, endless, rushing from all directions. The vast, over 10,000 meters wide, gray waves of the endless Nether River were gradually filled by countless monster carcasses. The sounds of battle shook the heavens. Countless flying creatures, undead, fell from the sky. Occasionally, even legendary strongmen perished. Even beings of the legendary realm, in such a massive, deadly battleground, had no control over their fate, vulnerable to falling at any moment. And once such legendary realm undead perished, reviving them was exceedingly difficult. Even the Black Prison Castle Master, a law realm being, could only revive a small batch of 3rd or 4th order elite undead, or at great cost, 1 or 2 legendary undead. The undead are an immortal race, but the higher their rank, the harder their revival, a natural rule that cannot be reversed. Only in the past, during the prime of the undead, it was said that a great power user could easily resurrect large numbers of undead. That was the golden era of the immortal race, truly living up to their name. Thinking of this, the face of the Black Prison Castle Master grew even grimmer. He stood above the heavens, facing the High Hunting Duke directly. He was not inferior to this High Duke. Neither could get the better of the other. However, the undead under his command at Black Prison Castle were far fewer than this overwhelming monster tide. It wasn't that his Black Prison Castle was weak. He commanded countless undead elites, and his lieutenants included 20 to 30 legendary realm undead, making him a top-tier overlord in the Death Domain. But the monster tide was stronger. From Dragon Sleep Valley came a monster tide, teeming with legendary realm beings, while even the common monsters were formidable, fearsome. An army of hundreds of millions of third and fourth order monsters. How could they resist? What could they use to defend? After this battle, the losses of my Black Prison Castle will be immeasurable. No, even whether we can survive this ordeal is uncertain. Black Prison Castle Master had certainly tried to intervene, casting out the remnants of battles. Yet it was in vain. The monsters were crazed, fearing not death, and the High Duke from Dragon Sleep Valley cared not for the losses of his overwhelming tide. But Black Prison Castle Master cared about his losses. Especially the legendary realm undead. Each loss diminished his force. These 20 to 30 legendary realm creatures were his painstaking efforts and time cultivated. His heart bled. Is this what they call the immortal undead? Ha! The High Hunting Duke, Duke Liei, scoffed. He was a High Duke who had risen in a later era and had not seen the prime of the undead clan. He often heard the old folks reminisce about how powerful and insane the past undead tides were, fearless in life and death, truly terrifying in their endless revivals. That's why. Back then, when the undead and humans, elves, orcs, and other great races didn't mesh well, their formidable armies struck at the undead first. To say they were overly fearful ain't enough, but facing the undead clan was cumbersome, as documented in history. Back then, they from Dragon Sleep Valley were among the main forces that obliterated various undead powers. Duke Liei, when he initially entered the Death Domain, was somewhat cautious, but now upon seeing this, is this it? Is this the legendary undead that never dies? It's nothing much? Black Prison Castle Master couldn't refute. He too yearned for such glory, yet he had never witnessed the undead's glory himself. He was steadily losing ground, growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, as Duke Liei, in the midst of a fierce attack, furrowed his brow as if he had received some command, he snorted coldly and then withdrew the surging tide of monsters. Afterward, controlling the skies filled with red clouds, Duke Liei and the tide of monsters and their strong leaders disappeared at the ends of the heavens. Retreating, they're retreating. Black Prison Castle Master was finally able to catch his breath. He looked around the now chaotically devastated Black Prison Castle, the heavily damaged soldiers, and then gazed in the direction where the monster tide was far off. Could it be? The monster tide entering the Death Domain comprised 9 separate floods. These 9 tides, mighty and unstoppable, obliterated everything in their paths, including some hidden forces of the undead that even the country of corpse had not discovered, which were also unable to hide due to the erosion of the red mist and were quickly swallowed up in the blood-red waves. Each of the 9 tides fought their own battles, to converge at the domain gate leading from Death Domain to 10 Directions Island Domain. That had been the plan. However, 4 tides had been obstructed, and Ice Burial was annihilated, a scenario far exceeding the scope of the original plan. They hadn't even reached 10 Directions Island Domain, hadn't even officially clashed with the humans of Tianyuan City, yet a High Duke had already fallen? Ice Burial, useless. But in this land of deathly silence, where even the undead are rare, there exists a powerful undead force, the country of corpse? It was situated right next to the territory bordering their Dragon Sleep Valley. Now, during the period of the Great Red Moon's radiant glow, they certainly wouldn't overlook such an undead force. High Duke, too, desired to hunt his own prey, somewhere. A deeply hidden powerful undead force was already obliterated. The majestic city of the undead was left only with ruins. A vampire marquis with an imposing silhouette overshadowing the sun and sky was staring wide-eyed, unable to rest. His beating heart was ripped out. His blood was burning in crimson flames until it ran dry. A law realm undead thus fell. And the perpetrator was none other than a single dragon. Upper Hunting Duke Bloodflame. He was also the commander of these 9 Tides of Death domain, one of the peak strongmen among the Upper Hunting Dukes, and a fearsome being embarking on the path to ascension. Powerful Law Realm Vampire Marquis, in front of Upper Duke Bloodflame, couldn't even last a few breaths before he perished. The tide swallowed up the city of the undead. Bloodflame cast his gaze into the distance. The next moment, irrespective of the surrounding monster tide, his body blazed with raging bloody flames, forming a bridge spanning heaven and earth before him. He stepped onto the bridge, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared between heaven and earth. Boom! Whoosh! Waves of blood surged, black tides roared. Firewing and Thunder, 3 hunting dukes, were already leading their respective tides, maintaining a defensive posture. Duke Liei and other dukes, commanding the tides, could already be seen far off, their terrifying figures visible. Reinforcements have arrived, 8 against 4, the advantage is ours. Duke Firewing and the other spirits lifted. But in the territory of the country of corpse, new top-tier experts had arrived. I shall scatter frost and decline, and death shall accompany me. A frost giant dragon, with a body length of over 300 meters, its scales flickering with a cold, dark gleam, massive and terrifying yet noble and revered, maneuvered through vast clouds of ice fog to reach the battlefield. Country of Corpse's supreme frost dragon overlord? No, it was he, Sario, the frost giant dragon. No, the dragon of death, instantly crossed the space, flying from the ends of the azure sky. From his being, a surging power of death continuously burst forth, as if he were a spring that could generate an endless supply of death power. The power of death flowed like a river in all directions, also resonating with this world's already dense, surging mist of death. Bathed in the glory of death, the great power of death bestowed upon him. Although Sario wasn't born from Wang Ling Zai Shi, and wasn't completely affiliated with this great force, he was the dragon of death, innately harmonized with the power of death. In the glory of death, his power climbed step by step, surpassing one limit after another. Eyeing a tide of red mist surging forth, Sario showed no fear. Roar, dirge of frost and death. Rolling mist of frost and death, carrying intense death power, surged towards the distance. Much like an avalanche, the mist of frost and death grew ever larger, spiraling upwards into the sky like a foot stepping over the other, instantly freezing the heaven and earth, causing decline. In the distance, Duke Liei was on his way. He, who had originally believed his victory was assured, was called urgently and was quite displeased. Old Ice Burial has fallen, and Firewing, Thunderclap, these fellows also lost. The old guys really are getting worse, but they were just facing a few undead experts. Unlike him, who easily suppressed the master of Black Prison Castle. The future of Dragon Sleep Valley was indeed in the hands of a new generation of Grand Dukes like himself. Duke Liei had already caught sight of Sario descending upon him. At first glance, a little guy who hasn't even stepped into the soul realm dares to challenge my esteemed self. He glanced a second time. What's going on? This power of death seems a bit too overwhelming. He glanced a third time. Wait. His god soul was sending alerts, the signs of death buzzing loudly. This quickly growing ice fog, which brought decay and freezing to the heavens and the earth, even made him shiver a bit. Duke Liei's eyes lit up, his crimson wings spread wide like blades, and he instantly slashed out a red cross more than 10,000 meters long in front of him. Starhunt Slash. A slash capable of shattering stars, locking onto prey, ignoring space. Duke Liei didn't plan to combat the already formidable force of the Mist of Frost and Death. His target was the weak frost giant dragon. The crimson cross of energy pierced through the space. Crack. The cross that pierced through space suddenly halted midway as deep blue ice rapidly spread over the red energy slash. The conceptual power swirling around this formidable energy slash also fell away, fragmented like withering leaves. Then, the dirge of frost and death howled past, the tide froze. Countless monsters were encased in ice and decayed. Duke Liei struggled. Wrapped in the dense power of death, Sario's black dragon form stepped onto the scene the next moment. Boom! Duke Liei crashed to the ground. The dragon of death roared. Sario was exhilarated. Who else? Who else? Even though he was still only in the legendary Earth realm, he could be invincible in this world, bringing down the arrogant Law Realm dukes beneath the scarlet mist tide. This was the strength of Sario, the dragon of death. Of course, mainly it was because Lord and Boss Deadbone had granted him power. Sario and Duke Liei tangled together, striding across the blood-red bridge of heaven and earth, crossing vast spaces. Peak Duke Bloodflame, who had recently arrived, also saw Duke Liei being fiercely beaten. Farther away, the abomination undead that had recently slain Ice Burial Duke was now fighting against two High Dukes, holding the upper hand and displaying an invincible stance. This emerging power, the country of corpse, completely unrecorded by intelligence, emerged out of nowhere and was unimaginably powerful. A hidden nation? A contingency of the undead? Bloodflame Duke was unsure. He only knew one thing: to kill these undead. The abomination and the frost giant dragon were very powerful, but he, Bloodflame, had more confidence in himself. He was a peak duke on the Holy Road. Below the Saint Realm, he was invincible. Boom! A pale blue great sun rose on the side. The second frost giant dragon revealed its form, its massive body and wingspan obscuring the azure sky. The pale blue sun like a curtain covering the heavens. His mere presence froze the space around him. Your opponent is me. The voice of the supreme frost dragon overlord thundered. Around the edges of the pale blue great sun, a surge of the death power flames rose. All death in the world resonated instantly, the flames of death drawing a circle, enclosing a realm of its own. And within that realm, the supreme frost dragon overlord and peak duke Bloodflame faced each other. The next moment, the pale blue great sun crashed down to the earth. The supreme frost dragon overlord was born from the remains of the fallen Ice Burial Duke. Tracing back to an even more distant era, these remains originated from a frost giant dragon of the Law Realm that had fallen or reached the end of its lifespan. The remains themselves contained considerable power, and when the dead bone revived the frost giant dragon through a special opportunity, it was born already standing tall at the summit of the world as an existence of the Law Realm. In the old times, this would be a native divine spirit. At its birth, the frost giant dragon was but a green hand of the Law Realm, far inferior in both realm and power usage to the veteran powerhouses like the Ice Burial Duke. However, so much time had passed, and the supreme frost dragon overlord was no longer the Law Realm green hand it once was. Now, it was not only transformed into a vast azure Dari, but also had unleashed a mighty and vast death flame. The azure Dari and the blood-red flames intertwined, and soon, little by little, overcame the blood flame. Boom! The blood flame duke stirred up a colossal wave of blood, burning unpredictably and boundlessly. His combat experience and fighting skills were naturally stronger. He feigned an opening, and the blood flames swiftly broke through the azure Dari, with countless blood-colored flames like long snakes, flying dragons, and sharp arrows dividing and then rejoining within the Dari. Tear! The blood flame tore through the hard and massive body of the frost giant dragon, adhering to it and burning, gnawing away bit by bit. But simultaneously, as a cost, a good portion of the blood flame duke's body was also frozen and withered within the ice, dead. His body still appeared gray and black, a sign of complete death and destruction of the flesh, muscles, and blood. But the blood flame duke did not care. He simply shook his body, and the small portion of his now lifeless body autonomously detached. He self-amputated his own segments of flesh. The chunks of grayish-black flesh turned to ash and dissipated in the wind. And in the next moment, the damaged parts of the blood flame duke's massive body began to rapidly squirm, and in less than the blink of an eye, the lost flesh was entirely regrown and restored to its original state. This was the advantage of their Tianqi Eternal Life faction. They believed that flesh could be immortal, and indeed it could be. Minor wounds were nothing. Even grave injuries, or near death, could be swiftly healed with enough sacrifice. Wound for wound, the advantage is mine. The Bloodflame Duke had just thought this when, before him, the frost giant dragon that had been torn and continually gnawed by the Bloodflames suddenly surged with an immense black mist. The black mist extinguished the Bloodflame, and in the next instant, it repaired the frost giant dragon's damaged body, restoring it as before. The Bloodflame Duke. This time, it wasn't that he had intentionally feigned an opening. The Azure Dari truly covered the Bloodflame little by little. Battlefields everywhere were roaring. One Law Realm powerhouse after another fought until the azure sky collapsed and space was torn, erasing the elements of heaven and earth within. In the Dragon Sleep Valley of the High Hunting Duke, only 8 remained. The strongest among them, the Bloodflame Duke, had reached the end of the heavens fighting the supreme Frost Dragon Overlord. The remaining Law Realm Dukes were mostly on the level of the Ice Burial Duke and the Firewing Duke. At this moment, the loathsome general fought 1 against 3, his body enveloped in thick black mist, resonating with the mighty power of the army spirit. He faced 3 high dukes without falling behind. On another side, Slash, the headless knight general, with the coordination of 2 other generals, took the lead in slaying a Law Realm Duke. He, just like the loathsome general, peaked in his accumulation and, seizing this opportunity, smoothly broke through, stepping into the principal realm. This one slaying, one breakthrough, immediately tilted the previously deadlocked situation. Grow through battle, the stronger the fight. This is the undying undead of legend. Country of Corpse, the legitimate undead? From afar, the arriving Black Prison Castle Master couldn't help but mutter. He recalled the emissary from the Country of Corpse not long ago. The Country of Corpse wished to unify the Death Domain. They would surely welcome this with open arms. The legitimacy of the undead is here. The strong of the undead is here. The future of the undead is here. The Black Prison Castle Master took a deep breath, his gaze becoming determined. He spread his black wings and suddenly flew out from his hiding place, stirring up an overwhelming conceptual power, and hurled a spear toward a high duke in the distance. I'm here to assist you. The addition of 1 Law Realm existence once again tipped the scales. The expressions on the faces of the Law Realm dukes from Dragon Sleep Valley sank a little. This isn't right, is it? Weren't the undead supposed to be destroyed, leaving only a few cats and dogs? Even the only surviving undead Holy Realm was hiding in some secret island realm, afraid to show its face. But when did the undead become so resolute and possess so many strong fighters? The loathsome generals were also feeling a bit sour at this moment. This Black Prison Castle Master wasn't very active in his submission back then, and now he wanted to snatch their experience loot bag. A bit too unbrotherly, right? But after all, they were allies, and they might have to work together in the future. Besides giving the Black Prison Castle Master a fierce glare and feeling gloomy, the loathsome generals couldn't do much else. The Black Prison Castle Master, seeing the displeased looks in the loathsome general's eyes, suddenly understood. This must be because they were blaming him for not joining in soon enough. Yes, during the deadlock was the best time for him to act, to earn the favor of these powerhouses, and he was slow to act. With this in mind, the Black Prison Castle Master dared not hold back any longer. He went all out, especially hard selling himself at the front line. Loathsome general. Furious. But just as his anger surged, in the distance, 2 powerful presences of the Law Realm ascended rapidly, closing in on the battlefield. They immediately cut off the escape routes of the High Dukes, sealing them tightly. We've come to assist you. A Death Knight on a warhorse arrived through the air. This was the Silent Sovereign's subordinate, Death Knight Ulysses, who had brought along a powerful reinforcement to join the fight. 2 Law Realm beings descended upon the battlefield. The combat power of the Death Knights was even superior to that of the ordinary Law Realm Dukes. Today, we shall restore the glory of the undead. Not one of you from the Dragon Sleep Valley Dukes will escape our death domain today." The Death Knight struck fiercely, choosing the perfect moment right as the High Dukes were about to retreat. Now, these mighty High Dukes, unable to advance or retreat and caught in a pincer attack, suddenly bore several ghastly conceptual scars. The reinforcement from the undead expert was a ghost commander of the underworld. His pale face split into a smile, and as he slowly raised his arms, tall and ghostly white buildings spread out like towering walls on both sides, blocking the heavens and earth, blocking the escape route. This move would surely earn a favorable impression from the legend. "Four heavenly kings of abomination. Are you not only stealing our experience packs but also our lines?" These were the words they had intended to say as they refused to let any of the Grand Dukes of the Hunt escape. How outrageous! Several hours later, against Dead Bones' expectations, the terrifying presence of the Saint Realm in Dragonsleep Valley did not reach out from afar. Perhaps it could not yet probe beyond the Red Mist Land? Perhaps there was no opportunity to act. Regardless, the war was coming to an end, and all the preparations, backups, and stable arrangements he had made were not needed. Thus, it is very stable indeed. Those mighty Law Realm Dukes, of course, could not escape either. The power of Wang Ling Zai Shi was not just from the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord and the four great generals of abomination. The undead tide was also powerful, or rather, even more terrifying. When the undead tide surrounded them, it became a never-ending life and death cycle, a tide of death that never ceased. At this moment, the Bloodflame Duke's eyes were blood red. The remaining force within him could no longer support his body's constant flesh repair and recovery. His entire body had shrunk at least 2.5 sizes from its original form. But he had finally shaken off the terrifying Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord and plunged into the vast black tide, like a river, a lake, a sea. Waves splashed. Death was face to face. The death power surging from all directions was continuously eroding, frighteningly annihilating his body. This vast black tide seemed boundless, and once submerged, you couldn't see the end of the blackness. This was the tide of death. Even though Dead Bone was not present on the scene, as long as the black fog of death lingered, his authority could spread to this place. It took only a few blinks for the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord to pursue his prey. A few blinks later, boom, the Azure Dari reappeared, resonating with the black fog, breaking and collapsing the space continuously, yet the collapsed space still fell within the black tide. This thunderous noise that trembled the heavens and ground to dust continued for 3 breaths. Then, the world gradually returned to calm, looking at the region again. The massive, seemingly infinite tide of monsters had been silently annihilated. There were many monsters. Not even a legendary realm being could cause much of a ripple if plunged into it. Even for a Law Realm being, annihilating these vast and gradually dispersing monster tides was extremely strenuous, and truly exterminating the monster tide to the last was not possible. But here, under the slaughter of the equally vast and fearless undead, who could resurrect and fight again after death, the endless monster tide was devoured and eradicated in the blink of an eye. This scene brought tears to the eyes of some of the old undead who had experienced the glorious days of yore. Their hollow eye sockets seemed ready to weep a few tears. Everything has returned. Everything is back. War nourishes war, the dead resurrect, this is what we undead are. This great force comes from the country of corpse? Our undead clan's rightful legacy must be here? 600 years. This old one has waited 600 years, and finally, the hope for the rise of the undead has been seen. Inside and outside the battlefield, some undead legends had already taken action, helping to eradicate the monster tide and pursue the monster experts. Others still gazed from afar, secretly observing. Both the former and the latter were greatly surprised by the outcome of this battle. No, precisely speaking, they were surprised by the process. When they saw the infinite number of undead tides, comparable to the monster tide, they were astounded. They had never seen so many undead, even though this place was the death domain. They had also never seen undead who could keep resurrecting and fighting for a long time without their numbers depleting. But in history, during the glorious days, weren't the undead known for their numbers and their immortality that made all the races of the various realms tremble? This was the true undead. The undead experts were all invigorated, some of whom were already the leaders of their own forces, and were now considering the next steps for expansion. It is said that the country of Corpse has ambition to unify the great domain. So why not directly pledge loyalty? It is surely stronger to follow willingly than to be forced to later. A leader thought. Had any of his subordinates suggested this before the battle, he would have surely been punished severely, but now. It doesn't matter if we pledge allegiance sooner or later. The Dragon Sleep Valley has already set its sights here, the Death Domain has become unsafe, and we cannot do without a patron. The most critical thing is, the country of Corpse is the legitimate undead. This is not a matter of strength. Were it to pledge to some strong undead force, it could be out of desperation, possibly bowing to violence, but pledging to the country of Corpse was following the trend, answering the call, returning to the embrace of the undead empire. Farther from the battlefield, in a place not affected by the fighting, a small 3-person squad was watching from a distance. They were not strong, merely at the peak of the leading realm. They were not undead, but rather humans somewhat incongruent with the deceased. However, the 3-person squad was fully equipped, wearing dark full-body armors with a faint aura of the deceased emanating from them. From afar, they looked like 3 undead. But these 3 undead were currently operating a sophisticated device, observing the distant battle. One of them swallowed hard. I never thought I'd see a Law Realm existence's great war in my lifetime. Another said, cut it out, if we had really seen it, we'd be nothing but corpses by now. The team leader looked at the images in the device. The Law Realm Duke from Dragonsleep Valley has fallen, and not just one, but several. Who would have thought that the country of Corpse, a new force, would so easily defeat the large army of Dragonsleep Valley? Such important news, they did not dare to delay for a moment, rapidly transmitting it back. Back at the headquarters responsible for compiling intelligence from all over, a 6-star veteran general read the report and fell into thought. Country of Corpse? It looks like an undead force that previously secluded itself. A legitimate remaining power of the undead clan? No matter what, the undead are living beings too. A force worth allying with. And this country of Corpse is currently opposing Dragonsleep Valley, and the enemy's enemy is a friend. An alliance is a must. At roughly the same time, in the Shenyao Empire, Eye of Shenyao. A new undead force has appeared in the Death Domain? No, not new, it is clearly a remaining force of the undead wielding the legitimate undying great force. Such an undead force must be brought over to our Shenyao Empire. Yongxing Empire. An undead force? Even though the undead does not have a great nation-level power now, but this country of Corpse emerging on the eve of the great disaster is not simple. Perhaps there's even more power hidden deeper. If we in Yongxing want to surpass the Holy Griffin Empire and sit on the throne of world domination, we must recruit such a representative force of the undead. The previously remote and rarely visited Death Domain seemed to gradually become lively. Near the Death Domain, on an island cut off from all ports of entry and completely isolated from the outside world. Here, the black fog lingered, but it was eerily lonely. Although occasionally a few undead could be seen passing by, the surroundings remained so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, as if it were haunted. But this place was indeed haunted. At the center of the island, inside an ancient, majestic hall, the thick and rustic doors were slightly ajar. From within the gap, a faint sigh could be heard. A great being awoke inside the hall, casting its gaze. Silent Sovereign. The last pillar of support for the undead. The Silent Sovereign had known about the situation in the Death Domain right from the start, naturally aware of the country of Corpse's great defeat of the Dragonsleep Valley army, which had reinstated the glorious reputation of the undead. However, Dragonsleep Valley is far from simple. In the past, the precursor of Dragonsleep Valley was one of the 18 monster armies that had led to the destruction of the Undead Empire. For this reason, after the battle, this top overlord had carved up part of the Undead Empire's territory and also occupied Dragonsleep Valley, a burial ground for dragons. Leveraging this treasure land, Dragonsleep Valley had spawned more Law Realm Dukes, and the number of flesh giant dragons in the legendary realm was countless. Among the forces at the legendary Earth realm level, flesh giant dragons truly stood above many other breeds, and most undead legends couldn't even compete with the Crimson Dragons alone. Moreover, the Saint Realm beings in Dragon Sleep Valley have taken this opportunity to break through, leading to the rise of a powerful existence known as Twilight King. According to what the Silent Sovereign knew, Dragon Sleep Valley was currently led by the terrifying existences, Twilight King and Red King. Although these two terrifying existences weren't true kings, they bore the title King to display their ambition, but in reality, they were also extremely horrific. Dusk Lord, Scarlet Lord, the Silent Sovereign had no assurance of victory against either. After all, over the years, to support the surviving undead and to enable them to live in secrecy, he had exhausted all his strength. Centuries had passed and not only had his power not grown, it might even have slightly declined. He had lost various treasures of the Undead Empire, and some of his kills had become rootless. And Twilight King, Red King, if nothing unexpected occurred, were certainly growing stronger. Besides the terrifying existences, Twilight King and Red King, Dragon Sleep Valley still possesses several Saint Realm beings, even if Dragon Sleep Valley, with many enemies and vast territories, are entangled by great powers like nature and Shen Yao, but should even one Saint Realm being make a move, it would be an insurmountable peak for the country of Corpse. Even if it was legendary, it was the same. The Saint Realm chasm was like the river of starry sky, the river of the world, an absolutely insurmountable barrier. Wasn't he, the Silent Sovereign, a legendary life, well aware of this? Even without a Saint Realm being stepping in, with Dragon Sleep Valley sending several times more Law Realm Dukes, the country of Corpse still would not be able to match them. And he knew very well that Dragon Sleep Valley indeed held numerous, powerful Law Realm beings. That the country of Corpse could defeat the army of Dragon Sleep Valley and slay several Law Realm beings was surprising and pleasing to him. He was delighted that there were successors among the undead, and delighted that the undead bearing true king-like qualities were even more remarkable than he had anticipated. However, the Silent Sovereign still felt that the country of Corpse was too flamboyant. Once it caught the attention of Dragon Sleep Valley, it would be struck with devastating blows. And now, the country of Corpse might have already caught the attention of the Saint Realm beings of Dragon Sleep Valley. The Silent Sovereign could not help but sigh. Too flamboyant indeed. But if it wasn't this flamboyant, would it still be a legend with the qualities of a true king? He felt conflicted. Hesitant, he hoped to see the King of Skeleton rise quickly, display the demeanor of a true king, and restore the glory of the undead. Yet he feared that such a rapid rise would inevitably catch the attention of the monster overlord. What should I do, big brother? If you were still here, what would you do? After the true king and great lord of the Undead Empire fell, even though he himself was a Saint Realm Duke, he still felt too lonely, too powerless, and too afraid. Afraid of making the wrong decisions. But what would the true king have chosen? What would the country of Corpse choose? After obliterating the Dragon Sleep Valley army, would the leader of the country of Corpse choose to retreat from the world to avoid Dragon Sleep Valley's blows? Or would they ally with other countries and great powers to jointly oppose Dragon Sleep Valley? The leaders of the countries believed that the country of Corpse would choose the latter. After all, since the country of Corpse chose to emerge on the eve of the great disaster, it signifies that they aren't the avoiding battle type but rather intending to do something through the disaster, the war. Moreover, since Dragon Sleep Valley and the ancient Undead Empire had great enmity, the country of Corpse, being the legitimate successor of the Undead Empire, will inevitably act against Dragon Sleep Valley. Indeed, although the battle seemed coincidental, with the Dragon Sleep Valley army invading the Death Domain and thereby provoking the retaliation and counterattack of the country of Corpse, in reality, the country of Corpse must have been well prepared, just waiting here to ambush the Dragon Sleep Valley army. So guessed the leaders of the countries. They guessed quite right, more so than the Silent Sovereign. Yet the whole process was wrong. Instead, the Silent Sovereign understood the origins of the country of Corpse better, well aware that this was not some reclusive undead power re-emerging. Clearly, it was the legend of the true king, born and rising to carry the hopes of their undead. He felt that the king of Skeleton was angry and retaliating. However, Dead Bone had long anticipated that a great army would invade Dragon Sleep Valley. He just wasn't sure of the timing or scale, yet he had made preparations for the battle early on. Great King, what should we do next? The loathsome general's eyes blazed with ferocity, eager to fight another 300 battles. The other generals felt the same. The Shadow Dragon General and the Corpse Witch General were just a fraction away from entering the principal realm, now even more eager to slay a High Duke to boost their ascension to godhood. Dead Bone's gaze drifted into the distance. As expected by their lord, the great army in Dragon Sleep Valley was merely passing through. Their real target was their core territory, Tianyuan City. It was foreseeable that more armies from Dragon Sleep Valley were marching, and Tianyuan City would face grave danger. Return to help? Lead the undead wave to pounce on the powerhouses of Dragon Sleep Valley within 10 Directions Island domain? Dead Bone dismissed this plan. The plan was already in place. The undead wave, Necrotic Plague Breath, was infinitely powerful, yet it had flaws. Dead Bone's eyes returned to the recent battlefield. The red mist corroded, and the land gradually spread with dark red fissures, and in some areas, a scarlet flesh carpet grew and spread unchecked. But soon, a black fog storm swept across. The fungal carpets decayed and wilted at a visible rate, and those dark red cracks in the ground began to take on a grayish-black hue. If the red mist could do this much, what more for the ordinary lands full of life? The flaw of Necrotic Plague Breath was that where the black mist veiled, the land became desolate, not a blade of grass grew, living beings' bodies decayed, and their lives gradually faded. Merely touch an ordinary isle with a hint of it, and all vitality would be gone, leaving dead land. If he led a great battle in 10 Directions Island domain, even if they were victorious, the entire 10 Directions Island domain would be ruined after the battle. Moreover, due to the particularity of the undead wave, when they collaborated with non-undead allies, their powers would instead conflict. To avoid conflicts and not affect their comrades, the strongest feature of the undead wave and Necrotic Plague Breath could not be fully utilized. Then not assist? Continue to build up the country of corpse? Or would he lead the loathsome general, the headless generals, these law realm powers, into the 10 Directions Island domain himself? No, it was neither. Dead Bone looked towards the end of the sky, towards the direction where the crimson moon hung high. At this moment, during the tragedy of the Red Moon, overlapped with the sky-splitting disaster, monstrous experts could easily step out of the land of filth on the eve of the great calamity. While great battles were unceasing across the lands and monsters constantly emerged. In that case, the only thing we need to do is march, attack Dragon Sleep Valley. Do the opposite. At this time, within the territory of Dragon Sleep Valley, the strong were scarce. This could also relieve the pressure on Tianyuan City. Dead Bone planned to open another battlefield within the land of filth, targeting to uproot each heart of corruption and drive back the Red Mist land. Who says they must defend when disaster strikes? This was the plan all along. March. For the glory of the undead race. The 4 generals who had just fought a great battle, including the supreme frost dragon overlord Sario, had no desire to rest or stay, and immediately led this large number of undead waves towards the death domain, where the red mist was thicker. Directly towards where the red moonlight fell, march. Rumble rumble. The black wave surged forward, like great black rivers under the veil of the black mist, swiftly sweeping over mountains, gorges, and plains, pressing onwards. Within the death domain, whether it was the undead experts like the Black Prison Castle Master, leaders of forces ready to join the country of corpse, or scouts from the various great nations, they all froze in place. Wait, wasn't the Dragon Sleep Valley army annihilated? And we don't see any monster tide coming? What is the country of corpse doing? This direction, could it be? No way. The country of corpse wants to attack Dragon Sleep Valley? The experts suddenly lost their voice. Was it because they were too cowardly, or was the country of corpse just too brave? If the country of corpse is making such a move, should we still ally with them? The leaders of the great nations fell into deep thought. The posture of a true king. Were the true kings really this courageous when they were young? The silent sovereign fell into thought. Thoughtful was the death domain today. The professionals of Tianyuan City were not contemplating. The red moon shone above, below, the gloomy city crushed. This was a strange scene, a scene of calamity, but this is also an opportunity. With the advent of the red moon, numerous roots of corruption will grow in the wild wastelands. To eradicate these roots of corruption and obtain heaven and earth's gift, treasures, now is the most appropriate time. There is danger, but also opportunity. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, where could we find roots of corruption outside Tianyuan City? And now we can eradicate one land of filth after another, or retreat to rely on Tianyuan City, this strong battle zone. Besides, as a hub connected to various domains, we can rush to any place in need at the fastest speed. Inside the Professional Association of Tianyuan City, countless professionals howled excitedly, unable to contain their enthusiasm. This was related to the strength and hierarchy of the professionals. In most regions of Taizan, professionals were generally at first-order professional level, second-order elite level. The second order was elite, the cream of the crop. Even in frontline strongholds like Shilling City and Lujiang City, the active professionals were usually only second and third order. If not for the strong people from all over coming to aid during the disaster moon period, under normal circumstances, fourth-order leaders strongmen would be few and far between in a frontline stronghold. But the situation is different in Tianyuan City's domain. Setting aside passers-by, the professionals who work and explore here in Tianyuan City are often the experts among professionals. Compared to the vast majority of ordinary professionals, they are experts. There are not a few third-order war general-level juniors here, and the vast majority of professionals have their own teams, whether they be trade caravans, adventure groups, or mercenary bands, and these teams are often led by not just one but several fourth-order leader strongmen. With such strength, professionals naturally have the confidence to venture out during the Red Moon disaster to purify the various lands of filth. The Ten Directions Island domain, adjacent to the Red Mist land and the birthplaces of the root of corruption and the nest of filth, is bound to face much more of these than the Rear Alliance territories. Their eradication of these lands of filth also contributes, little by little, to preventing the Ten Directions Island domain from being corrupted. Although the main motivation is still profit, these elite professionals venture deep into the wilderness in battle groups, purifying the lands of filth with greater efficiency, their experience vastly seasoned, with their own methods for locating corruption. Often, it's these exploratory teams that find and completely cleanse the roots of corruption hidden deep within ravines, guided by subtle clues. Red mist is surging toward the Ten Directions Island domain, its scale far surpassing that of the neighboring Death domain. Mu Yuan murmured. He understood the reason. A supreme ruler such as Dragon Sleep Valley had the ability to influence the great tides of the red mist. The more vast the red mist, the more severe the erosion of the Ten Directions Island domain would be. If left unchecked, if no one purified the lands of filth or if the purification was too slow, the entire Ten Directions Island domain would turn into a red mist region. To such an extent, it would be comparable to the initial state of the Shattered Isles. The reason it wouldn't wholly become a red mist land was the presence of the Tianyuan territory, an anchor firmly in place. However, nowadays, the Ten Directions Island domain faces environmental dangers not just from the disaster moon itself. Shortly after, the Tianyuan City Professional Association issued an announcement. The association didn't refuse professionals from hunting monsters in the wilderness, but advised them not to go too deep and to stay close to the Tianyuan City Defense Circle. The Tianyuan City Defense Circle now covers a vast area, including the Tianyuan City main city and the central towns of the World Tunnel, as well as multiple other towns and over 20 frontline transit camps. Various mines, treasure spots, and the Tianyuan Academy are also within this extensive defense perimeter. However, the Radiant City defense barrier can only shield Tianyuan City itself, and at best extends slightly beyond, far from covering the entire domain of Tianyuan City. The defense of Tianyuan City's domain still relies on conventional means and a few unconventional measures prepared by Lord Shepard. It's good that professionals wish to hunt monsters. But for Tianyuan City, the presence of these transient professionals is even more important. Thus, Mu Yuan would even prefer to have more professionals, more lords come here. Several hours later, the battle in the death domain has ended, just as expected. However, Mu Yuan cast his gaze into the distance. Out in the wilderness, Tianyuan City's elite squads were exploring, searching for lands of filth. As soon as one was found, hero units like Jun and Shi Lu would quickly arrive and purify it. Professional teams were even more efficient at purification. After all, most professionals have incomplete Lord's seals, player marks. And some teams have lords, have heroes. Discover a land of filth and they could purify it. Further afield, the converging monster tide, large in its target, was early intercepted by Tianyuan City's strong people. Like Xie Yi, wielding the great force of guns and artillery, with infinite firepower could easily obliterate such tides. Ice and Frost, working together as legendary realms Lords of Frost, could also unleash a sky-covering avalanche, freezing and wiping out everything. Without the interference of top tyrants, the monster tide under the Red Moon, in the eyes of Tianyuan City's strong people, didn't even qualify as an appetizer. But, how could Dragon Sleep Valley not make a move? If before Mu Yuan wasn't 100% certain, or couldn't pinpoint the timing, now he was sure that the army from Dragon Sleep Valley was on its way. The reason for their delay, could it be related to their setback in the neighboring death domain? Soon, Mu Yuan received a message from the Pioneer Group headquarters. An army from Dragon Sleep Valley is passing through the Shattered Isles, clearly targeting your 10 Directions Island domain. The Shattered Isles war zone is powerless to stop the army from Dragon Sleep Valley. However, if needed, the Pioneer Group can squeeze out some strongmen to support Tianyuan City. The Shattered Isles war zone had since relocated from its original northeastern area of the Shattered Isles to the southwest, close to the realm passageway of the Twilight Dominion. That is, the position where Dragon Sleep Valley's vanguard army had initially occupied and established their base camp. This area is indeed the foundational land of the Isles. As long as it is held, the red mist erosion cannot sink the entire island. But the fundamental reason for relocating the battle zone is the current disaster. With all regions lacking power, the battle zone can only adopt a defensive stance. And defending is, of course, much easier at one's own doorstep. It was at this time. Wu Woon, Wu Woon, Wu Woon. Tianyuan City sounded the third-level alarm. At the same time, in the wilderness, one outpost after another simultaneously sent out messages. All the professional teams exploring and fighting in the wilderness were high-level teams, naturally equipped with communication tools, ready to receive information from the rear at any moment. The communication tools beeped. It's an urgent recall order. The Professional Association has issued an urgent notice. The army from Dragon Sleep Valley is approaching. The wilderness is no longer safe. But the exploratory teams had just tasted victory. In the past few hours alone, they had purified more roots of corruption than in the previous half-month, even a month. They couldn't bear to leave. With so many exploratory squads, even if the Dragon Sleep Valley army attacks, they wouldn't care about a small fries, right? Some held on to a stroke of luck. At this moment, another person pointed to the distance and said, "No, look, even the direct lineage battle teams from Tianyuan City are retreating." Tianyuan City's elite squads had ventured deeper into the wilderness, and now they were also retreating at great speed, without hesitation. Mercenary group professionals. Shall we also make a tactical retreat? Absolutely, we must obey the instructions of the association. One team after another headed back. But before they could return to the Tianyuan domain, they heard a huge rumble like the sky and earth splitting from a very distant place. Someone looked, and their pupils instantly shrank, their bodies trembling with fear. Heav, Heav, Heav. The sky had collapsed. To be precise, it was a stretch of the crimson firmament that resembled a backdrop, suddenly plummeting, like a giant tentacle piercing through the land of 10 Directions Island with tremendous force. Waves of red clouds surged out. In the 10 Directions Island domain, the surging red mist instantly became countless times denser. And the sky truly cracked open, collapsing, as a crimson pillar of enormous size poured down from the very top of the azure sky, smashing the earth to bits and burying itself deeply within. If there were experts skilled in long-range observation, they would discover at this moment that, centered around the crimson pillar, the land was gradually sinking into decay. Trees withered, dark red patterns spread, and corrupt vegetation flourished. It was a scene reminiscent of the Red Mist land. Of course, the vast majority of professionals couldn't glimpse such distant sights, but just the sudden collapse of the sky and the gigantic crimson pillar piercing the heavens and the earth were enough to strike fear into their hearts. What is this? What in the world? The association released a notice saying that the army from Dragon Sleep Valley is about to arrive, but the army shouldn't look like this. The Dragon Sleep Valley army was terrifying just to talk about, but in fact, at this moment in the professional teams venturing deep into the wilderness, at least a small number of top warriors had served in battle zones. Among them, some had even partaken in the wars against the Dragon Sleep Valley army. Even though they also merely followed the lead of the top warriors, engaging in an exchange of blows with the Dragon Sleep Valley army, but this was still them following the top warriors, victorious in countless battles. Indeed, right now, they were also following the lead of the Lord of Tianyuan City, contending against the army from Dragon Sleep Valley. The same thing, so the professionals were not cowed. They weren't scared just before, but now. Can someone tell me, is the Dragon Sleep Valley army supposed to look like this? I would also like to know. Lord Shepard gazed off into the distance. His vision swept across the vast lands outside the boundaries of Tianyuan City, where he saw a torrent of crimson rain descending from the distant earth and sky. As the raindrops fell, countless robust trees withered away, some disintegrating into mottled fragments in the wind, while others twisted and turned menacingly claw-like. They had already transformed into corrupt creatures. At the center of this region, an even darker red sprout burst from the earth, rapidly growing, with dark red patterns quickly spreading outwards from this center. The sky turned somber, the red mist heavy as if clouds and rain, blanketing the region from above. This was the root of corruption. Similar roots of corruption were sprouting rapidly, one after another throughout the 10 Directions Island domain. This is a bit beyond expectation. Among the 192 scenarios he had predicted, not one included this. Lord Shepard could only reflect and learn from this. His understanding of the methods of a top overlord was still far too limited. Actually, not just him, but Tai Zan was the same. The Tai Zan alliance was established only towards the end of the last great catastrophe and slowly rose. Tai Zan's strongmen were not the main force in the last great catastrophe, so naturally, it was difficult for them to understand the enemy's tactics. Moreover, the methods of the top overlords were constantly enriching. The Sky Rift catastrophe was also a disaster that appeared in the Eternal World for the first time. Also, at this time, boom, in the central town, within the world tunnel that connected the various great domains, a sudden roaring sounded. These spatial channels, which had never encountered a single incident since their establishment, began to shake, as if fragments were falling from the ceiling. This was in the midst of infinite void. If the tunnel collapsed, they would fall into the spatial turbulence. Even beings of the legendary realm would perish in the blink of an eye, leaving no bones behind. What happened? What's wrong with the space tunnel? The professionals traversing inside the tunnel were trembling with alarm. The next moment, alarms sounded in the tunnel, accompanied by repeatedly played announcements. Notice, due to enemy interference with the island domain space, the world tunnel will close in 5 minutes. Please orderly evacuate all travelers within the tunnel. Repeating, please orderly evacuate all travelers within the tunnel. But there is no need for excessive panic. The world tunnel is still able to stabilize the space, and the Tunnel Alliance will ensure the safety of every passenger. Even so, the passengers were still terrified, gasping for breath as they ran out of the world tunnel in a panic. 5 minutes later, buzz. The ripple that had formed the world tunnel's gate gradually destabilized until it completely closed and disappeared with a pop. Tianyuan City, atop a mountain. Niu Yuan stood here, gazing into the distance, as the voice of the world Vine Little World reached his ears. Actually, it could still be barely maintained. The little world thus stated. Mu Yuan, no matter, simply close the tunnel, and conserve the power for when it is needed. The little world did not understand but followed his command. Lord Shepard's reason for directly closing the world tunnel was simple. When the tunnel was unstable, people would rarely risk traversing it. Moreover, he actually desired, for a while, to keep more transient outsiders within the Tianyuan city region. Until the end of the Great Battle. This was his own wish. Of course, if Tianyuan city truly could not defend, he would strive with all his might to maintain the world tunnel, forging a route for evacuation. Furthermore, beep, you have a new message. Mu Yuan opened the Sky Patrol realm, and a cold voice came through. Hey, can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay. It seems that communications haven't been completely disrupted. I heard the space of the 10 Directions Island domain has been sealed, and the world tunnel has also closed. Can this tunnel still connect 2 domains? Don't worry about the problem of safety. Speaking was the Lord of Hanyu City. She said, if the tunnel can still be used, then I'll come and slash a few high dukes severely. Just so happens no battles are happening here, so I'm quite bored. She was briskly sharpening her sword. Across from the Cold Valley Mountain battle zone, the top tyrant had burst forth at the beginning of the disaster, then suddenly went quiet, making her as deeply perturbed as Chu Ji. Of course, Han Yu knew well that the top tyrant, Firmament's Hand, must be preparing something and could launch a full attack at any moment. As the commander of the battle zone, she was supposed to always be stationed there, on guard, defending. But she was also worried about her younger brother Tianyuan's condition. The attack on Tianyuan City by Dragon Sleep Valley this time might truly be severe, sparing no expense, even resorting to unheard of tactics. Under normal circumstances, she couldn't leave the battle zone, but if the world tunnel was still usable, and there was a direct teleportation array to her home in Hanyu City from the Cold Valley Mountain War Zone, she could swiftly travel back and forth between the 2 places. To support her younger brother Tianyuan above, to fiercely beat up the monster Grand Duke below. Wouldn't that be delightful? As for the world tunnel being unstable, with various dangers potentially existing during transit, that's not a problem. Her physical body could easily traverse the chaotic void. It's just that without the world tunnel to open a passageway and anchor coordinates, crossing a great domain would take quite a bit of time. Mu Yuan paused. It can indeed be opened, but our side can still hold on for the time being. I see. The Lord of Hanyu City looked somewhat disappointed. Mu Yuan. Big sister, even if there's a world tunnel and teleportation array, leaving on your own would still be desertion. Even if the round trip might only take a little while, what if, during the grand battle in the 10 Directions Island domain, the Cold Valley Mountain War Zone also faces a fierce attack by the enemy? That would be disastrous. Let's see how things go first. Mu Yuan, stepping through air, descended onto Wolf Head Mountain Fortress at the far north of Tianyuan City's region, his gaze piercing through space. North Domain. The reconnaissance camp used daily to monitor realm passageway activity. The elites had already withdrawn when the red moon rose. What remained here were several still operating reconnaissance sky eyes. And, one after another hidden in the dark, black crows with glowing red eyes intensely watching in all directions. Suddenly, boom, a realm passageway, not originally vast, was penetrated by some terrifying force, unleashing a monster tide. With one Law Realm Duke after another standing tall above the firmament, casting terrifying gazes downward. Duke of Hunting, Monster Legend, and countless others. 1, 2, 3. 9 Law Realm Dukes. They unabashedly released their presence, stirring the entire 10 Directions Island domain into trembling. Even though these dukes were still at the far north of the island domain, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Tianyuan City in the south of the domain, the professionals were still trembling with fear, their hearts pounding non-stop. With battle groups still running outdoors, more professionals collapsed to the ground, taking a while to recover. Even then, they still looked deathly pale. 9 High Dukes? I've participated in a great battle at Cold Valley Mountain War Zone before, but the fiercest one had only 3 High Dukes. However, the arrival of the 9 dukes was just the beginning. Not the end. After a few more breaths. Boom! To the northwest of the island domain, another realm passageway also roared. A scarlet mist tide surged out. Monsters emerged in overwhelming swarms. One Law Realm Duke after another, shining like the sun, hung high in the sky. 1, 2, 3. 7 dukes, inside Tianyuan City, a legendary strongman gasped in shock, nearly losing his grip on the power of heaven and earth and falling from midair. Dragon Sleep Valley had gathered armies from 2 directions, a total of 16 routes descending on the 10 Directions Island domain. Originally, there should have been 25 routes, but 9 of them were broken in the neighboring Death domain. An official legend with inside knowledge pondered. His thought had just emerged, not yet settled. Boom! Another ground-shaking roar blasted above the domain. Resounding, long without cessation. To the north of the 10 Directions Island domain, slightly towards the east, the ground suddenly collapsed, forming a huge void. From within the void, endless scarlet mist and monsters gushed out. And one Law Realm Duke after another, godlike and demonic, stepped out from within. Another 7 dukes? Is there another direction? Even Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised. This realm passageway had eluded their discovery even after months of exploration by Tianyuan City. Fortunately, the resounding booms finally did not ring out for a 4th time. 23 Law Realm Dukes, commanding 20 to 30 routes of monster tides, marched majestically towards the region of Tianyuan City. This was almost a deadlock. Nobody expected that Dragon Sleep Valley would go to such lengths regardless of the cost. 20 or 30 Law Realm Dukes. No, even 9 from the neighboring Great Domain. Has Dragon Sleep Valley given up on the other battlefields? In the midst of the monster army, a new surge of Law Realm power suddenly erupted. Another Law Realm monster appeared. However, this Law Realm Duke appeared to be not a giant dragon, but a human. Apart from eyes filled with crimson brilliance and an aura undoubtedly reeking of corruption, this Law Realm strongman was indeed a human. Suddenly, an old legendary figure exclaimed in shock, "Lord Bailuo? Bailuo the legendary?" Years ago, in the war against Dragon Sleep Valley, a legendary lord had fallen in the Red Mist Land and had died without a whole corpse. His appearance was almost identical to this human in front of them. The Law Realm human shifted his gaze, then looked away. Smiling, his voice boomed across heaven and earth, "Indeed, I am Bailuo. I was once just a mere legendary Earth Realm figure, but now, bathed in the glory of corruption, I have ascended to the Law Realm, an unimaginable realm to the former me." He directed his gaze towards Tianyuan, Lord of Tianyuan City. "With your talents and gifts, if you embrace the grand corruption, your future will be boundless. I believe you will make the wise choice." Wise? Mu Yuan didn't want to entertain him at all? Lord Bailuo's expression turned somewhat ugly. He himself was now a powerful Law Realm figure, existing on the same level as you, the Lord of Tianyuan City. Are you not showing me any respect? Before he could say anything, the Peak Duke commanding the army waved his hand, ordering a full assault. The Lord of Tianyuan City's refusal was expected. But when cornered into a desperate situation, the human Tianyuan would have no choice. The monster tide swept through. The root of corruption proliferated unceasingly. In just the blink of an eye, the entire 10 Directions Island domain turned into a demon's playground. At this moment, most of the professional teams who had previously gone out exploring had returned to the domain of Tianyuan City. However, even so, even being within this safe zone, they felt no semblance of security in their hearts. Moreover, the domain of Tianyuan City was immensely vast. It simply could not withstand the monster tide and Law Realm Dukes. Should we defend or retreat? It's too late. Within a few breaths, several Law Realm Dukes had flown to the outskirts of Tianyuan City's domain. They gathered a massive firmament's hand, striking down from the heavens. It was like the sky falling to earth. Lord Shepherd stared intently. "Arise!" Across the vast land, earth veins surged, unleashing bright yellow brilliance. Over vast lakes, water veins surged, the light bursting skyward. On volcanoes, inside wind valleys, orange-red and azure-green brilliance also burst forth in succession. 4 arrays. 4 tiers of celestial phenomena. Mightily rising into the sky. Accompanying them were dozens of legendary figures and several army spirit legions standing firm. 4 symbols suppressing heaven. Boom! The world trembled violently, and the brilliance of the heavenly phenomenon array intensely clashed with the firmament's hand, not yielding in the slightest. Did we hold? But, the red mist tide is still coming. Not just the red mist tide, but at this moment in the 10 Directions Island domain, numerous roots of corruption were rapidly growing and spreading. Their growth was incredibly fast. The rate of corruption spreading through the land was also extremely fast. It was foreseeable that soon, apart from the whole area of Tianyuan City, the rest of the island domain would fall into decay, and then the enemy would unleash even more terrifying power. But now, with 23 armies from Dragon Sleep Valley passing through, it was simply impossible to risk purifying the roots of corruption. It was too late. The normal pace of purification might not even match the speed of these corruptions' growth and spread. Then don't use ordinary methods of purification. Mu Yuan snapped his fingers. In an instant, buzz, inside Tianyuan City, the Grand Cathedral resonated with majestic heavenly music, with holy light soaring skyward. Above Tianyuan City, within the sky domain, the silhouettes of angels flickered faintly, chanting and singing in resonance with the grand heavenly music and the holy light. A majestic, sacred figure appeared within the light. Her hands clasped together. White and golden light burst forth. In an instant, the light of day shone brightly, the dark 10 Directions Island domain turning bright as day, daylight illuminating all lands. Day broke. Before that, when the crimson moon rose high in the sky, the entire eternal world darkened. Even in the core circle of the Tai-Zan Alliance, the sky remained gloomy, with hardly a shred of daylight visible. Let alone the 10 Directions Island domain, which borders the Red Mist land and was undergoing the most fierce onslaught of the Red Mist. When the enormous Crimson Touch fell, when over 20 armies from the Dragon Sleep Valley surged forward, and when the filth continuously bred and the Red Mist surged, the entire 10 Directions Island domain became dark, without a glimpse of daylight. Even in the Tianyuan territory, the Tianyuan City battle zone, a small safeguarded area, was deprived of any trace of daylight. Even when the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation rose, emitting brilliant lights of golden yellow, deep blue, orange-red, and dark green, these lights still faded in the face of the omnipresent red mist, barely illuminating the corner of the Tianyuan City region. The flickering radiance was also on the verge of collapse amidst the thunderous booms and surging red mist. Until this moment, billions of rays illuminated the land. Holy light spread, and wherever it enveloped, those roots of corruption sizzled and emitted threads of red smoke from their bodies. In a blink, these roots of corruption carbonized at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the land of filth dissolved inch by inch under the illumination of the holy light. This is the root of corruption. Some legends widened their eyes. Even as they were esteemed in the legendary realm, in face of the roots of corruption, they were no different from other professionals. If they weren't lords, not possessing a heroic identity, even a legendary strongman couldn't handle the roots of corruption. This is the root of corruption. It's entrenched in the earth, as if it's a part of the background, like an existent rule. Even if mighty beings clashed, causing the earth to collapse and space to shatter, these segments of roots of corruption still stood intact among the broken earth. Only lords, heroes, utilizing the heaven and earth rules, could purify the filth. Lords and the heroes' mark essentially only served to guide, mark, and transfer. The true purification power did not originate from them. However, what did they see now? The roots of corruption vanished without a trace under this widespread holy light. What kind of holy light is this? It's the light of angels. From the center of Tianyuan City, a massive column of holy light rose, and within it, a hazy but majestic figure with hands joined in prayer could be seen. From behind her, a pair of blazing white wings spread to either side, like wings of the azure sky, enveloping the entire Tianyuan City region. Moreover, numerous smaller angels circled this majestic figure, fluttering in the heavens, lauding. Lord of Tianyuan City has an angel core? This was astonishing. After all, angels were a symbol of the Holy Griffin Empire and one of the core advantages that placed the Holy Griffin Empire above other nations. However, compared to the widespread holy light that dissolved the roots of corruption, the appearance of angels wasn't nearly as significant. Even angels didn't have the ability to purify the roots of corruption. This top-tier existence that acted surely was not just any angel, but an angel of very high hierarchy, endowed with supreme purification power. Can it be, Tianyuan City not only had angels but might also possess an eminent figure among them? Does this angel still belong to the Holy Griffin Empire? However, the professionals didn't care about these matters. Seeing the holy light enveloping and driving away the filth, they were all exhilarated. The arrival of holy light brought hope, brought a future. Niu Yuan watched. Lapis wasn't a practitioner of the path of purification. Instead, Lainey, a saint of holy light, was. However, Lainey was too weak, while Lapis was strong enough. Lapis, who was practicing the path and herself resided in an extreme realm, possessed holy light power inherently containing powerful purification power and the concept of purification. The judgment and guard authorities also held some power of purification. Lapis might not be able to purify the nest of filth, the heart of corruption like grand centers of filth, but purifying some mere roots of corruption wasn't difficult. But Lapis alone wasn't enough. Purifying power fell like rain, yet the red mist also surged tumultuously. Where the red mist passed, new roots of corruption sprouted, growing from the soil like tender shoots. At that moment, whoosh, a colossal shadow, piercing the heavens and the earth, rose from the very center of the 10 Directions Island domain. The giant shadow connected the azure sky and the earth, its size countless times larger than those significant upper echelons. Its exact shape was blurred, and its silhouette resembled a massively enlarged slime, but how could that be? In the next instant after the giant shadow appeared, a gaping maw, similar to a black hole, opened on its upper body. In an instant, the filthy red mist, which should have been unaffected by anything, even under purification holy light, streamed into the gaping maw like rivers converging, rushing in with a swishing sound. In just a blink, the red mist in the center of the island domain dissipated completely. It's the Lord of Swallowing Heaven from Tianyuan City. For this top-tier being, who thwarted their grand plans in Dragon Sleep Valley, the warriors of Dragon Sleep Valley were naturally well prepared. But unexpectedly, the Lord of Swallowing Heaven seemed to have mastered a new technique. Destroy this giant shadow. Immediately, nearby monster legends acted. They gathered massive heaven-earth elemental forces, unleashing terrifyingly lethal moves one after another. Hundreds of meters-long crimson blade gleams slashed across. Gigantic meteorites plummeted from above. Golden blade gleams soared into the sky. All passed right through the giant shadow, completely unable to touch it. It seemed as if the giant shadow existed in a higher dimension, impervious to ordinary energy attacks. And indeed, it was. The Master of Devouring Shadow existed in the form of a concept and, in a certain sense, was similar to the conceptual forms found in the Saint Realm. It completely ignored any attack other than concept-killing moves. Watching this scene, 3 Law Realm dukes who were close by stepped into the void and quickly made their move. A gigantic firmament's hand, imbued with conceptual power, descended. 100,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 1,000 meters. The firmament's hand trembled, disintegrating into countless surging energies that scattered and were swiftly swallowed by a massive black hole nearby, along with the strands of mysterious conceptual power. Black hole. Devouring. This is similar to the tactic of Gemstone Grand Duke. Currently, the Gemstone Grand Duke had not fully revived and was not among the troops of this expeditionary army. If the old Gemstone saw this scene, wouldn't his eyes bulge out? Indeed, they would. The giant shadow devoured the concept-killing moves that were hurled at it, and its devouring power on its surroundings grew even more immense. Red mist continually gathered to form rivers, then flowed into the gaping maw of the black hole. Island Domain Core. Center of the island domain. Most of the island domain. In just a few dozen blinks, The corrupt scarlet mist of the entire 10 Directions island domain had thinned by a large amount. At this time, already a dozen Law Realm dukes had simultaneously turned their hands against the devouring giant shadow. Finally, the giant shadow shook and, like a black hole, collapsed and disappeared, while also grinding the surrounding space and swallowing it whole. Several wounded Law Realm dukes felt a lingering fear. Finally, we have shattered that giant shadow. With this, even if the Lord of Swallowing Heaven is still alive, he must have suffered severe injuries, right? If it were not for the absence of the Lord of Swallowing Heaven's corpse, they would have believed they had defeated and eradicated this powerful individual from Tianyuan City. After all, there were a good dozen dukes attacking at the same time. Far away, in a place not far from Tianyuan City's territory, Duo Lai let out a small burp. Her complexion was rosy and her breath steady, showing no sign of injury other than being a bit full. Even, she could continue to summon a Master of Devouring Shadow if she pushed through the injury and paid a price. However, there was no need for the moment, according to the Lord. At this moment, the scarlet mist throughout the island domain had already dissipated significantly. Even though the scarlet mist tide was still surging continuously from 3 gaps, the concentration of the red mist in the island domain could not rise to its previous level in a short time. The rate of corruption had slowed down by tens to hundreds of times. The Law Realm dukes were of course aware of this situation, but they understood better the principle that delays could lead to unexpected changes. Not to mention the human Tianyuan City was very strange. Behind it stood the powerful Tai Zan alliance. While a dozen dukes were besieging the Swallowing Heaven giant shadow, the remaining dukes had already led a dozen torrential tides, surging powerfully toward Tianyuan City's territory. Their goal was simple: to destroy the human Tianyuan City. This was humanity's most fatal weakness. The defense capabilities of the entire Tianyuan City territory were far below those of the other frontline areas in the Great War Zone. The advantage is ours. The Law Realm Duke, Duke Puji's smile became increasingly ferocious. And in that instant, whoosh, a sword light, so dazzlingly brilliant that it made heaven and earth seem dark by comparison, leaving only this streak of light, suddenly burst forth from within Tianyuan City. Duke Puji's eyes widened. His pupils reflected the cold blue moonlight, brightness filling his entire field of vision. But before the dazzling cold light bloomed, the Law Realm Duke had already suffered a fatal injury. One sword, through the heart, freezing the body, obliterating the god soul. The figure of a sword-wielding woman in battle armor with fluttering blue hair emerged leisurely in the receding moon-blue glow. It was indeed the Lord of Han Yu City. She couldn't hold back any longer, and at last, she came to Tianyuan City. And swiftly, decisively struck, seizing the chance to strike down a Law Realm Duke in one fell swoop. Following that, the Han Yu light once again burst forth, and before several more High Dukes could encircle her, the Lord of Han Yu City used the power of 3 moves to sacrifice the second Law Realm Duke. Moon's Supreme explanation: when the talented are outnumbered, they can unleash even greater power. Depending on the difference between the enemy and oneself, the maximum increase can exceed 100-fold. This increase includes basic 3-dimensional, God soul, will, as well as conceptual power. At the same time, when the talented defeat or slay enemies in this state, they will receive a permanent increase based on the situation. This was the life's talent of the Lord of Han Yu City. Her talent was not limited to just this ability, it was the most core one. It was also an invincible power that had undergone repeated opportunities and transformations. This was the fundamental reason why the Lord of Han Yu City often ventured deeply into the Red Mist Land, roaming everywhere. At this moment, having successively slain 2 formidable enemies, the Lord of Han Yu City then felt a warm current flow into her body. Her momentum surged once again. Not only that, in front of her, a winding path to the heavens appeared. On this path, she took a great step forward. Path to ascension, flying immortal. This was the path the Lord of Han Yu City was on. It required that she slay powerful enemies while being outnumbered, and the greater the disparity in numbers and combat power, the more magnificent the scene and the larger the stage, the further she could reach. And at this moment, the disparity in combat power was unquestionable. The army from Dragon Sleep Valley had come attacking, with over 20 Law Realm Dukes bringing about an oppressive force that blanketed the skies and seemed utterly hopeless. How many Law Realm beings were on the side of humanity? Moreover, the region of Tianyuan City had gathered professionals from all over Taizan and even from around the world. To her, these professionals were all spectators, and in the path of flying immortal, this was undoubtedly a grand stage. Using a war of great import as the stage, in the watchful eyes of countless people, she would slay mighty enemies amidst a vast army. This was flying immortal. The battlefield of the Lord of Han Yu City gradually moved away from the region of Tianyuan City. Although she could no longer slay a third Law Realm Duke, she managed to stall several of the Law Realm adversaries with her strength alone. Still, more than a dozen Law Realm Dukes approached the region of Tianyuan City. Lapis was still maintaining the Holy Light power. Duolai also needed to conserve strength, ready to devour the red mist once more at a crucial moment. However, there's still the Lord of Tianyuan City, the Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerable, two invincible beings. Right. The Master of the Starry Sky is also a Law Realm powerhouse. Many people thought so. However, the Lord of Tianyuan City merely stood unbending upon the fortress, standing with hands behind his back. He looked as though he had no intention of taking action. The Master of the Starry Sky, a top-level existence, was nowhere to be seen, elusive and puzzling. Marshal Venerate Wuda erupted, arising a scorching red aura. Even though the Law Realm Dukes were on guard, they were still blasted away by Wuda's punch for half the distance of an island domain. Immediately afterwards, buzz! A golden barrier suddenly rose, like a towering city wall reaching to the heavens, stretching out in front of the region of Tianyuan City, blocking the terrifying attacks launched by the Law Realm Dukes. Among those present, there were professionals who had participated in the Battle of the Shattered Isles Warzone. Their eyes widened in an instant as they remembered, everyone remembered. This is the invincible barrier of Giant Spirit God Lulu. But, Giant Spirit God Lulu's God's barrier can even momentarily block an attack from a Law Realm Duke? This truly is invincible. Afterwards, majestic trees thousands of meters tall erupted from the ground outside Tianyuan City's region and in the next moment, spread out a vast tree realm, swallowing countless creatures within it, turning them into nourishment for the tree realm. Suddenly, the sky filled with gray smoke, and the visible taint of evil deeds coalesced into clouds of smoke. A strong figure holding a long spear and shouldering the immense shadow of the netherworld stepped out from among the gray smoke. The shattered star arrow master's countless beams of arrows fell from the firmament. The Shadow Lord transformed into the multitudes, drawing out various heart demons. The king of Kanching soared through the skies. Another dragon princess ascended, fearlessly facing a Law Realm Duke. With the howl of a moon wolf, the bright moon manifested between heaven and earth. The strong people of Tianyuan City revealed their forms at this moment. Dragon shadows roared, the bright moon hung high, the azure bird revealed its thousand-jong body. At this moment, the warriors who took action, with outstanding demeanor, were like the protagonists under the spotlight of a stage. Their elegance was no less than the terrifying Law Realm Dukes. Among these warriors, some were familiar to the onlookers. Giant Spirit God, Shattered Star Arrow Master, Shadow Lord, and King of Kanching. Each of these is a renowned world-level strongman. Not only are they world-class strongmen, but they are also top-notch among them. Especially that King of Kanching, who, it is said, not even a whiff of his exhaust can be caught by a Law Realm Duke. However, in the eyes of the people, there still were warriors of soaring morale and unparalleled might, unknown to them. Shi Lu, at this time, was clad in Crimson Dragon's armor, her entire body engulfed in raging golden true flames. Behind her, menacing and majestic shadows of giant dragons materialized one after another in succession, as if she commanded thousands of dragons. Such a scene was even more outrageous than that of the Law Realm Dukes. As a former Dragon Blood warrior, Shi Lu had some fame during the Hero Festival. But even setting aside the fact that the last Hero Festival was over a year ago, that bit of fame was nothing on the world battlefield. She was essentially a nobody. But how could such an overpowering and conspicuous warrior be a nobody? They couldn't fathom it. They looked towards another place. There, with a long howl of ah-woo, moon-silver giant wolves, noble, pure, and exceptionally divine, stepped out from the void. A round of Lian Yu manifested above the azure sky, casting down endless moonlight. The moonlight turned into gossamer, draping over the moon-silver giant wolves, and into light trails, spreading out ahead of the wolves, winding and extending. With a single call, she brought forth Lian Yu, and with a single thought made the moonlight shine over half the island realm. She was like a deity in charge of the moonlight, stepping forth from the moonlight, with Lian Yu revealing itself for her. Even the lord of Han Yu City afar was invigorated. This moonlight is splendid. She fought even more spiritedly. However, which entity is this moon wolf? This figure shrouded in grace surpasses all world-level warriors, all right. Lian Yu was not entirely inconspicuous. She had traveled with the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's caravan without much opportunity to make a move. She had also joined a Sky Patrol team in the Sky Patrol battle zone and beaten the formidable beings from the legendary Earth Realm and even Soul Realm, though, at that time, there were not many spectators. Rounded up, she was still relatively unknown, so what about that one? Some looked toward the distance. There, at the peak of a high mountain on the edge of Tianyuan City's territory, stood a middle-aged man with a weathered face, smoking a cigarette, hands casually in his pockets. Just by his appearance, the middle-aged man seemed ordinary. Not exactly ordinary, his weather-worn charm had a special flavor, and he possessed the distinct aura of a remarkable strongman, but compared to the former two, he was far less eye-catching. But, behind this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, click-clack, the sounds of gears turning and machinery fitting together resonated. In just a blink of an eye, a colossal mechanical city shimmered with a metallic sheen, suddenly expanding, hanging mid-air as if a floating war fortress. Countless cannon muzzles extended with clicking sounds. Brilliant streams of energy gathered to a radiant climax. Quantum satellites ascended, casting long red beams locking onto enemies hundreds of kilometers away. Endless mechanical creations spilled from within the city. Airplanes twisted and transformed mid-flight, turning into mechas, while shuttle cannons hovered everywhere, constructing a vast network of energy. In just a blink, this mechanical city revealed its terrifying edge. The splendor of this war fortress made many strongmen who understood machinery and artillery gape in awe as they exclaimed, "Impossible!" and "How much money must have been burned?" Regardless, no one could have imagined that this utterly ordinary, middle-aged man was actually a mighty existence carrying a mechanical city on his back. "But do you know who this person is?" a professional asked. Xie Yi was indeed not an unknown person, as he was in charge of weapons manufacturing, particularly firearms, in Tianyuan City. But what did that have to do with a top fighter? The legendary power of the infinite mechanical city had just made its first appearance in the world. Not far from Xie Yi was Rakshasa. Lifting the 9-layered netherworld with one hand, Rakshasa emerged from the gray smoke. The 9-layered netherworld was also revealing itself for the first time, but compared to the virtually unknown Xie Yi, Rakshasa had a significant reputation. Even though Rakshasa had not been among the ranks of the world-class strongmen, his astonishing combat record in the short months he served in the Great War Zone had built his distinguished name, along with a widely circulated title. "It's the evil general, Rakshasa. I know him too. It's said that General Rakshasa is impartial and has eyes of fire, under which no evildoer can hide. But what about that one? Regardless of whether it was the Dragon Princess or the Moon Wolf, nobodies, or the Shattered Star Arrow Master and Shadowlord, already world-renowned entities, the forces they brought to bear were nothing compared to the majestic tree at the end of the sky. A towering figure rising from the ground, standing tall between the vast heaven and earth. The majestic tree had grown over 10,000 meters high, with its canopy unfurling like a piece of the sky itself, covering an entire region. Even the Law Realm Dukes, as massive as mountains, seemed utterly insignificant before the monstrous tree. Outside the tree, an endless forest spread out, swallowing countless monsters into its expanse. This vast, unending tide of monsters crashed upon the tree realm, like drops of water entering a lake, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but an ancient, blurred human face was slowly emerging on the trunk of this sky-piercing tree, quietly overlooking all sides. Clearly, this giant tree was also a strongman, a super strongman. Treeman. Some knowledgeable strong people whispered. It's true that higher-ranking treemen have similar abilities, but whose damn treemen are this huge? Like the pillar of heaven, where even the clouds don't reach the spaces between the trunk. And such an invincible treeman was unknown to them. They were certain. After all, treemen were a minority in the Tai-Zan alliance, and there were even fewer powerful ones among them. It was hard to find many in the legendary realm, let alone those of a higher status. Could this be a strongman from a foreign stronghold coming to aid, perhaps from the Federation of All Nations? Some strong people murmured in low voices. After all, in wars of this magnitude, it wasn't impossible for nations to cooperate. Even if the nations hadn't joined forces, the Lord of Tianyuan City, as one of the current top-tier lords, could pay a price to invite foreign strongmen to assist in defense. This was quite common. If the Dragon Princess, Moon Wolf, Mech Man, and Tree Demon were foreigners, it would be normal for them not to recognize them. Most people didn't really understand, or care to understand, world-class strongmen from other countries, or they simply forgot after hearing about them. These foreign strongmen had no actual interaction with them, and finding even a trace of them to follow was impossible. But next to them, a reporter working at a famous newspaper outright denied, "No, I can assert that these are not any foreign strongmen, at least, definitely not those who are already world-renowned and holding world-level titles." This was a professional's certainty. There couldn't be a world-class strongman he didn't recognize. So where did these strongmen come from? Were they really Tianyuan City's strong people? Probably not. Even if the Lord of Tianyuan City was adept at nurturing leaders, it wouldn't be to the extent where this place was teeming with freakish talents and strong people like Rain, right? As thoughts and disbelief churned, the great battle had already begun. The terrifying great force of the Law Realm Duke was blocked by the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation and Heavenly God's Rampart, but monsters still streamed in through the gaps that the formation couldn't completely cover. Tianyuan City's legions attacked one after another. Professionals within Tianyuan City's territory also joined the battlefield swiftly. Take down these monsters, for the Alliance. The professionals present were elites, seasoned warriors who certainly didn't fear the monster tide. Even if most professionals had never served in the battle zone, they had participated in various defense operations in frontier strongholds, contending with tides during the Red Moon disaster. However, their fearlessness was predicated on the high-end battlefield remaining intact. For most professionals, beings of the legendary realm were an insurmountable despair. Not to mention the likes of Duke of Hunting and Law Realm Duke. For legendary strongmen, the Duke of Hunting was just as despair-inducing an enemy, and the Law Realm Dukes? If not for the Lord of Hanyu City, Tianyuan City's strong people, and several mysterious figures standing in front, they would have already been defeated. For this reason, the big shots, you all must hold on. The legendary strongman couldn't help but worry. The lineup for this battle in Tianyuan City was extraordinarily luxurious, with not only the invincible Lord of Hanyu City but also numerous world-level and top-tier strongmen. However, the army coming from Dragon Sleep Valley spanned realms and was even more terrifying. Even though the Lord of Hanyu City had just taken the opportunity to slay two, the number of Law Realm Dukes still exceeded 20. Furthermore, with the Lord of Hanyu City now besieged by several Law Realm Dukes, she could no longer strike down the great enemy and instead found herself at a disadvantage. At the same time, because there were so many Law Realm Dukes, Tianyuan cities, the world's strong people also had to face the Law Realm Dukes directly. Come chase after your Lord Jun. A conching divine bird zigzagged across the battlefield, leaving no trace but a trail of green wind. Its speed was extremely fast. It was true that the Law Realm Dukes couldn't catch it. Therefore, the High Dukes no longer cared about this King of Conching. The speed of the King of Conching was indeed fast, and its occasional sneak attacks were annoying, but they were just that, annoying. A high duke engulfed in raging black flame, his body continuously breaking through, charged towards the depths of the heavenly phenomenon array. His gaze occasionally glanced at that Kanching figure. The king of Kanching dares to confront him directly. He was confident he could seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The king of Kanching had not arrived, yet a gold-crimson figure appeared in front of them. Giant pupils of a dragon burst forth from behind the comber. It was Shi Lu. The Black Flame Duke did not recognize Shi Lu, and the aura emanating from Shi Lu was not particularly strong, but it disgusted him, and he even felt a chill in its presence. A clash of gold, crimson and black figures entangled in battle. Several exchanges. Boom. The aura of the Black Flame Duke slipped slightly, his gaze sharpening. Such an attack targets the soul directly, causing my own soul to tremble? He should feel fortunate that this dragon-blooded human was not powerful enough, otherwise. He looked over. After several exchanges, he had sustained some injuries, but the dragon princess was severely wounded. A mere legend, not even at the soul realm, dares to confront me head-on. However, to have come this far, I am willing to acknowledge you as the strongest of the heaven and earth realm. Shu Lu was indeed only of the legendary earth realm. She hadn't even reached the perfect domain realm. Her rise to legendary status had not been long, and the conceptual power she wielded was not profound. In direct combat, she was naturally no match for a seasoned Law Realm strongman. Even though her dragon's armor had strong defenses, under the onslaught of conceptual power, Shi Lu remained battered and her aura wilted. However, the Black Flame Duke was also injured. All around, crimson dragons fell from the sky, injured or dead. This was dragon sorrow. Shu Lu herself was injured, another manifestation of dragon sorrow. A dragon slayer can draw strength from the sorrow of the dragons. As dragons are hurt or fall, the slayer's wounds and energy will recover to an extent. The mighty power of concepts gathered and converged. Shu Lu, having just suffered heavy injuries, began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. In a mere moment, her aura surged once again, with golden flame radiating fiercely from her. Fight again, she stood her ground, like an insurmountable wall. Meanwhile, in another place, Lien Yu was also intercepting a Law Realm Duke. Her combat power outshone Shi Lu's, and as the Moon Wolf moved unfettered, she inflicted deep, savage wounds on the Law Realm Duke that were difficult to heal under the moon's glow. She fought fiercely without fear for her life, trading blows for injuries, only to be reborn in the moonlight. The moonlight immortal, the moon god immortal, even a mere heaven and earth realm strongman was giving the Law Realm Duke a hard time. How terrifying, how very terrifying, but the experienced High Duke discovered Lien Yu's fatal weakness. It was the moon. The superior Duke seized the opportunity, blasting forth a terrifying crimson beam that pierced through tens of thousands of miles of the world. The bright moon summoned by Lien Yu existed as a concept. Even 100, 1,000 legendary strongmen attacking together couldn't scratch this bright moon. However, this strike was the Law Realm Duke's ultimate force. Crack! Red fissures spread across the moon and began to expand. At last, the bright moon shattered, and its light ceased to fall. The Law Realm Duke, his face contorted, declared, "It's time to end this." He took the risk of being wounded and paid a huge price to unleash his foundational ultimate attack. Boom! The crimson sky light spread like a massive net, cleaving the space of the heavens and earth around. It also enveloped the Moon Wolf, who could not escape and continued to exchange her life for injuries. The next moment, the Moon Wolf's body shattered, breaking apart into light that vanished. Yet amidst the distant red moonlight, a Moon Wolf stepped out. After all, the red moon is still a moon. Tianyuan City territory. The barrage was like rain, energy surged like tides, and space was fragmented. The entire battlefield was divided into pieces, reflecting the tremendous shadows of terrifying Law Realm Dukes. The number of legendary monsters was vast. Even on Tianyuan City's side, there were foreign legendary strongmen participating in the battle, newly graduated legends from academies volunteered to return, and numerous academy instructors as well as direct lineage legendary strongman from Tianyuan City. In terms of the number of legendary combat power, the human side was still far from matching the monsters. Above the tide of the battle, legendary monsters were numerous as clouds and rain. However, drip, 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 above the sky, from time to time, red satellite cannon beams would pierce through the earth, annihilating legendary monsters. Millions of barrages continuously bombarded, sweeping across pieces of land, turning countless monsters to ashes, stopping many waves of monster assaults. The output of infinite firepower from Mechanical City was particularly terrifying. For individual strongman, those shattered star arrows that mixed within thousands of arrows, bursting forth with brilliant starlight all of a sudden, were like the Grim Reaper's scythe hanging over the monsters' heads. Even strong forces like Duke of Hunting, with a single moment of negligence, could be annihilated by a single arrow. In just a short moment on the battlefield, already 3 Dukes of Hunting had fallen to the shattered star arrows, yet they still couldn't find the shattered star arrow master's figure. What was more terrifying, these shattered star arrows, which were inconspicuous before exploding and came without a trace, left the legendary monsters on the battlefield utterly cold with fear. The Duke of Hunting could not unleash even 30% of his combat power, having to reserve enough energy to cope with any arrow possibly targeting and flying towards them. For this reason, on the ordinary and mid to high-end battlefields, the human side did not show any disadvantage and even held a considerable advantage. Since the battle began, the number of fallen monster legends had been significant. However, the top battlefield, this was the real key to deciding victory. Slaying Evil, Rakshasa, wielding the Fenye Evil Spear, constantly battled a High Duke. He did not fall behind at all. Transformed into the smoke of Evil Spear and reappearing in the clouds, Rakshasa fixed his gaze on a certain space next to the enemy and thrust his spear through. Behind him, the shadow of the Netherworld reappeared. Tongue-pulling, sword-mountain, fire sea, flaying, flesh-devouring, bone-crushing. Transmigration, falling into evil, sin. The great forces of layer upon layer of Netherworld, as well as the strong figures imprisoned within, their born evil deeds, all added onto him. Using evil against evil. This was a spear infused with Rakshasa's utmost evil force. Striking through the void. The High Duke wondered, this spear felt extraordinary, but why was it thrusting towards the void? What kind of tactic was this? There weren't any human strongmen nearby preparing to encircle and force him over, were there? Just as he thought this, a sense of fatal crisis surged in his mind. But by then, it was too late to do anything. The spear, gathering and swirling with the force of utmost evil deeds, had already penetrated downward, striking at. In Rakshasa's eyes, the core of the vast, sticky evil deeds emanating from this High Duke. Slaying evil, decapitating malevolence. With one thrust of the spear, the evil deeds were blasted through, incinerated, and mostly obliterated. The Law Realm Duke's eyes widened, as if at that moment his body was penetrated and his soul was pierced. But this was no metaphor. This was the backlash of committing evil deeds. It was retribution. His body gradually turned black, unable to maintain his form and plummeting downwards. Rakshasa, having just exerted his full power with that spear, also had no strength left to pursue, especially with more Duke-level strongmen and a High Duke about to come to aid. Although the plummeting High Duke was severely injured, once the opposition had time to recover, he could rapidly regain his combat power. However, slaying evil and imprisonment. Where the High Duke fell, a figure resembling Rakshasa appeared. Only his face looked more serene, wearing an expression of compassion for humanity. Good body Rakshasa brought his hands together, chanting magnificent celestial chants. In a flash, the enormous 9-layered Netherworld appeared once again, only this time, not just the illusion of Netherworld. The Netherworld itself descended, absorbing the just severely injured and defenseless High Duke within. The 9th layer. Sin Prison Pool. The High Duke's massive body fell into this pond, and chains of heaven and earth immediately fell down, fastening the High Duke, piercing his veins. The Duke struggled. Merely with Netherworld itself, it was difficult to guard a Law Realm Duke, even an injured one. Thus, the third Rakshasa appeared. His face was fierce, fangs protruded, and his sturdy muscles seemed like dragons and snakes moving around. He punched out. The just standing Law Realm Duke was punched back to the ground. The chains tightened even more, and outside, the 9-layered netherworld rapidly faded, disappeared, and Rakshasa transformed into the cloud of evil spear, like a drop of water diving into the ocean, disappearing in an instant before another Law Realm Duke, who was attacking over. General Luo Cha seems to have just defeated a High Duke head-on? I don't think I saw it wrong. General Luo Cha is actually a top-tier existence in the Law Realm? The spectators witnessing this battle had no ability to judge Rakshasa's realm. The difference between Heaven and Earth Realm and Soul Realm was quite apparent. The light of their god soul could hardly deceive the eyes of top-tier strongmen. However, the distance between Soul Realm and Law Realm lies in the grasp of conceptual power. And only beings of the Law Realm could glimpse the threads of conceptual power. If the conceptual power wielded was rare, it might mean that the strong entity used an upper epic weapon. But Rakshasa had evolved to legendary status for quite some time. He accumulated and sedimented over months, with Dead Bone, Hong Yi, and Sario, peers of almost the same realm who held similar conceptual powers, available for exchange, and he could also attain enlightenment at the principal land, a cultivation treasure land. The conceptual power controlled by Rakshasa was already immense, barely less than the established Law Realm Dukes. He was the embodiment of the Law Realm. Another Law Realm being had emerged in Tianyuan City, and everyone, foe or ally, was utterly shocked. Had they known that Rakshasa was not from the Law Realm, but someone who had actually vanquished a Law Realm Duke, they would have been even more at a loss for words. Meanwhile, at another Law Realm battlefield, tremendous trees that pierced the heavens stood right before Tianyuan City's domain, the vast tree realm like an insurmountable barrier, holding back countless waves of monsters. Even monsters of the legendary realm, including the Duke of Hunting, could not cross this high wall. Some of the Duke of Hunting passed by the great trees. Hundreds of long vines, like dragon pythons, flew through the air, converged, wove, and entangled. In the blink of an eye, the Duke of Hunting, unable to sever many vines, was dragged into the sea of trees, struggling for a moment before falling silent. This naturally caught the attention of the Law Realm Dukes. Together, 3 Law Realm Dukes came forth. Boom. The tree realm was destroyed by thunder and flames but continually reborn. In an unseen place, deep within Tianyuan City, in the Treeman Forest, numerous treemen, even those of the legendary realm, their treetops glowing with a verdant brilliance, were ceaselessly drawing in the heaven-earth elemental force, the force of life, and delivering it into the battlefield, into the tree realm. Furthermore, a tremendous surge of Earth's force flowed along the veins of the land, converging within the tree realm, nourishing the trees as they grew frenetically. At this moment, Tree Demon Granny was not fighting alone. All the treemen, even the entire Tianyuan City domain, were her support. Even with the 3 dukes unleashing their full firepower, the tree realm and the sky-reaching tree were resilient, their vitality unceasing. Not right. Suddenly, one of the dukes said, "Order the monster tide to retreat. Stop advancing in this direction." These ordinary monsters not only failed to make a difference but become nourishment for these treemen when they enter the tree realm, and it's the same for legendary realm monsters. The more of these useless beings that enter, the more difficult it becomes for us to fight. Of course, the dukes could choose to take a risk, directly enter the tree realm, and annihilate the sky-reaching tree. But the dukes were also wary. The vines contained a vast and tough conceptual power, extremely difficult to sever. And once entangled by the vines, their life force would be continuously drained. Should they fail to break free from the vines, even as revered Law Realm Dukes, they would become nothing more than oversized battery packs. Of course, the Law Realm Dukes did not believe that with their combined power, they couldn't destroy the sky-reaching Treeman. But who would take such a risk? Ordering the monster tide to retreat and continue the slaughter, they would eventually come out on top. Woo! One of the Law Realm Dukes blew his horn, its sound carrying for hundreds of kilometers. The forward surge of the monstrous tide halted somewhat, beginning to change direction. They preferred to take longer detours, even briefly halting their march, rather than continue towards this area. But even as the monster tide halted, the tree realm suddenly moved. Rooted in the earth, the vast and extensive forest tree realm came to life, as though an entity of its own, advancing forward with increasing speed, entirely against the laws of nature. In the blink of an eye, the tree realm had lunged close to the three dukes. The three high dukes' eyes bulged as they quickly made the rational decision to retreat. Though the tree realm moved swiftly, enveloping many legendary monsters unprepared, it certainly couldn't catch up to dukes of the law realm. The three dukes retreated swiftly. Two of them had withdrawn hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, for the remaining duke, wisps of black mist suddenly rose in his pupils, which quickly clouded over. A heart demon was growing. A flash of red shadow streaked through the forest. In the next moment, the sea of trees engulfed the Law Realm Duke, and at the same time. Tree Realm, Buddha transformation at the summit. Thousands of wooden hands emerged from the branches of the sky-reaching giant tree, stretching out and then, bang 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 bang, pummeling the Law Realm Duke who had just been bound by countless vines. The earth shook violently. In the distance, one mountain peak after another collapsed thunderously amidst the shaking, and the surrounding space kept shattering. Only the tree realm remained whole, standing tall and unscathed even amid the broken space. And the Law Realm Duke had been deeply buried within it. Subdue, elsewhere. Boom, Dragon God Fist. A golden divine dragon let out a long dragon chant, roaming the sky and gradually fading away. Below the golden divine dragon, Law Realm Duke's eyes widened as he slowly looked downward. His colossal body had been pierced through by a huge gash that occupied at least half of his torso. No blood spattered, no flesh writhed. Just in the next moment, the Law Realm Duke's remaining body exploded into pieces without leaving even a trace behind. Even facing three as one, the Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerate Wuda still maintained an absolutely dominant posture, annihilating an upper epic duke. The Absolute Heaven Marshal Venerate has grown even stronger. Terrifying. This is definitely one of the top figures in the law realm. And his rate of progress is too fast. Whispered a foreign expert. At this moment, the top-end battlefield was divided into several segments, some with an advantage, some with a disadvantage. But on the battlefield with the advantage, the human side had already powerfully killed three dukes, while on the disadvantageous side, well, the Dragon Princess, that Moonwolf, and the King of Kanching were still holding on, not yet defeated. Especially the Dragon Princess and Moonwolf. The Moonwolf with her infinite resurrection. The Dragon Princess with her continuous self-healing. Both were exceptionally outrageous. I remember now, exclaimed a professional suddenly. This Dragon Princess took on the position of a top-class instructor at Tianyuan Academy, and she seems. No, she is one of the direct lineage generals of the Lord of Tianyuan City. People failed to recognize that Shi Lu was none other than the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden from the festival grounds of old. Even among those present were lords who had attended that festival. After all, the difference between the Dragon Blood Martial Maiden of yore and the current Dragon Princess was too vast. But Shi Lu also held a position in Tianyuan City. It was just that, unlike Isloa and Lulu, she did not appear in public. Someone would always recognize her. I remembered as well. A professional cut down several monsters, then looked towards the horizon at the mechanical city. That mechanical lord, isn't he the head of the artillery department of Tianyuan City? I saw him once when I accompanied our chairman to negotiate business, just never thought. You're supposed to be a production talent, right? How come you're also a top fighter? Speaking of which, another professional said that Lord Moonwolf is also one of the direct lineage powerhouses of Tianyuan City. Back then, she teamed up with another powerful being of Tianyuan City to patrol the Great Domain, slaying many strong monsters. It's just that now she's taken on a giant wolf form. I didn't recognize her at first. It's really quite embarrassing. As the professionals reached this point in their conversation, they suddenly fell silent. They came from various places, different powers, and actually didn't hold low positions themselves, privy to a great deal of information. Of course, they were well aware that even before this, the lord of Tianyuan City had numerous top strong people at his command. And now? That being said, if that's the case, then the existence that transformed into the sky-reaching giant tree and stirred up the vast sea of trees is probably also one of the direct lineage generals of Tianyuan City. After all, Tianyuan City has the Treeman troops and recruitment lands for the Treeman species, which is no secret. One after another, yet another, previously nameless and never showing their power on the world stage, these strong people made their entrance one by one. Just how many times has the Lord of Tianyuan City thrown out new combat power? Perhaps, to this day, we've still not known all of Tianyuan City's strength. Including now. Professionals, especially those from the surrounding 6 great nations, were astonished by the power of Tianyuan City, their emotions complex and hard to express, but they didn't have much time to be shocked. The war was still ongoing. Even though the strong ones of Tianyuan City had blocked many Law Realm dukes and had slain several, the Law Realm dukes still held a numerical advantage on the top battlefield. One after another, the Law Realm dukes were constantly bombarding the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation, as well as the Heavenly Gods rampart that gave them a sense of security. Hold on, lords, even a scout from the Shenyao Empire, at this time, hoped desperately that the Lord of Tianyuan City had some untried strategies. The more the better, after all, if Tianyuan City were to fall, they would likely perish alongside Tianyuan City at the hands of monsters. No one wanted to die, but, boom, the Heavenly Phenomenon 4 formation shook. This set of epic combined formations, a divine creation manipulated by dozens or hundreds from the legendary realm, unleashed inconceivable power. However, the enemy was too strong. 6 or 7 or 8 Law Realm dukes working together could, in an instant, kill even the top elites of the world. How long could such a formation hold? The Heavenly Phenomenon Array, under the bombardment, acquired more and more breaches. And at this moment, Dragon Burial, the Law Realm Duke spoke. His physique was completely different from the other dukes, appearing in human-like form, or rather, as a dragon man. In the power structure of Dragon Sleep Valley, dragon men were just minions, vassals, slaves. But a Law Realm Duke was naturally not a dragon man. He was a pure-blood giant dragon, merely existing in the form of a dragon man. Behind him, one by one, shadows of giant dragons of various forms appeared, and then, like warplanes diving, these mountain-sized giant dragon projections struck down immediately. The one who made the move was, remarkably, a peak Law Realm Duke who had begun to tread the path to ascension. Peak Duke Katakana Middle. Dragon Burial. Dragon Burial was both his name and his finishing move. He had seized the power of many mighty dragon remains from Dragon Sleep Land, merged it into himself, and now unleashed it. The giant dragon projections fell. Shadows of a red dragon, blue mirror dragon, yellow rock dragon, dark black dragon. Fourfold explosion. Boom! Rising from the ground, the Heavenly Gods rampart, constructed from the combined shadows of fearless giant mountain gods, shattered thunderously. The Golden City walls collapsed. Towering giants vanished in the explosion of the 4 dragon shadows. The aftermath poured in, tearing open the already struggling Heavenly Phenomenon Array covering the area, and then struck a frontline fortress nearby. The fortress's own enchantment glowed intermittently, flickering uncertainly. The remnants spread like a tide on both sides, sweeping out several trenches dozens of meters long in the surrounding land. This strike completely shattered the Heavenly Gods rampart, creating a huge, unclosable breach. With the appearance of this breach, the golden light dispersing from other sections of the rampart also dimmed, and the entire rampart, under the bombardment of other monster elites, was on the verge of collapse. It would soon break entirely. At that time, at the front-line fortress directly hid by the aftermath, one professional after another watching the flickering enchantment couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The golden walls ahead had collapsed, allowing a massive tide of monsters to surge in. The Law Realm Dukes, each one as terrifying as demons and gods, were paralyzing to behold. In the distance, 100 kilometers away, Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, observation deck. Mu Yuan stood here, facing the boisterous wind that carried the smell of rust and gunpowder. His expression remained unchanged. He only stared at the vast breach made by the enemy in the distance, watching these Law Realm dukes step into it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The timing was almost right. Clap, Lord Shepherd clapped his hands. Above the Tianyuan city region, the majestic shadow of the clasped hands of the Angel King slowly dissipated. The purifying light rain that had been continuously falling and spilling to the outside also gradually diminished as it lost its source of power. But also, Angel King Katakana middle. 10 Winged Angel Katakana middle. Controller of Judgment and Guard Katakana middle. Third Realm of Conceptual Power Katakana middle. Law Realm Limit Existence, Lapis. She too had freed her hands. Judgment. Her flat voice, spoken by Lapis. The next moment, this voice, like a grand bell, exploded between heaven and earth, echoing persistently for a long time. The projection of earthly heaven appeared, like a judgment court trapping the surging dukes within. Mountainous dukes appeared immensely small, only able to look down upon, with the angelic shadow before them like a holy deity. Imprisonment. Silence. Suppression. Fear. Dozens of grand conceptual powers cloaked them in an instant, making the scalp of the Law Realm dukes tingle. Under normal circumstances, a Law Realm being could only use one type of conceptual power, unless aided by an epic treasure or their bodies, refined with epic materials, served as vessels to perform dual-line operations. Unless one was like the Gemstone Grand Duke, a powerful Law Realm being who could merge 2, 3 kinds of conceptual powers into their powerful finishing move, effortlessly overcoming all. Even for a peak duke like Dragon Burial, it was the same. He just far surpassed the Gemstone Duke in the realm of concept. But a single move containing more than a dozen conceptual powers? And each one not weak, even very strong. This naturally was the power of the Right of Judgment. And it related closely to Lapis's extremely high realm of conceptual power. She, with high-level conceptual powers commanding the lower ones, like a general leading soldiers, merged many powers into this earthly heaven court. Compared to the moment of her birth, Lapis's advancement in the conceptual realm was not significant. She had almost reached the limit where advancement was no longer possible. But her development and application of her own power, her combat power, had clearly made earth-shattering progress. A lethal sense of crisis had already risen in the heart of the Dragon Burial Duke. He dared not hold back the slightest bit. One after another, giant dragon projections struggled to materialize behind him. A total of 6. This was the limit he could achieve by burning his god soul and flesh. The 6 giant dragon projections, each containing a kind of overwhelming conceptual power. 3 of these conceptual powers matched the main concept cultivated by the Dragon Burial Duke, and at this moment, they all overlapped. His power erupted to its peak. Break. The silent shackles were thoroughly shattered. Following that, crack, crack. The chains that suppressed and restrained his god soul and body were also sliced apart. The Dragon Burial Duke let out a delighted, liberating chant. But his eyes widened once more. In front of him, a majestic angel was holding the scales of judgment in one hand and the sword of judgment high in the other. A mark that was extremely profound and mysterious, symbolizing the world's fundamental and ultimate principles, appeared on the forehead of the angel's noble shadow. That is, the Dragon Burial Duke's eyes bulged even wider. But just as the thought surfaced in his mind, the sword of judgment had already fallen. There was no dazzling brilliance, no deafening roar, nor much struggle or resistance. What existed was only the terrifying giant dragon projections swirling around the Dragon Burial Duke, shattering like bubbles under the light of judgment. The Dragon Burial Duke, maintaining his upward gaze with suddenly contracted pupils, was frozen in that posture. The next moment, his body was cloven in twain by a single sword strike, and his severed body was then inch by inch erased by the golden light of judgment without leaving a trace. This was judgment. Under judgment, all beings are equal, and evil is punished. And there was only one sword. At this time, whether it was anyone, even the Lord of Han Yu City watching from the edge of the battlefield, was stunned. A sword. Instant kill? An instant kill on the Dragon Burial Peak Duke? In years past, the Lord of Hanyu City had also crossed hands with the Dragon Burial Duke and had to retreat defeated. Of course, that was when she was comparatively weaker, and now she was confident she could defeat and kill the Dragon Burial Duke, and the whole process could be very easy. There are gaps even between the peaks of the Law Realm. This was her confidence. Not only did she instantly kill the Dragon Burial Duke, but she did it while restraining the other 7 dukes, with one hand to slay the Dragon Burial Duke. Even if her power was particularly suited for this kind of situation, it's still a bit exaggerated. Is she one of Tianyuan City's strong people? Is this really not some reinforcement called in from the Griffin Empire? Can these juniors not be so preposterous? As a predecessor, former leader of the younger generation, the former strongest among the young, and the former strongest pride of Taizan, she really was about to be smacked dead onto the sands. Spare me. Compared to the Lord of Hanyu City, the other spectators who witnessed this sword strike didn't feel quite as shocked, even if they were legendary strongmen. Legendary strongmen didn't really know what being a peak duke entailed. To them, any Law Realm duke appeared as an enemy of despair, indistinguishable, and they had no idea of the value contained within the Dragon Burial Duke. Killing a Law Realm Duke in an instant was certainly shocking and outrageous, but if it happened to one of Tianyuan City's strong people, it seemed, somehow, a bit more normal. Just one instant kill. Witnessing more and being shocked more, the tolerance of the audience rose visibly. But while the audience wasn't as shocked, the other dukes who were restrained along with the Dragon Burial Duke were much more so. Shocked and fearful. The Dragon Burial Duke was instantly killed? Insanity. Could a Law Realm truly possess such exaggerated power? In shock and fear, these 7 Law Realm Dukes struggled continuously, pushing their powers to the extreme. Buzz. Buzz. Boom boom. Their bodies blazed like a furnace, steaming with thunderous noises, struggling as chains shook violently. But he couldn't break free. The Dragon Burial Duke had exhausted all his strength just to barely break free from the shackles, and now, without the support of this peak strongman, the Dragon Burial's constricting power on their bodies became even stronger. They couldn't break free at all. Very quickly, right in front of earthly heaven, grand and solemn, the angelic figure wielding the immense authority of judgment swung down the second sword of judgment. Swish! Another Law Realm Duke was frozen in place, falling powerless under the sword of judgment, not a trace of remains left behind. It was as if a divine being was passing judgment on ants. Too strong. Too shocking. Even those legends who were completely ignorant of the powers of the Law Realm, or spies from various nations, began to sense that something was amiss at this moment. This was far from a simple instant kill. It was like holding Law Realm Dukes in the palm of one's hand, effortlessly deciding their fate with the flick of a wrist. Hiss! They gasped, and further away, the pupils of other dukes shrank with intense fear. The angelic figure had already swung the third sword. Swish! The third Law Realm Duke fell. In the blink of an eye, Tianyuan City's mighty and terrifying angel had exterminated 3 invincible Law Realm Dukes. A very few well-informed individuals aware of various secrets, or high-level foreign spies, couldn't help but twitch. Could it be that this angel is a legendary life? The Lord of Tianyuan City has recruited a legendary life? Or has he nurtured one? Hiss! In truth, before this, they hadn't ruled out the possibility that this angel was an external ally. After all, it was too powerful. In the stereotyped perceptions of the powerful, a fortunate lord indeed could occasionally attract a random wild angel, but the orthodox among the angels, the powerful and elite beings, would undoubtedly originate from the Holy Griffin Empire. Only the Holy Griffin Empire possessed the authentic channels for recruiting angels and the complete angelic heritage. But now, they discarded their previous thoughts. The reason was simple. Even if the Holy Griffin Empire had such invincible angels, they wouldn't possibly send them to the distant Tianyuan City to offer support. Even if the Lord of Tianyuan City had the connections, the networks, capable of paying a huge price to invite a Holy Realm great power user to aid, it would be far more plausible and realistic than summoning a legendary angel. Besides, angels are very proud. The princes and princesses of the Holy Griffin Empire often have to lower themselves to beg their high-rank angels for assistance, let alone. Therefore, the truth was outrageous, but it was the only one. Tianyuan City was sitting on an angelic legend. No matter whether the legend was recruited by the Lord of Tianyuan City, or cultivated by him, or even possibly sustained here at a great cost. But no matter which it was, all pointed to a singular fact. Tianyuan City had a legend in residence. A legend at the peak of the Law Realm. This is the truly invincible powerhouse below the Saint Realm. Regarding the top existences of the same realm as ants, the invincible within the Law Realm. Worthy of the Lord of Tianyuan City, the situation was already stable. The advantage lay with us, the monstrous strong ones were already cowed. And at this moment, the Lord of Tianyuan City still stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed yet in firm control of the situation. With but a thought, the angelic figure had already raised the sword, ready to deliver the fourth strike. Despite holding the projection of heaven with one hand, and having gathered great power to annihilate 3 dukes, the legendary angel's might surged unperturbed, showing no signs of exhaustion. As the fourth sword was about to fall, suddenly, buzz. Time-space seemed to solidify, whether within or outside the heavenly court. Peefed. The Law Realm Duke's body burst open, and at this moment, the sword of judgment had not yet fallen. Unclean flesh buds burst from within the Duke's body, shooting into the azure sky in a flash. Immediately afterward, plop, 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 within the earthly heaven, the bodies of the remaining 3 Law Realm Dukes erupted in succession, the buds of corruption appearing then vanishing. All this happened in a fraction of an instant, a moment when time-space ground to a halt. The next moment, the gears of time resumed their movement, but at the end of the azure sky, a giant black hand covered in fur, larger even than the sky itself, emerged. It was monstrous, it was terrifying, it charged straight at us. 10 Directions Island Domain. After the purification holy light receded, the red mist and dark clouds once again enshrouded this land. Below the dark clouds, only flames, thunderbolts, various artillery fire, or energy glows could illuminate this dim region. However, at this moment, space solidified, most of the light between heaven and earth disappeared, or rather, was absorbed into the sky above. Even the light from the heavenly phenomenon array, which hovered over Tianyuan City, flickered weakly, like a candle in the wind, dim and swaying. A hand covered in black fur, terrifying and bizarre, obscuring the sky, suddenly tore the entire sky apart and reached down. It was as if an unsurpassable giant, standing in a higher dimension, had opened the ceiling of a sandbox. Terrifying, it sent chills down the spine. Even through the barrier of the Great Formation, the professionals who directly gazed upon this black giant hand still felt an endless terror and dread well up in their hearts. Ah! A professional suddenly screamed, his eyes widening, and the next moment he fainted dead away. Scared into unconsciousness, and he wasn't the only one. In the blink of an eye, numerous elite professionals had fainted. It wasn't that their willpower was too weak, but rather that the black furry hand symbolized great horror and fear. If not for the heavenly phenomenon 4 formation blocking most of the influence, these professionals might have not just fainted, but died of fright on the spot. At this time, the radiant city defense barrier above Tianyuan City, which was at the very center of the entire defense circle, had already manifested. It buzzed with light, resisting the invasion of this bizarre and unfathomable force. Otherwise, the moment the black furry hand appeared, the common civilians within the city would have died in droves. And yet, what in the world is this? Even the legendary warriors were shocked. They had vaguely heard of existences above the Law Realm, but they had no knowledge of Law Realm Dukes, let alone the monstrous fear of the Saint Realm. Saint Realm. Indeed terrifying as such. The Lord of Han Yu City glanced out of the corner of her eye at the black giant hand covering the sky, massive like a continental plate and seemingly without end. Her complexion was extremely solemn. She considered herself to be among the super strong in the Law Realm, slaughtering Law Realm Dukes as if they were chickens. But before the horrific presence of the Saint Realm, she was nothing but a chick that could be easily killed. This was the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm and everything beneath it, just like gods and mortals. And this strike, not only is it a strike from the Saint Realm crossing realms, but this horrific existence from the Saint Realm is already very close to 10 Directions Island Domain. Next to 10 Directions Island Domain, Shen Luo Domain. Here, too, was enveloped in the red moon, with monster tides surging. Gemstone Country, Golden Country, Silver Moon Country and other powerful forces on the west coast of Shen Luo Domain also entered into resistance against the monster tide. At this time, on the front lines of the war, a divine soul realm expert suddenly felt horrified. What's happening? I have a terrible feeling that something fearsome has arrived. He clutched at his suddenly pounding chest, nervously looking around, but he discovered nothing. Further on the front line, closer to the land of the Red Mist. Inside a great war zone guarded by the direct lineage of the great nation-level force, Star Luo Holy Temple, a law realm expert called Heavenly Punishment Knight suddenly became serious, looking towards the west of the Great Domain. Of course, his sight could not cross the Great Domain, looking beyond to the many island domains. However, his godlike soul was in fear, and he too saw the mysterious and profound laws of heaven and earth twist and shatter inexplicably. It seemed like, has a horrific existence from the Saint Realm taken action? The Heavenly Punishment Knight was a direct lineage expert of the Star Luo Holy Temple, which had its legacy from the ancient times, even venerating true gods from that era. Of course, he had witnessed the great force of the Saint Realm on more than one occasion. But why would a monstrous force from the Saint Realm suddenly act? Such an existence's every move involves countless others, and to our west in Shen Luo Domain, there should be no frontline great war zones, right? In reality, even frontline great war zones rarely face the might of the Saint Realm directly. Moreover, his perception told him that where the horrific power of the Saint Realm descended was one of those sparsely scattered island domains. Island domains. A Saint Realm horrific existence taking action personally against a tiny island domain? Such a conclusion was indeed laughable. Wait a moment. If we're talking about important island domains to the west of the Great Domain, there are none. But there's also 10 Directions Island Domain, ruled by Taishuan Tian Yuan of Tai Zan Alliance. For the Heavenly Punishment Knight, the name of the Lord of Tianyuan City, a top ruler who had risen to the peak of the world in a short time, was certainly well known. Before, Tai Zan, Shen Yao, and Qicheng Federation, the three great countries, had collaborated and powerfully thwarted the plot of Dragon Sleep Valley, and it was said that this Lord of Tianyuan City had made great contributions. Without the Lord of Tianyuan City, as well as the decisive actions of Tianyuan City's strong people at critical moments, the joint surprise attack of the three countries would likely have ended in failure. Undoubtedly, Tianyuan City would certainly be on Dragon Sleep Valley's hit list. Still, even so, even if Tianyuan City really is a top territory of this era, it still shouldn't provoke a horrific existence from the Saint Realm of Dragon Sleep Valley to take action personally, right? Could it be that a saint from Tai Zan Alliance has taken action? He shook his head again. As a high-level official in the Holy Temple, the Heavenly Punishment Knight obviously knew the situation in Tai Zan well. Although it was indeed one of the new 7 great countries and coalitions, due to its short establishment time, its foundation and the number of strong people were far less than those of the other 5 countries. The most important thing was that there were only 4 saints in the Tai Zan Alliance. One for each pit, there simply wasn't any leeway for them to take action. Moreover, these 4 were saints completely bound to the fate of their nation, wishing to intervene, yet not as free to do so as the true Holy Realm great powers. Even though being in charge of the fate of a nation made a saint stronger. Quickly check what has happened in Tianyuan City. In the 10 Directions Island Domain, the Tianyuan territory. While the great power users of the surrounding island domains suddenly felt their hearts palpitate, the sky-opening giant hand with black fur had already reached down. The vast territory of Tianyuan City, its entire defense circle under the hand, looked no more than a beautifully carved but tiny Lego block, which could be crushed with a flip of the palm. Even before the earthly heaven, the majestic angelic figure seemed minuscule under the black furred giant hand. But then, buzz! on the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress, Mu Yuan's expression was solemn. Slowly, he raised one hand, on the back of which the Lord's seal appeared, its light blazing as if it could burn through his palm. He stood there firmly. A surging territorial power, like a tidal wave, poured into the luminous seal. Following that, the vast territorial power, along the Lord's seal, the bridge of heaven and earth, showered down into the figure of the angel within, onto Lapis. Lord's power enhancement. This was one of the miracle Lord's commonly used methods, able to boost the combat power of his top generals significantly. Many times, when the territorial generals attempted to break through the legendary realm, the Lord would exhaust all means to use the Lord's power for enhancement, to give their generals that slight edge in breakthrough opportunity. However, most Lord's power enhancements only had a noticeable effect beneath the legendary realm. After the territory was promoted to LV5, the Lord could also call upon the power of the territory for further enhancement. The Lord's power wielded by Mu Yuan was an even more advanced force. The vastness of the Tianyuan territory far exceeded a common 9th-level great territory. Enhanced great power rained down: physique, spirit, energy, God soul, light of will, holy light power, conceptual power. All gained significant enhancement. The angelic figure burst forth with resplendent divine light. Lapis's angelic king's momentum swelled tremendously at this moment. A seal representing the great authority of guarding appeared in the skies above the Tianyuan city territory. Guardian Angel. Inside the Holy Temple, the Observation Temple, countless citizens had been praying since the beginning of the war. They saw the angelic figure sheltering all beings. They kept praying that their angel would triumph over evil. Within the Tianyuan city territory, at that moment, professionals, legendary realm warriors had expressions of shock, fear, perhaps even despair. Thoughts raced, also praying for a miracle to happen. The sky turned completely black, not a speck of light in sight. The black-furred giant hand came down. People closed their eyes in despair. Silence enveloped heaven and earth. It seemed like deafening roars could be heard, like the great fear of the universe shattering to oblivion, but it seems, we can still think, we're still alive? Some professionals opened their eyes. Before them, a golden light covered the land. The holy guardian power formed a giant bowl inverted over the sky of Tianyuan city territory, firmly resisting the sky-reaching giant hand that had descended. Even as the giant hand overturned the island's sky, it was halted before the shining gold protective barrier. To withstand the strike of a fearsome monster from the holy realm with a body from the law realm? Even if it's a strike from across domains, it's still a blow from the holy realm. Within the Tianyuan city territory, the few who knew the difference between the two realms could not help but widen their eyes, filled with surprise and disbelief. After all, if the law realm represents those standing at the pinnacle of the world, then the saint realm is the presence that steps outside the world, looking down on it from a higher dimension. Reverse defiance against the holy realm? Such a thing surely did not exist. There was no such record in history. Even blocking a strike from the holy realm, in theory, was utterly impossible. But it's blocked. Indeed, this is a guardian angel of legendary status, just half a step away from the holy realm. However, the strike from across domains did not dissipate, and the black-furred giant hand remained pressed on the guardian barrier above. Black and gold converged, and black lightning constantly emerged, crackling and spreading in all directions. Mysterious and extraordinary patterns of heaven and earth, which theoretically only a practitioner at the law realm could glimpse, were now intermittently visible around the collision point. However, these celestial patterns were either fragmented or twisted, containing immense strangeness and peculiarity. If a genius were to comprehend anything from them, it would likely lead to their own misfortune. At this moment, the second root imprint made its appearance above this region, manifesting a power both mysterious and extraordinary. Resonating with heaven and earth, controlling heaven and earth. Typically, stepping into the second stage of conceptual power and wielding the power of concept as a bridge with heaven and earth would signify reaching the peak of the law realm, qualifying one for the path to ascension. But for someone at the law realm to wield the conceptual great power of the third realm and possess a root imprint, world seal, was theoretically impossible. Yet Lapis, upon her ascension, already held the guard and judgment world seals. Now, these two world seals appeared simultaneously, radiating with dual brilliance. The moment the second world seal appeared, in the skies above Tianyuan City, within the domain where the heavenly spirit rebirth pool lay, silhouettes of angels also began to manifest. The path to ascension, the Angel King. The Angel King commands all angels, and at the same time, those angels are her wings. The path Lapis followed may not have been as exaggerated as the Emperor of the Undead, but it still provided nourishment halfway through her ascent. At this time, pairs of light wings unfurled. Lapis's sword of judgment was once again raised high. The power of lords, territories, and angels converged into one. All strengths added to her being, all thoughts in alignment with her will. Gone was Lapis's usual naivety and purity. Now, her face carried only sanctity, seriousness, determination, and an unstoppable forward momentum. This was her final sword strike. Slash. The harsh, peculiar sound echoed throughout the entire Ten Directions Island domain. The golden light sword, boundless and infinitely long, slashed down with absolute judgment upon that monstrous hand, covered with black fur and reaching down from above. Maybe a long while passed, or perhaps only an instant. The brightness faded, leaving only a trace of the golden light shooting up into the azure sky, creating a persistent golden fissure through the red mist and azure heavens. And at that moment, swish, the black monstrous hand was flung away, dissolving into countless wisps of black smoke in the high sky. Within the viscous, filthy black smog, the massive hand shrank into nothing. In the end, boom, the earth trembled, dust rose, engulfing both the sprawling mountains and the massive monster tide. Amidst the dusty earth, a severed arm, about 20 to 30 kilometers in length, fell not far from the outskirts of Tianyuan City, instantly transforming the surrounding 100 kilometers into a black lake. Countless monsters, legendary monsters, and even the Duke of Hunting that didn't escape in time, turned into pus within a breath, melting into the black waters of the lake. It was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was, it's cut, really cut off. This angel, with the strength of the law realm, has cut off a hand of a Saint Realm monster that reached into our domain? I. The Lord of Han Yu City uttered an astonished F*K on the spot. In a domain not far away, several law realm practitioners gasped in shock. Beyond countless island domains, within a great nation in a great domain, a holy realm existence watching from afar was also surprised, and a smile crept up as if thinking of something. Such a powerful, high-ranking angel is not in the Holy Griffin Empire. This is too interesting. Meanwhile, in the Tianyuan City region, inside Tianyuan City College. At the core tower, the Grey Wind, Juluo Dharma King, and other college professors took a deep breath of relief upon seeing this. They looked at their surroundings. Inside the tower, intricate and extraordinary technique patterns flickered, building massive technique models. It was mysterious and grand, but had they been asked to assist and muster this tower against a blow from a Saint Realm monster, it would have been terrifyingly daunting. How could they have possibly managed? Thank goodness, thank heaven for the angel. Severed. Mu Yuan couldn't help but be shaken at the sight of the huge hand that blocked the sky being chopped down in the distance. This time, the strike from the holy terror being from the Saint Realm that came from another domain was even more terrifying than the one they had encountered in the Red Mist land. The proof lay in the fact that this strike was made up of more than just a single strike's force. Tianyuan City had several methods to defend against this strike, but this Saint Realm monster is already very close to the Ten Directions Island domain. It seems that its descent is a foregone conclusion. If that's the case, Mu Yuan had already planned for this. His original plan involved using the power of the ancient mage tower to repel this great fear being. However, not long ago, he received some good news, which allowed for an even more marvelous plan. This was not the time to reveal the ancient mage tower. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. In fact, if Dead Bone hadn't completely wiped out the joint forces of Dragon Sleep Valley, this Saint Realm Great Horror might have already descended. He was no longer naive and had a lot of understanding about how the Saint Realm could fully descend. In fact, having witnessed many legendary powers, his insights in this area were quite unique. The fall of a massive tendril from the azure sky, armies from 4 directions of Dragon Sleep Valley invading another domain, contamination constantly spreading. All of these were paving the fitting conditions for the descent of the Saint Realm Horror. The contaminated environment is the soil, the monster army is the momentum. As the corruption's momentum rises, the living being's momentum wanes. However, clearly, with the monster army losing one root, and the contaminated soil being unable to meet the expectations of Dragon Sleep Valley under the efforts of Lapis and Duo Ally. Even if this Saint Realm Horror might be on the opposite side of the island domain, it still had to sacrifice 3 Law Realm Dukes on the spot to exchange for a chance to break its power into the island domain. This of course was not just about breaking through a small island domain, but breaking through the eternal world's resistance to corrupted lifeforms. Only to find that even the High Hunting Duke was ruthlessly sacrificed, and it's clear that contingencies had been planted inside them long ago. Tisk tisk tisk. Law Realm beings indeed could be resurrected after falling. But the higher the realm of the strong being, the less they wish to die even once. Everything has a price. The resurrection of a god soul, on the surface, seems to have no side effects, but to those who aspire to ascend to a higher level, death and fall are significant blows to one's will and confidence. This will impact the practice of the path to ascension. So, what will you do next, you Saint Realm monster? Mu Yuan gazed towards the end of the red mist. His eyes were deep. He thought of something. On the battlefield, one Law Realm Duke after another had also thought of it. Even if some of the dukes knew they were unlikely to take that step on the path, but humans must always embrace hope. They were spreading corruption, which inherently held infinite possibilities. Moreover, it is now the Great Hunting Day, a time when they were supposed to be seizing opportunities, but once fallen, their revival would take a long time. The countenances of the Law Realm Dukes change. No, wait, your majesty. Before the words could be spoken, the mountainous body of the giant dragon began to squirm. The body froze. In the next moment, it exploded violently, leaving only a seed of purified contamination, which absorbed the essence of the Duke and zipped into the azure sky. This seemed incredibly fast. Even Law Realm powerhouses could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the crimson light. Mu Yuan had thought about stopping it. But just now, when Lapis used earthly heaven to trap the dukes and executed each of them one by one, Lapis couldn't prevent the dukes from being sacrificed, let alone now, with many of the sacrificed dukes far from Tianyuan City. In the blink of an eye, 7 Law Realm Dukes perished. The remaining few, even though 2 of them were already on their path of ascension as peak dukes, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were the ones with the opportunity to ascend, and they believed that under normal circumstances, the crown would not crazily sacrifice them as well, otherwise the king would be furious. But if sacrificing all the remaining high dukes still wasn't enough to fulfill the conditions for the descent, then whether the 2 of them would also be sacrificed was uncertain. At this time, on the opposite shore of the 10 Directions Island domain, in the Red Mist Land, a being shrouded in black mist emitting an unending terror stood tall between heaven and earth, looking down from afar. What a bunch of trash! They can't even manage to open the gateway for my descent. The being within the black mist was dissatisfied. According to the plan, as armies from all 4 directions stepped into the 10 Directions Island domain, he would, through this opportunity, break through the resistance of the eternal world and step out of the Red Mist Land. Even if one direction's army failed, as long as the other 3 spread the corruption thoroughly, his descent would be a breeze. But now, even by sacrificing these pieces of trash, this lord still cannot permanently descend. Their original plan from Dragon Sleep Valley was to destroy Tianyuan City and then march straight in, contaminating the Twilight Dominion, dealing a heavy blow to the Tai-Zan Alliance, and preparing for the coming of the Grand Carnival. However now, he clearly had lost the chance to step into the Taishuan territory. Even if he sacrificed all the remaining High Dukes, it still wouldn't be enough. But since Tianyuan City has a legendary angel, It is indeed worthy of this Lord's personal action. It's about time. The being within the black mist looked out, his gaze again crossing countless great domains, aiming at a certain place. Here, the heavens and the earth fell silent, laws vanished. The universe collapsed. Mighty existences above the heavens and the earth were clashing. Among them were the saints of the Tai Zan Alliance. The entity of dread withdrew its gaze, taking a step forward. Boom! Black thunderbolts flickered. Space became disordered, yin and yang unbalanced. Those law patterns throughout the heavens and earth, which were to some extent symbols of the heaven and earth rules, appeared to have been violently torn asunder and crushed by a pair of immense hands. Artillery fire went out. Cannonballs were fired but no longer detonated. Monsters spewed flames, which instantly dwindled to mere sparks. Thunder and flames collided but did not burst into more brilliant fireworks. The entire Ten Directions Island domain was being altered. An indescribable great terror swept in all directions at this moment, even permeating beyond the Ten Directions Island domain, affecting the surrounding islands, mid-sized domains, and great domains. In the Shen Luo domain, the Gemstone Grand Duke was commanding his legions, continuously charging through the tide of monsters. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale, and an unfounded terror rose in his heart. The terror intensified, causing his very soul to tremble, with his weapon-wielding hands slightly shaking. Drip, drip, his subordinates and warriors also turned deathly pale, some fainting on the spot. In the face of this sudden overwhelming terror, all living beings were equal. Even a legendary strongman might not prove much stronger than an ordinary warrior. This was one of the reasons why the terror was even more frightening. At the same time, countless monsters in the vicinity also experienced panic and even fainted. Otherwise, these human legions might have been entirely annihilated in such a crisis. Crack, boom. The azure sky seemed to have cracked open, and black fog poured out from the huge hole like a waterfall, rushing in all directions. In an instant, the intangible terror pressed down like a heavy weight, making the whole island domain sink. Dragon Sleep Valley Saint Realm, Disaster Fear Dominator. A saintly presence that excels in spreading fear. Mu Yuan murmured. Initially, in the Red Mist Land, it was this Disaster Fear Dominator who had struck their domain from afar. However, the opponent was extremely far at that time, with the strike containing only pure, boundless Saint Realm power, far from representing the most terrifying power of the Disaster Fear Dominator. And now, that power had descended. The black fog formed an infinitely tall, majestic figure that was immeasurable in scale. Its form was indistinct, similar to how mortals could never clearly see a god. What one observed, thought, and saw were only the words, disaster, and fear. Unlike the honorifics of world-level strongmen and entities of the law realm, saintly presences were embodiments of concepts themselves, and their titles were also symbols of power. Embodying infinite great force, this infinitely towering black fog was the saintly visage, the concept saint body. With the presence of this saint body, it was the center of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth rules orbited around it. Invisibly, fear continued to spread, enveloping all directions. Thump, 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 even Mu Yuan's heart began to beat slightly faster. Below the law realm, or rather, as long as one does not hold conceptual power, anyone must endure equal fear. From the common folk to the legendary strongmen, fear originated from the heavens and the earth, from oneself. The difference lay in the fact that those with weaker wills might faint or even die amidst fear. Click click, click click, in the distance, the mechanized soldiers streaming out from the infinite mechanical city had fear emoticons popping up on their visual screens. They spun around in panic, lacking intelligence, not even being alive, yet at this moment, they too felt fear. Even inanimate objects could not escape fear. So this is the terror of the Saint Realm. This was also Mu Yuan's first encounter with a true saintly conceptual body. At this moment, the entire city was in fear. Even though Lapis's guarding light still firmly sheltered the entire Tianyuan city domain, fear was still expanding, spreading, intensifying. For that dark, majestic shadow was standing tall. The Disaster Fear Dominator turned its gaze upon Mu Yuan. A terrifying pressure enveloped. In the next instant, the terrifying presence of the Saint Realm shifted its gaze from Mu Yuan to Lapis. Clearly, in the eyes of the Disaster Fear Dominator, Lapis was the only being present worth his personal effort to deal with. An 8-winged or 10-winged angel of legendary status. Even the Disaster Fear Dominator had to admit that, had this angel stepped into the Saint Realm, he would not dare to set foot in the 10 Directions Island domain right now. But on the other hand, this lord has the chance to fell an 8-winged or 10-winged angel. Even if this legendary angel has laid down resurrection contingencies outside of Tianyuan City, this lord will make her taste despair-level fear, severing her holy road. This made the Disaster Fear Dominator grow gradually excited, the fear power surging out from his concept saint body growing more intense by the moment. A tide of fear, covering great rivers, mountains, and the earth, like the winds of world's end, it ceaselessly hammered against the golden glowing protector barrier. At this moment, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Uda, one powerful being after another including the Lord of Han Yu City, had all retreated back into the Tianyuan City domain. Monster powerhouses also hastily made way, lest they be affected by the great force of the Disaster Fear Dominator. Their mission was originally to pave the way for his lordship's descent. Regardless of the many surprises that occurred in between, now, their mission was also completed. What remained was to witness with their own eyes, the human Tianyuan City falling under his lordship's great force, turning into a dead land, completely sinking into ruin. Under that fearful black wind, the guarding barrier kept flickering, unstable. It wouldn't hold for even a few seconds before vanishing. Amplification, igniting, the Angel King Road, many powers once again converged. Lapis, with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, did not shrink back but instead unleashed a cut comparable to her previous strike, with utmost effort. This truly was, completely burning out all her powers. At this moment, the Lord of Han Yu City also struck with his sword. Uta unleashed the Dragon God Fist. From within the black mist, a large black-haired hand, similar to before, reached out. However, what was different this time was that it was a true Saint Realm physique. Saint Body Immortal. Brilliant golden judgment sword light, flying immortal sword, Dragon God Fist. Under the black giant hand that formed the grinding disk of heaven and earth, rapidly diminished. Unbeatable. The Saint Realm was ultimately unbeatable. The Disaster Fear Dominator was not some newly ascended saint, fresh to the Saint Realm. The true body of the Disaster Fear Dominator has stepped in. It's time for us to take action. Isloa's voice echoed within the ancient mage tower. Assisting in controlling some techniques mechanisms, the Grey Wind, Juluo Dharma King and other academy professors couldn't help but break out in big question marks on their foreheads. Are we to fight against a terrifying existence of the Saint Realm? But it seemed they no longer had a choice at this time. Once the Angel King fell, once the city was breached, they too would have nowhere to escape. The ancient mage tower emanated a vast, ancient divine rhyme and its plain tower body rapidly blossomed with divine light, the first and second layer of great force activated. But just as the ancient mage tower had barely started up, a streak of sword light. A blood-red sword light rose from within Tianyuan City, traversing the island domain in the blink of an eye, slashing upon the vast black shadow. Directly cutting into it, indistinctly visible, a figure equally majestic, not at all inferior to the Disaster Fear Dominator, stood atop the island domain, wielding a sword and making a cut. Saint Realm? How could there be a Saint Realm? Rolling thunderous sounds echoed throughout the island domain. This was undoubtedly the power of the Saint Realm, the true conceptual physique. However, the four saints of the Tai-Zan Alliance, either drawn into a great battle or simply not daring to take action, were being watched by scores of eyes on those saints. Saints from other countries even less likely would risk aiding a lord of Tai-Zan. The blood-colored sword light traced a path that extended across half of the island domain. Black rain, blood-red rain, golden rain kept falling. Muffled, one could hear the echoing of countless sorrowful wails overlapped together. The figure within the black mist gradually became clear. And the person who unleashed the blood-red sword light under the guise of the Saint Realm conceptual body, also revealed his appearance. About half a month ago, Mu Yuan made a secret trip to Luxi City. It can't really be called a secret, though, as the Lord of Tianyuan City, he occasionally also visits Han Yu City, Luxi City, and Qingxin City as a guest, since Tianyuan City and Luxi City are closely allied. Even if someone with a discerning eye pays attention, they would only consider it a routine visit. But he met with Sword Lord Luxi, who had completed the path to ascension and had cleaved open the Holy Realm Gate. Sword Lord Luxi has actually ascended? To be honest, Mu Yuan was also shocked. It's true that Sword Lord Luxi started on the path to ascension a few years earlier, yet among the peak strongmen who are on this holy path throughout the entire eternal world, he is not the only one. But how many have truly completed a path and opened the gate of ascension? Like the True Flame Principle from the Qi-Cheng Federation, who has been on the road to ascension for decades, yet still can't see the end. Like True Flame Principle, who has been stuck on the holy road for decades, there are plenty of peak practitioners in the principal realm. Without a significant opportunity, these peak practitioners of the principal realm might just exhaust their lifespans, helplessly sighing at the unreachable Saint Realm, before returning to dust and silence. However, Sword Lord Luxi ascended. Could he represent the very first true ascension in Taizan Alliance's history? Frankly, if it weren't at the eve of a catastrophic disaster, Sword Lord Luxi's ascension would undoubtedly be the most significant and sensational event in the entire Taizan for the past 10 or 20 years. However, the Red Fog Disaster Moon is about to descend, and monstrous saints from the Red Mist Land are eyeing us greedily. Mu Yuan is well aware of the intentions behind Sword Lord Luxi keeping his breakthrough to himself. Just like now, Mu Yuan has already anticipated the possibility of his Tianyuan City directly facing a strike from the Saints of Dragon Sleep Valley. Sword Lord Luxi, though not as prepared for the worst, or extra cautious, as him, also acknowledges that such a situation could occur. I am confident in blocking a saint like the Disaster Fear Dominator. He had just ascended. His concept saint body had naturally condensed under the influence of the heaven and earth rules without time for refinement, enhancement, nor the opportunity to fully integrate and develop his abilities and skills with the concept saint body. He hasn't yet developed his own unique concept saint techniques. But even so, Sword Lord Luxi still has the confidence to stand his ground against a terrifying presence like the Disaster Fear Dominator. This is the confidence of Taizan's first, true Saint Realm. However, Sword Lord Luxi's confidence only extends this far. He said, I can only block one saintly monster, at most. Catch it off guard and injure it, but to seriously wound or even defeat a saint, I don't have that capability. The resurrection within the Saint Realm is thousands to tens of thousands of times more difficult than in the Law or Soul realms. And even when they can resurrect, the obliterated saints have to reform their concept saint body. Without the aid of heaven and earth rules, reconstituting a concept saint body not only requires vast resources but also a great deal of time. A saint without a concept saint body would have no significant difference from the peak of the principal realm. If it's possible to either eradicate or even heavily injure a monstrous saint, it would be of great help to the overall situation. Alas, Sword Lord Luxi shook his head. No matter how confident he was, he dared not make such a boastful claim. How could those who ascend to the Saint Realm be weak? He was only willing to risk his life. If the Disaster Fear Dominator, such a saintly monster, barely arrives and cannot sustain, then it would be meaningful for me to block him. But if the saintly monsters can completely step out of the Red Mist Land by riding on the tide of the great disaster, then... He shook his head. He eventually couldn't stay in Tianyuan City forever. Moreover, if the latter scenario were to occur, his concealment of his saintly capabilities would hardly achieve any strategic significance. The predicament of Tianyuan City would remain unsolved. One can only gamble on whether the terrifying presence of the saintly monsters can truly arrive completely. A 50% chance against another. No, the probability is 99.8%. Mu Yuan spoke. What if there was another saint with the great force to seal? Sword Lord Lushi. Another saint. The Lord of Tianyuan City's use of the word if, notwithstanding, his tone was very definite, clearly he already had nearly full confidence. Does he have the assurance of inviting another saint to assist in the fight? No, that's not right. Tianyuan didn't know before this that he had already stepped into the saint realm, and the saints outside would not dare face a saintly monster alone at great risk. That being said, could it be? Realizing a certain possibility, even Sword Lord Lushi, who usually maintained a poker face, couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. Also present, the Lord of Han Yu City widened her eyes. She looked back and forth between the ascended Lushi and the mysteriously confident Tianyuan for a while. Holy shit. Tianyuan City. The terror of the Holy Realm looms over the entire island, stripping color from everything, animate and inanimate. At this moment, the blood-colored majestic figure is entangled with the giant shadow in the black fog. Sword falls. Palm rises. Each move, seemingly simple and unadorned, actually contains the profound truths of the very essence of heaven and earth. The elements of heaven and earth in the entire island area have gone chaotic, gradually vanishing. The patterns of heaven and earth are also a complete mess. Tai Zan. Sword Lord Lushi? You've actually ascended to Saint Realm? Disaster Fear Dominator exclaimed in shock. He was only slightly injured, with less than 2% damage to his concept saint body. But he was astonished that Tai Zan's young Sword Lord Lushi ascended to the Saint Realm and was stunned that Sword Lord Lushi, who had just ascended, was able to wound him with a single strike. Despite his oversight, at this moment the Disaster Fear Dominator realized that in his confrontation with the newly ascended saint, Sword Lord Lushi, he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. The mighty Saint Realm being had descended upon the minor Ten Directions Island domain, yet he had not managed to obliterate Tianyuan City and was already blocked? The Disaster Fear Dominator felt extremely stifled. His departure from the Red Mist Land also came with time limitations. He acutely felt the world's rules repelling him. He couldn't stay much longer. Once he returned, he would certainly not be able to descend to the Ten Directions Island domain again soon. His plan against the humanity of Tianyuan City to end in failure? Thinking this, the Disaster Fear Dominator felt even more stifled. The joy and sorrow of people do not resonate with each other. Sword Lord Lushi and the Lord of Han Yu City could only hope at this moment. They had never witnessed the Saint Realm methods of Tianyuan. After all, it was too close to the Great Catastrophe. Any leak of Saint Realm great power could potentially be sensed by Dragonsleep Valley. Even Sword Lord Lushi himself had never fully manifested his concept saint body. Inside the Tianyuan Academy, divine light burst forth. What was originally a somewhat majestic core area tower of the academy suddenly rose from the ground, expanding 1,000-fold, transforming into a pillar that could support the heavens, standing aloft in the sky, towering above the world. Dominate. The ancient mage tower can traverse endless space, travel outside the world. It can easily penetrate enchantments, treating distances as nothing. In the blink of an eye. No, in a fraction of a split second, during the clash of two majestic giant shadows, the ancient mage tower revealed itself and descended right into the core area of the battlefield. Immensely great power descended. Subdue. Billions of mysterious patterns filled the heavens and earth, replacing the inherent law patterns of the universe itself, taking total control over this entire realm, encompassing all within. Encapsulating space, restraining time. All tangible and intangible, existent and non-existent, wholly subdued. The ancient mage tower crashed down thunderously, directly subduing the colossal black shadow at its peak, enveloping an oppressive force surpassing the entire island domain. Subdue, subdue, subdue. Mage tower? Epic mage tower? No, its great power far exceeds that? Could it be the ancient mage tower? The domination speed of the mage tower was too swift, even faster than the sword light just slashed by Sword Lord Lushi. It was a speed that transcended space and time, so fast that the mage tower's descent seemed like an inevitable outcome. The body of the Disaster Fear Dominator kept sinking, His majestic concept saint body breaking down segment by segment. Each segment down indicated a fall in his great power levels. This was a terrifying weakening. Sword Lord Lu Shi had long seized the opportunity. With my blood, slash the enemy's body, blood converged. Sword Lord Lu Shi's concept saint body self-mutilated, unleashing even more terrifying great power in an instant. He was not at all prepared to resist the concept mystery skill of the Disaster Fear Dominator, opting to exchange injuries on the spot. Sword Lord Lu Shi had only ever held the common profession of a berserker. Exchanging injury for injury was his specialty, and now, wounds transform, reborn in blood, filth coexisting. The more he mutilated himself, the stronger his great power became. Even more so, Sword Lord Lu Shi was among the rare few who not only feared not the corruption but could also convert filth into his own power. Crimson wounds continuously erupted. The ancient mage tower's rumbling persisted for a long time. Inside the tower, Grey Wind and Juluo Dharma King, acting as auxiliary tools, had already become stupefied. Since they continuously mentally prepared themselves, assisting the Tower Master in controlling this mysterious mage tower, only a few seconds had passed. These mere seconds could be said to have drastically amplified their life experiences a thousandfold. Initially, we're fighting a Saint Realm terrifying existence? Let's do it, we die if we die. Then, what? A Saint Realm existence of Tai Zan has made a move. There is hope, following the footsteps of a Saint Realm great power user. Brothers, let's grit our teeth and go for it. And now, what? We can really fight a Saint Realm? Are we that fierce? We are evenly matched with a Saint Realm existence under the Tower Master's leadership? They were clearly aware that they were merely tool persons. Even within the high tower they had seen many legendary tool persons just like themselves. Just passing by, they had encountered more than a dozen. Given the standards of the Supreme Mage Tower, the legendary realm tool persons assisting and controlling within the tower must be dozens, right? The number is shockingly high, yet, compared to the divine power unleashed by the Supreme Mage Tower, the number of these legendary realm tools seems insignificant. They are merely tools, completely unable to control the Supreme Mage Tower, just insignificant parts. Others don't even have the opportunity to become tools like this. It's all thanks to our exceptional foresight, for joining the Tianyuan Academy early, that we have this opportunity. Do not say they are merely at the Soul Realm. Even those at the Law Realm. Would they have the chance to confront such terrifying creatures from the Holy Realm? Let me tell you, no, they achieved what even those at the Law Realm couldn't do. At this thought, the fighting spirit of the auxiliary controllers like Grey Wind surged even higher. They continuously operated, forming one spell model after another and injecting them into the core. They were intensely focused, performing beyond their normal capabilities. Law. The ancient Mage Tower possesses the great power to deconstruct gameplay and dominate all laws. From the Grand Tower, 9 thunder flame dragons roared forth. This was once the most commonly used large-scale magic in Tianyuan City. However, at this moment, the thunder of the 9 thunder dragons manifested as destructive black, and the flames were scorching golden light. Merely one of these dragons contained incredibly overwhelming, terrifying conceptual power. Destruction, annihilation, and similarly, conceptual-level large-scale magic techniques numbering 10, 100, 1,000 bombarded continuously. The numbers were vast. Endless, infinite. Under the fierce fight of Sword Lord Lu Shi, the Disaster Fear Dominator hardly had any strength to resist such vast numbers of conceptual techniques. His concept saint body was continuously being eroded. 93.5%, 91.2%, 88.5%, 82.1%, the injuries deepened. The strength weakened. Boom. The whole body of the Disaster Fear Dominator disintegrated, turning into endless black mist spreading in all directions, but all stopped at the net of patterns of heaven and earth constructed by the Mage Tower. Not a trace could penetrate. The Disaster Fear Dominator, re-manifested in his Holy Realm form, staked all on one punch amid being struck again by Lu Shi. Disaster, fear, omen, quiet annihilation. All his power converged into one. yet it merely caused ripples on these patterns of heaven and earth. Perhaps, given more time, a few more conceptual holy skills might break through the blockade of the ancient mage tower. However, there are no ifs. Sword Lord Lu Shi won't give him that chance, even if it means getting injured himself. Time passed. The entire island domain was enveloped in terrifying pressure, with incredibly fearsome sounds erupting now and then, echoing within and beyond the island domain. Slash, 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 subdue, 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 70%, 50%, 30%. The Disaster Fear Dominator let out a reluctant, furious roar. Still considerable in size, his body rapidly shrank, concentrating into a collapsing core. Sword Lord Lu Shi's eyelids twitched, and he retreated. The next moment, great quiet annihilation erupted on this battlefield, turning everything into void. The island domain seemed as if a huge chunk had been bitten off. Even the patterns of heaven and earth confining the battlefield cracked. But ultimately, they did not completely shatter, instead trapping the power of the great quiet annihilation within. Until it disappeared, returned to zero. A holy realm, great terrifying existence, fell. Holy realm. Fell? Inside the ancient mage tower, there was a murmur, as if in a dream. Rain began to fall from the sky, black rain, crimson rain. From the depths of the red mist land, a terrifying gaze lingered briefly but then withdrew. Sword Lord Lu Shi stood in midair, sword in hand, covered in wounds. The black and red rain gradually thinned. Other Law Realm dukes on the battlefield had long escaped. The monster tide was breaking. The vast red mist was also gradually thinning. Only, that grand tower stood at the edge of the island domain, above the void. Subdued a holy god. The towering high tower still stands at the end of the island domain, transforming into an indestructible high wall, firmly blocking the surging tide of red mist from the north of the island. The filthy red mist stopped dead in its tracks. Despite the breaches in the west and northeast still emitting red mist, the scale was reduced by more than 100-fold compared to the initial stage. Not only that, the dense red mist drifting across the 10 Directions island domain also quickly thinned. The surviving Law Realm dukes, early in the arrival of the Disaster Fear Dominator from the Holy Realm, retreated to the rear. Later, when they saw their own fearful forces wavering, they decisively stepped halfway into the red mist land. By the time the Disaster Fear Dominator was about to fall, they had fled. These high dukes were all cunning individuals. In front of the Holy Realm, they could not play any role. Even if the Disaster Fear Dominator were to resurrect, they couldn't be blamed for anything. Equally cunning were the Duke of Hunting. However, aside from a very few exceptionally fast Duke of Hunting, other world-class monsters, even if they saw the great figure faltering and had an ominous feeling, they couldn't retreat in time. They didn't have the speed like the High Dukes, able to quickly retreat to the furthest part of the island domain. They wanted to leave but didn't have the speed, at this moment. The decisive battle of the chess masters had concluded. Sword Lord Lu Shi abandoned the concept Saint Body, disdainful to strike against these common monsters, but Izloa had no such restraint among the strong. Atop the ancient mage tower, simple, plain and seemingly unimpressive minor magic shot out one after another. In the blink of an eye, it annihilated the Duke of Hunting whose tracks had been exposed. And, inside the high tower, at the core, Izloa sat alone, her gorgeous skirt spreading like petals blooming, adorned by starry edges, shining like myriad stars. She was currently eyes closed, with the mysterious seal manifesting at her forehead. This was not a world seal, but functioned similarly. Izloa controlled the ancient mage tower, unleashing a force capable of rivaling the Holy Realm, and simultaneously, with the amplification of the tower, her own strength and her own legendary power also terrifyingly increased. She opened her eyes. The seal on her forehead transformed into a law eye. The law eye pierced through vast space, capturing all concepts, peering into the reality of fate. In her eyes, the Dukes of Hunting were just destroyed but could still resurrect. These world-class strongmen from the Overlord power naturally had backup plans for resurrection, perhaps even more than one. But whether it was 1, 2, or 3, when Izloa looked down from a higher dimension, The fate of these dukes of hunting was clearly visible in her eyes. Her hands lifted in front of her, slowly coming together at the center. As if she was merging a patch of starry sky, an entire world. Annihilation. She uttered softly. Various fates, like bubbles in dreams, shattered. Deep in the red mist land, one by one highly concealed, even unknown to other monstrous colleagues' resurrection sites, just began to shimmer then dimmed. Completely extinguished. Crack, boom, in an unknown location, the lands of resurrection were completely buried. All this happened in just a few seconds after the grand battle ended. Inside and outside of Tianyuan City, the strong ones awoke suddenly, their fighting spirit igniting to the peak. Roar, brothers, charge! For the Alliance, for Tianyuan City, the outcome of the war was already clear. Even if Dragon Sleep Valley, infuriated, wanted to bring forth a Holy Realm terror at any cost, they wouldn't choose now. However, even though the result was predetermined, the scale of this war, the number of invading monsters from the island domain, was still incredibly fearsome. Bigger than many of the most brutal wars ever experienced in the Great War Zone. Naturally, even though the battle was already determined, it still took a full day and night for the soldiers to completely annihilate these monsters. In fact, without the intervention of strongmen like Xie Yi and 17, relying only on ordinary legendary strongmen and troops, might still have been powerless to defeat this, on the brink of collapse, monster tide. Until the monster tide was wiped out, no longer forming wave-scale attacks. Until nearly all the monster legends were exterminated, the rest either escaped the island domain or hid deeply. The great battle truly ended. The red mist drifting between heaven and earth was now noticeably sparse, the environment of the island domain even better than before the heavenly split disaster. Despite the crimson moon still high above the azure sky like a backdrop, the drowsy sky beneath this red moon was tearing open, rays of skylight piercing through. Things have already changed significantly. Not only that. In the north of the Ten Directions island domain, that scarlet pillar, fierce and plunging into the continental plate, now also hissed out streams of red smoke. The entire towering pillar began to shrink, collapse, until it vanished. Since the heavenly split disaster, the scarlet giant tendrils that spanned across multiple island domains, the great domain in the sky, truly disappeared. This heavenly split giant tendril, even a Holy Realm great power user could not interfere with. It's just a pity that the heavenly split giant tendril could disappear because Dragon Sleep Valley used it first, causing its status to drop. Mu Yuan speculated, Dragon Sleep Valley brought out more power from the heavenly split giant tendril, using it as a medium, a bridge, but at the same time, made it breakable, destructible. This is not replicable. As the conflict in Tianyuan City came to an end, or even before it fully ended, a storm of explosive news such as the arrival of a terrifying Saint Realm entity in the Ten Directions island domain and the appearance of a new saint in the Tai Zan Alliance rapidly spread throughout the Eternal World. After all, the current Tianyuan City is a major hub city ranked among the top few in Tai Zan, bustling with numerous travelers. Spies from various countries and territories are countless. Some top-tier lords with well-informed intelligence services managed to acquire the hottest first-hand news mere seconds after the Holy War ended. Saint Realm? At Shenyao Empire. The commander of the Eye of Shiny Intelligence Department, Golden Eagle, the one-eyed prince, was quite astonished and in disbelief when he first received the news. At this moment, the disaster of the Red Moon has descended, and wars erupted rapidly everywhere. Monster legends, world-class strongmen, took this opportunity to break into the borders and even the heartlands of various nations. On the front lines of many countries, steadfast as nails firmly entrenched before the Red Mist land, the great war zones that contain the tide of corruption continued to suffer attacks from Law Realm entities. Battles at the peak of Law Realm, one after another, erupted everywhere. In some cases more than 10 Law Realm entities participated, with the conflict fierce and brutal from the start, leading to fallen Law Realm entities. The fact that even the chess masters of the Law Realm could not escape downfall indicates the horror of this dual catastrophe. Yet even so, except for a few battlefields like the Sky, where Saint Realm confrontations are common, No monster Saint Realm entities have personally entered the fray amidst this double disaster. Only 2 or 3 occurrences of cross-domain strikes have been launched. The battlefield of Tianyuan City has become the first to see the personal descent of a terrifying Saint Realm monster? Regardless of the reason, this was news of incredibly explosive significance, astounding the leader of the Imperial Intelligence Organization of Shen Yao. But what was even more explosive? The descent of the terrifying Saint Realm monster ended in failure. No, just that alone isn't explosive enough. After all, it could have been the intervention of one of the 4 pillars of Taizan. The one-eyed prince was very familiar with Taizan. In fact, he knew more about Taizan than many of Taizan's own top-tier lords. After all, for the Shen Yao Empire, Taizan was an ally, a competitor, and possibly an enemy. He paid meticulous attention to potential foes. The possibility of Taizan's 4 pillars taking action was there, but at a great cost. However, the one who stopped the terrifying Saint Realm entity, Disaster Fear Dominator, was not one of the Taizan's 4 pillars. That was somewhat unexpected. If the being who intervened was indeed the 5th saint of the Taizan Alliance, then the explosiveness of the news would skyrocket 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Taizan Alliance now has a new saint, or rather, the first great power user who truly opened the gate to the Saint Realm by their own strength has emerged. His name, Sword Lord Lu Shi. Only seconds after the battle, heads of intelligence departments from various nations received the message. Within mere hundreds of seconds after, the news reached the ears of the high and mighty. Heads of national intelligence agencies were the first to meet with the pillars of their countries, presenting the collected and detailed information. At this moment, in Shen Yao Empire, the one-eyed prince stepped into the temple at the top of the high tower. The one presiding here was none other than the newly ascended great power user of the Saint Realm, Heavenly Peak of the Divine Brilliance. Heavenly Peak Crown. This great power user dressed in the wide robes of a priest, his benevolent and kind face betraying no hint of his divine abilities. However, the one-eyed prince was well aware of the terrifying power this crown possessed. Even before stepping into the Saint Realm, this crown had slain many a Law Realm monster, including some important figures from different factions within the empire. Although the one-eyed prince was of high status, he bowed deeply before this figure. He detailed the events to the crown. Heavenly Peak Crown nodded, his gaze moving past the one-eyed prince and looking into the distance. The descent of a Saint Realm monster in the region of Tianyuan City has also come to my attention. The intervention of a saint in the same region could not escape my notice. Such is the great power of the Saint Realm. Even without stepping foot outside Divine Brilliance Imperial City, he held the affairs of the world in his grasp. However, he wasn't quite clear about what specific events had transpired in the 10 Directions Island domain. No need to understand too thoroughly. Leaders should leave some opportunities for their subordinates to perform. After a pause, the Heavenly Peak Crown said, "So, it means that Sword Lord Lu Shi has stepped into the Saint Realm and fended off the Disaster Fear Dominator? Sword Lord Lu Shi was able to complete the Holy Road and push open the Holy Realm Gate so quickly. That also comes as a surprise to me." But he, the Heavenly Peak, also had confidence in his ability to stand against the Disaster Fear Dominator. However, after another pause, the Heavenly Peak Crown frowned. Sword Lord Lu Shi has ascended and blocked the Disaster Fear Dominator, but that doesn't mean he's capable of defeating such a terrifying entity of the Saint Realm. Yes, Your Crown, it was Lord of Tianyuan City who produced a method comparable to the Saint Realms. The Heavenly Peak Crown furrowed his brows even deeper. This young Lord of Tianyuan City, in just a few years, has already acquired Saint Realm methods? Even if it's just a method, it's still of the Saint Realm. So, it was the method of Tianyuan City and the combined effort of Sword Lord Lu Shi that defeated the Disaster Fear Dominator. He said. The one-eyed prince replied, "Yes, Your Crown, no, that's not quite right. The Lord of Tianyuan City and Sword Lord Lu Shi didn't just defeat the Disaster Fear Dominator but completely obliterated the formidable terror of the Saint Realm within the 10 Directions Island domain." The Heavenly Peak Crown. Is that really correct? Taishuan Tian Yuan controls the ancient Mage Tower? Taishuan Lu Shi ascended to the Saint Realm? Taishuan Tianyuan and Taishuan Lushi. Together they obliterated a formidable terror of the Saint Realm? Every one of these pieces of news would be hot topics in the current world, capable of shocking the top-tier lords one after another, let alone when all three are combined. No, actually, there's a fourth piece of news that is equally explosive. The Divine Brilliance Imperial City is guarded by a legendary angel of legendary status, a peerless being below the Saint Realm, even able to sever an arm used by the Disaster Fear Dominator to strike across realms. This piece of news is also explosive, it's just that under the dazzling cover of the former three, it seems a bit dimmed. But in the eyes of the real top-tier beings, the presence of the legendary angel settling in Tianyuan City is by no means less significant than the former three. After all, once this legendary angel ascends to the Saint Realm, it will instantly become an existence at the level of a great lord. Even for a legendary life, stepping into the Saint Realm is no easy task. It might happen tomorrow, or it might take decades or even centuries. But this way, Tianyuan City will be in possession of two legends. The ancient Mage Tower and the Angel King? Shish. Why'd I always feel like Tianyuan City has more than one legendary life? Inside Tianyuan City, the Lord of Han Yu City was one of the first to be shocked. Even though she had anticipated it to some extent, she was still stunned by Tianyuan's method and truly subduing a formidable terror of the Saint Realm on the spot. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Tianyuan was still just a greenhand who had stepped into the eternal world for less than 2.5 years. By comparison, she felt as if she had lived her years in vain. And moreover, now the entire eternal world, countless great nations, top-tier lords are all astonished by the ancient Mage Tower and the legendary Angel King of Tianyuan City. Yet they overlook the top-notch strongmen under this limelight. Previously, even though she was battling with a Law Realm Duke, she was also paying close attention to the battlefield. Beings like the King of Kanching, Moon-Crowned Skywolf, and other world-class strongmen, among them many are already exceedingly powerful beyond measure. Not only that, could the strongmen who previously exhibited Law Realm combat power actually be of the Soul Realm? If they are legendary life, they could absolutely match or even slay Law Realm beings with their divine soul body. She just had never thought this way before. But now after seeing the legendary Mage Tower, legendary angel, the Lord of Han Yu City couldn't help but develop some outrageous speculations. Surely, Tianyuan City doesn't actually harbor a third legendary being? After the Holy War in the Ten Directions Island domain ended, during the cleanup of a massive monster surge, and while legends of the legendary Mage Tower swept across the globe like a storm. Next door, in the Death Domain, spies from various powerful nations and factions were watching the developments here with tense expressions. For no other reason, after the forces of Dragon Sleep Valley were annihilated by the country of Corpse, they marched directly toward the Red Mist Land without any halt, as if this strategic move had been long in the making. No, already prepared. Is the country of Corpse perhaps overestimating itself? They should know that they only annihilated one of the armies in Dragon Sleep Valley, targeting primarily Tianyuan City. The spies in the Death Domain were not aware of the battle situation in Tianyuan City, but the heads of various intelligence agencies were well informed of the causes and consequences of the battle. They acknowledged that the country of Corpse was very powerful and mysterious, suspecting it still held some unrevealed powers. However, if it weren't for the incredible powers displayed by Tianyuan City in this battle, if it weren't for Tai Zan Lushi ascending to the Saint Realm, the Disaster Fear Dominator and the army of Dragon Sleep would have annihilated Tianyuan City and then turned to destroy the country of Corpse as well. It's not that we think the country of Corpse isn't mighty. Since they are the legitimate heirs of the Undead Empire, they probably have some significant tactics, but why would they step into the Red Mist Land like this? Several intelligence agency leaders shook their heads. It doesn't make much sense. Even if the country of Corpse has great tricks to save themselves, such tricks would only diminish each time they are used. Why bother? Moreover, what's the significance of the country of Corpse advancing into the Red Mist Land? Even if they kill a few Law Realm Dukes, what about their own losses? These major countries wouldn't dare engage in a war of attrition with these top dominators. Even if they wipe out a Dragon Sleep Valley, there would still emerge Dragon Sleep Land or Dragon Sleep Mountain. Furthermore, as a residual undead power, the Country of Corpse inevitably has limited resources left. Could it be that the Country of Corpse is invading the Red Mist Land to seek revenge for those undead who perished under the Dragon Sleep army? That can't be it, right? A leader capable of governing the Country of Corpse wouldn't make such an irrational move. But the reality is that the waves of undead continue to march into the Red Mist Land. It has already become a fact. The top echelons of various powers racked their brains but couldn't comprehend why these undead would make such a bold decision. Bold, huh? Dead Bone has always been stable, but stability does not mean that one must only passively survive or hesitate and stutter forward, merely shrinking back and silently developing. Stability isn't such an inconvenience. The Silent Sovereign, the last Saint Realm Great Lord of the dwindling undead empire, has been lurking in some secret place. But can such lurking truly be considered stable? Dead Bone thinks not. True stability is aiming toward a goal with the most secure, least unexpected, and most thoroughly prepared method to achieve it. The Silent Sovereign no doubt wants to preserve and strengthen the remnants of the undead. If strengthening is not possible, what about preserving? On the surface, it has been achieved, but according to the understanding of the undead, over the years there has been no strengthening, and sometimes even a loss of one or two older powerhouses. What about the monster power? Dominators grow stronger day by day, corruption draws ever closer, and if the remnants of the undead merely cling to life, it's no different from a slow death. However, Dead Bone is also aware that the Silent Sovereign might not have had a choice. The Great Lord has great power, but that doesn't mean he can do everything. Even in the Saint Realm, there are many things beyond reach. Dead Bone is not of the Saint Realm, but he is fortunate. He has the ability to act and accomplish some things. And now, advancing into the Red Mist Land is exactly what he must do. To alleviate the pressure on our Tianyuan city. Initially, when they were unaware that Sword Lord Lu Shi had broken through to the Saint Realm, it was the Lord himself who made this plan. Attack, distract, engage, and strengthen. Now, the Battle of Tianyuan City has ended, but the threat from Dragon Sleep Valley continues. Their plan can still proceed as normal. And now, they have even more flexibility. Secondly, it is to use this opportunity to strengthen the undead tide. Dead Bone murmurs. The recent battle in the Death Domain has brought greater improvements to the overall strength of the Country of Corpse than the past several months combined. Several new Law Realm undead. Countless breakthroughs among the undead legends and elite undead. The scale of each wave of the undead tide has at least doubled, albeit, under his control and restraint, it might not seem so apparent. The expansion of the undead tide requires war. And it has to be a high-quality war. Undoubtedly, the massive monster surge, monster legends, and monster dukes are the most appropriate sacrifices. Two of the remaining four great generals could ascend to the Law Realm. The Country of Corpse could give rise to more world-level powerhouses. Even the strongest Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord, Little Ice, might have the chance to advance to the peak of the Law Realm. Outrageous, defying common sense. But this is the full power of the Wang Ling Zai Shi, Necrotic Plague Breath. This great power isn't without drawbacks. It needs war. It needs sacrifices. The limits of the strong ones born from the undead tide also depends on Dead Bone himself. And likewise, as the undead rapidly grow stronger, Dead Bone's own power is also increasing at a rapid pace. The Country of Corpse could be considered a massive force, but also, it could be seen as part of Dead Bone's power. He can assimilate the power of countless undead into himself, exerting a great force that transcends boundaries. Thirdly, this is also necessary for the path of ascension. Climbing the path of the Emperor of the Undead, the expansion of the Country of Corpse is part of the plan, but it is not enough. He also needs to integrate many undead forces. Indeed, with the current power of the Country of Corpse, it already surpasses 99% of the undead forces. Even the first-class forces, ruled by Law Realm powerhouses, can only bow down before the great army of the Country of Corpse. But, superficial submission and forced submission are ultimately different. Dead Bone also needs to let the country of corpse make a name for itself, raise the banner of the rightful undead, thereby gathering momentum, and accumulating 50% of the destiny of the undead clan, using this opportunity to ascend to the Saint Realm. War. Boom. The black tide of undead, like a torrent, rolled over the earth, mountains, and rivers. Even the great rivers wider than 100,000 meters, the collective undead still cross them as if walking on flat ground. After all, the undead tide is not just about numbers. The black tide gradually moved away from the depths of the death domain, approaching the periphery, nearing the red mist land. On its way, the undead met few monsters, but this is only because the wild monsters roaming these regions, including those that had formed embryonic forces such as monster camps and monster tribes, had been previously swept into the monster tide. The wild monsters followed the monster tide, following the southern surge of the red mist. Also drowned under the death aura of the undead. But while the number of monsters hasn't changed much, the changes in the environment are very clear. In the hinterland of the Great Domain, drifting black mist and chilling wind can be seen everywhere. The sky is full of gloom, and the gray-black ground is littered with numerous dried bones, a place filled with a strong death aura where no living dares to tread. In the perimeter of the Great Domain, the sky remains dim, within which faint crimson lights are falling. Between the world and the air, the thick red mist floats, not much dried bones, replaced instead by bizarre twisted trees scattered everywhere. Bones that seem both dead and alive, mountains filled with ominous aura, bizarre and grotesque rivers, and so on. Between the death domain and the red mist land, a black river stretching billions of miles serves as the boundary. The Stygian River is endless, appearing not to surge over the earth, but rather washing through chaotic space-time. Sometimes flowing upward from the abyss, sometimes cut off midway and abruptly emerging from 100,000 kilometers away. Above the Stygian River, black mist lingers, spreading immense terror and death. Even the tainted red mist does not drift over the Stygian River, only surging out from one or two gaps. Several waves of the undead army continuously reach the end of the death domain, stopping before different parts of the Stygian River. And at the next moment, roar, at a section of the Nether River territory, the supreme frost dragon overlord roared, first spreading its wings that blocked the day. It crossed the Nether River territory, plunging into the red mist land. Behind it, the following undead tide also boiled up. The tide, like a long river, poured into the Stygian River, flowing out from the other end without mixing. On another end of the Nether River territory, Sario also spread its wings, stepping into the red mist land bathed in the glow of death. Following that, the second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave, wave after wave of the undead tide successively crossed. They really went in. The armies of the country of corpse have stepped into the red mist land. War is about to start again. Witnessing this scene, spies from major nations promptly relayed the latest news. Although the higher-ups had expected this, they were still somewhat surprised when this moment arrived. In the region of Tianyuan City, the Lord of Hanyu City was healing her wounds. She also heard about the events in the neighboring domain. An emerging undead force is marching into the Red Mist Land, set to clash with Dragonsleep Valley. Although I'm not very optimistic, I still hope the undead can severely strike a few blows to Dragonsleep Valley. Unfortunately, if not because I need to return to Cold Valley Mountain Warzone to take command at any moment, I'd like to get involved too. If the opportunity arises, we can coordinate tacitly with that undead force. She looked at Lucy. This cooperation is straightforward, just putting pressure on Dragonsleep Valley together. Sword Lord Lucy. I will soon head to other regions. She then looked at Tianyuan. Mu Yuan pondered for a while. Of course, I've long been prepared to continue the fight with Dragonsleep Valley. After all, it has always been part of the plan. That doesn't need to be said out loud now. At the same time, advance. Within the Red Mist Land, behind Dead Bone, banners fluttered, and the magnificent shadow of Holy Mountain appeared and disappeared. He slowly raised his hand. On the back of his hand, a mysterious and extraordinary world seal that contained the principles of the world's origin quietly emerged. At this moment, one after another, Similar seals constructed from the power of the undead's necrotic plague breath, visible only to Dead Bone himself, also surfaced on the undead army. The undead tide, already fast, suddenly exploded with a speed 100 times greater than before. Or rather, this was the true speed of the undead army. Previously in the Death Domain, in skirmishes and battles, the undead had not yet unleashed their true power. Thud, thud, thud. Boom, the undead cried out, advancing with the posture of a black tide towards the Red Mist Land. At this moment, many of the wisdom monsters in the Red Mist Land were also confused. Who am I? Where am I? Is this still the Red Mist Land? Slash. The loathsome general, wielding 2 hammers, struck like a small asteroid falling to the earth. Boom. In an instant, a second-rate overlord power that relied on Dragon Sleep Valley was completely smashed by this meteoric hammer strike. Many legendary monsters, caught off guard, were killed on the spot. Only a few legendary monsters and other elite beings, not inside the main camp, narrowly avoided disaster. The monsters quickly fled, scattered in all directions. Many of the wisdom monsters knew the basic knowledge of fleeing for their lives. They were numerous, and if scattered, even the strong among the living beings could not kill them all. But the loathsome general was not alone. The incredibly vast undead tide quickly pressed forward. The wave instantly transformed into numerous small streams, catching up and swallowing the fleeing wisdom monsters. In just the blink of an eye, an overlord power many times stronger than the fang of the jackal wolf vanished into thin air. Overlord power, Dragon Hill Snake, has been annihilated. Overlord power, Bloodcrow Mountain has been annihilated. Overlord power, Giant Blood Pond, has been annihilated. Overlord power, Cannibal Royal Court, has been annihilated. Somewhere, the Cannibal Royal Court, considered a first-rate power and famous even within the territories governed by Dragon Sleep Valley, with roars of anger was engulfed by the black tide. The Lord of the Royal Court, a monster of the Law Realm, ironically laid the foundation for one of the 4 generals, helping promote him to the principal realm. Meanwhile, less than an hour had passed since the country of Corpse invaded the Red Mist Land. One after another, the overlord powers were declared devastated. After all, Dead Bone was not without understanding of the Red Mist Land. The reconnaissance of the country of Corpse, information from Sophia, etc. At least, he was very familiar with the vassal powers on the periphery of Dragon Sleep Valley. The war was going smoothly. Of course, this was just the beginning. They would soon face the counterattack from Dragon Sleep Valley. However, ding, prompt. Your legion has obliterated a certain monster overlord power. You have gained 10,086 strands of the power of death. Prompt. Your legion has spread death in tens of thousands. Your concept of death has significantly advanced. Prompt. You have resurrected tens of thousands of undead within death. The conception of your life has substantially improved. Buzz. At a certain tipping point, Dead Bone naturally broke through the barrier. Another extraordinary and mysterious seal, symbolizing the world's origin, appeared. This seal, contrary to death, black and white, the two circling each other, representing the ultimate principles of life and death, encompassing the entire world within them. Dead Bone is the legendary life known as the King of Skeleton, inherently wielding the great force of death. When he evolved into a Legend 2 stars, he prematurely possessed the World Seal Death, and made a conspicuously rapid advance in the concept of death. Yet, Dead Bone always believed that possessing only death was insufficient. Death and rebirth are two sides of the same coin. Undead are the deceased, but the birth of an undead is also a form of rebirth. Only the transition from death to life, the cycle of life and death, is the true path of the undead. Dead Bone even developed a legendary side great force, life and death cycle. When an undead dies in battle, they gain the force of life, and when an undead is resurrected, they gain the breath of death, especially, allowing for an endless cycle of life and death. This is akin to stepping on one's own foot to reach the heavens, a great force that defies natural laws. However, before this, Dead Bone was unsatisfied with the effect of the life and death cycle, great force. His life concept and death concept differed greatly, and the two powers could not be balanced. But now, the balance has been achieved. A black and a white seal symbolizing the world's origins circle and slowly converge, as though they are about to merge into one. But there seems to be some resistance. He can't yet achieve fusion into one. However, from Dead Bone's own perspective, when the life concept also reached the third realm, achieving the mysterious state of life and death balance. At this time, around the manifested world seals, strands and streams of black or white conceptual power continuously materialize out of thin air. Dead Bone's heart also continuously bursts with profound insights. His two major concepts are elevating at a visibly fast pace. In just a blink of an eye, significant progress is evident. Meanwhile, the armies of the country of Corpse are still advancing within the Red Mist land, continuously sweeping through the monster powers they had already targeted. Elsewhere, the major countries are closely monitoring this sudden great battle. However, since the battlefield has penetrated deep into the Red Mist land, and the armies of the country of Corpse travel at extreme sprint speeds, even the 7 great countries, Star Luo Holy Palace, and Federation of All Nations, such camp-level powers, do not have the capacity to monitor every single moment. Only a few reconnaissance squads capable of moving relatively freely within the Red Mist land are available to the countries. And the countries have more battlefields to watch than just this one. They can only observe a macro state. Judging from the current situation, the country of Corpse's invasion is proceeding smoothly, especially since Dragon Sleep Valley suffered heavy losses in the previous war and would need time to mobilize Law Realm Dukes from other great domains. If the country of Corpse harvests this and swiftly retreats, they might just manage to escape unscathed. Thought a prominent figure. He perceived that the country of Corpse wasn't acting impulsively but had been prepared, having already mapped out the major encampments of the overlord powers surrounding the periphery of Dragon Sleep Valley. The invasion this time inflicted not inconsiderable losses on Dragon Sleep Valley. Most importantly, with the absence of significant losses, strong warriors from Dragon Sleep Valley had not yet assembled, few Law Realm Dukes had arrived, and there might be a risk of them being counterattacked by the country of Corpse. If I were commanding, at this moment I would take a conservative approach and not be too greedy. From a strategic standpoint, one must strive for victory with stability. That place is the Red Mist land, Dragon Sleep Valley's territory. Once Dragon Sleep Valley recovers its strength, any great terror might arise. However, to the surprise of the big shots from various countries, the country of Corpse still had no intention of withdrawing, continuing to press onward. At the same time, in Dragon Sleep Valley, the Burial Dragon land. This is the true core territory of Dragon Sleep Valley, not merely located within the common Red Mist land, but rather a mysterious place buried beneath dozens of dimensional spaces and intersecting with many domain spaces. Currently, the Twilight King has not yet opened his eyes, engaged in seclusion. But one after another towering figure has already projected here. Disaster Fear, that guy actually fell. At that time, the imprisoned Dragon Lord intended to intervene and rescue, but a human Saint Realm Grand Duke intervened. Spoke one of the great terrors. These Saint Realms are not always in battle, to say the least, truly erupting Saint Wars are very few. Like this time, the Saint War that occurred after the Great Red Moon only involved a very few battles. Most of them were, in fact, related to Tianyuan City. But although Saint Wars aren't often, each Saint Realm is frequently restricting each other, broadly locking onto their foes. The imprisoned Dragon Lord was tasked with vigilance, to confront or find a way to hunt down the Grand Duke from Chi-Cheng Federation. Naturally, when the imprisoned Dragon Lord wished to intervene from afar to rescue the Disaster Fear Dominator, the principal of Chi-Cheng Federation wouldn't just sit idly by. Yet, the imprisoned Dragon Lord failed to break through the Chi-Cheng principal's blockade and strike across the domain. They, wanting to cross domains to aid and block the moves that targeted the Disaster Fear Dominator, likely lacked enough strength. Reaching to rescue the Disaster Fear Dominator in time was also too late, not feasible. Moreover, they basically couldn't even step out of the Red Mist land. But now, the undead have entered our Red Mist land and eradicated many of our vassal powers. Today, plenty of overlord powers are mocking us in Dragon Sleep Valley, Of course. Dragon Sleep Valley had been ridiculed ever since their grand strategies were disrupted and their invasion of Tianyuan City failed. Both of these were related to Tianyuan City.